It's a strange shot. I like Tom enormously, and he went away with England Lions in the winter. He made runs, and there's been a lot of talk around Tom as a future England opener, and I hope that happens. That being said, I don't know whether that's a complete lack of concentration or what it is.
Don't know.
I mean, you hit 3 4s in an over.
Yeah.
He could so easily have given it away.
Yeah.
Now, I'll tell you what, the umpire's having another word with him about where he's got his feet on the pitch.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the umpire can do. I mean, he can't give him out.
Well,
I suppose it's a report, isn't it? You report it to whoever.
Can you? I mean, obviously, a bowler can be stopped from bowling. So, can you stop a?
I'm not sure you can.
I don't know. Perhaps if someone's listening who's an umpire, they could tell us.
Yeah. Here's Ben Gibbon racing away from us, bowls forward, pushed away. Oh, have I got to go and do an update? Am I late? Oh dear. Thanks for the reminder, mate.
That's all right. I was just sitting here thinking, am I going to get one? But no one's come through yet. In fact, John's been in touch. Hello, John. Lovely to have you in touch again this morning. He says, rerunning on the pitch, if a bowler is taken off after 2 warnings, surely only fair a batter is removed if he continues to do it after being warned. Kind regards, John. Wide outside the off stump. Very good take by Roderick in front of the 2 slips. The ball rather died as it went past the edge of Tom Clark's bat. There's John Curtis. Thank you, John. Lovely to hear from you down in, well, I presume you're in Worcester, or the Worcester area, or the West Midlands. Weather's like there today. It's glorious here at Hove.
Grandmother, she had her first children's book
Given
in December 2021. That was
back to his mark.
She never thought it would happen, but it did. We catch
Runs
up with her.
away from us in on bowls, and Clark drives down the ground, fielded by Gibbon off his own bowling.
Right, let's talk about the weather then and what we have.
And there is no runs. So 23 without loss are Sussex. Arrears of 39.
To 82 degrees.
3 slips, a backward point.
Dissipate. Largely dry conditions.
Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket.
11 to 14 Celsius.
And a fine leg.
Tomorrow, a little change on the way. Conditions will be dry and fine with some sunny skies and very little in the way of cloud around. Another warm day.
And Gibbon turns.
23 to 26 Celsius.
And is on his way again, bowls to Tom Clark, who lets that go outside of the off stump.
And Friday will be dry.
And there is
variable cloud building in from the west.
no
That
run.
is your latest weather update. Cricket update.
Just wait to our update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex.
And it does seem to be the perfect cricketing weather. Let's get the latest now from Adrian Harms, who is in Home.
I am, Sarah, and it is beautiful cricketing weather, not a cloud in the sky. One problem we have here today, though, is there is no internet. What do you do when the internet goes down, Sarah? And that has happened today, so there are no scoreboards around the ground. So all sorts of problems here at Hove, which they are slowly overcoming. So I'm not going to guess the score, but I have got another means of finding it out. But Sussex are 23 without loss in their second innings. They picked up the 1 remaining Worcestershire wicket this morning. Jake Libby out for 198 without adding to his overnight score. Worcestershire bat out for 410, 4 wickets for Ari Kaivelos. That was a lead of 62, and that's been reduced by 39 with Haines on 16, Clark on 7. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, they might have internet down there. Kent in their second innings are 220 for 6. 3 wickets there for Dan Worrell, but they lead Surrey by 376. Amazing how reliant we are on the internet, Sarah.
I know, isn't it funny? Until it's not there, you don't realise how much you rely on it. You just take it for granted.
Well, absolutely, and I think a lot of things around the ground, you can only pay for on cards and things now. So, the internet is great, isn't it? When it's down, not so great.
Oh, absolutely. Adrian with you. Further updates throughout the day here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Surrey. I'd love to hear from you this morning. So life begins at when? We talked to a mum who...
And the umpire's had another word then, and I just noticed that umpire Newell at the end of that over, Brad, has had a word to Tom Haines. It's a really, really good point you make. And John has been in touch and made the point, if a bowler's taken off after a couple of warnings, you would think the same would be the case. But I've never noticed that before, so it's a great spot by you.
Never heard of it. Leaches the bowler round the wicket in, bowls Haines, pushes up to mid-off. Haines, immediately having played that shot, turned and looked at the umpire as if to say, is that okay? Yeah, really interesting. Any umpires who know, send us. You can send Twitter, Bradders at BBC, BRADDERS80 BBC. My very good friend Adrian Harms. You can send a tweet to him as well, or you can email. We've got an email working. It's dave.bradley@bbc.co.uk. If you know something we don't. Haines in Bowes. Leach in Bowles, Haines. That's another swat at this, and Joe Leach looks a little puzzled.
Yeah.
It's a really strange start to this innings. Nothing on social media that tells us.
Well, I've got some emails, and I'll read them out. Most people are saying there's no live stream, so
yeah.
But the live stream is now working on YouTube. Tom is saying.
Here's the next ball from Leach to Haines, and he comes forward this time, plays a proper defensive shot, and pushes it back up the pitch.
But so many places now, Bradders. We were discussing. So if you go anywhere now, people, you give cash to people in a pub or something, and people look like you've just come off the moon, don't they? Because everybody, well, not everybody. That's wrong. The majority of people pay by card.
Yeah, at Trent Bridge the other night, they couldn't take card payments, and I wanted to get a drink, and I said, well, how much is it? He says £3. I said, well, here's £3. I can't take that, sir. Here's Leach in again. Haines drives handsomely through the covers for 4. I think he's now got 20, and I think Sussex are 27 without loss.
I think you are right, Bradders. I think he does have 20.
And this is quite a little battle here between Joe Leach and Tom Haines. Haines looks it's almost as if he's determined to get Joe Leach off early in the piece.
When he plays a cover drive, Tom, he looks $1 million, doesn't he? He looks fantastic. When he misses, you think, he doesn't seem to move his feet. So, anyway, he's got to start. I was looking up his stats, actually. I'll tell you what those in a mo.
Waits again, Leach in bowls, Haines forward defensively, pushes away on the offside. D'Oliveira comes into field. A 7-2 split field here for Worcestershire. 7 on the offside, including 3 slips. 3 men in the circle, as it were, saving 1, and Ben Gibbon down at 3rd man, and just a mid-wicket and a mid-on, which rather puts a bit of pressure on the bowler.
The stream's up and live and running now, I'm being told. Hurrah, well done, everybody. Well done, the Sussex boys.
Leach in bowls, Haines covers up. He does flick it down to that vacant leg side. There's a long run here from Azhar Ali. They're probably going to pick up 3 here, but they settled for 2. I thought they got 3 there, because Azhar had a long trek from mid-wicket down to fine leg. But 2 more to the total, which is 29 without loss. Haines has 22 of those, methinks. We're still sort of dancing in the dark a bit because we've got no scoreboards, so you'll probably be getting the scores up on the live feed, but we're sort of telling you about it a split second before. Does that make any sense at all, folks? It probably doesn't.
I was looking at Tom Haines' stats. He's just in his 5th championship game of the season. He's missed a couple of games. Tom, he had a niggling knee injury. 220 runs at 31, top score of 64. So I think it would just be a little disappointed with the runs that he's scored so far. So he's got himself in here. He'll be hoping it's a chance to make a big score. In comes Gibbon. The wicket bowls to Clark, who's forward, plays down the onside very correctly, no run. Things are changing, Bradders, aren't they? Sort of a story unrelated to cash payments. I had a letter I wanted to post to an auntie of mine, quite an elderly auntie who's in a residential home over.
She's your auntie, she must be older.
Yeah, she's old. She's doing well. She's in her 90s, but she lives over in France. And I wanted to post her a letter. Well, getting to the post office is a feat in itself these days, certainly where we live. In comes Gibbon and bowls, Clark forward, plays down the track, there is no run. So I went in one day and walked in, and the lady said, "Oh, sorry." I said, "Can I buy a stamp?" "No, all the systems are down." I said, "I only want to buy a stamp." And she said, "Yeah, but the systems are down. No, you can't do anything. We're completely offline." She said, all post offices all round here, everyone is off. So in the old days, you go in and give them 50p or whatever, and they would tear a stamp off, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Can't do that, can't give you a stamp. And I've already waited about 10 minutes to get that info, because where the post office is in a convenience store where people go in and buy their sweets and their papers and their cigarettes and everything. And so the lady is trying to juggle both. So, she's trying to do her best. In comes Gibbon Bowles. Clark drives down the ground, fielded by Waite at mid-on. There is no run. So, I thought, right, OK, so I waited a couple of days. You're looking at the scoreboard back up.
Scoreboards!
Well done.
Hooray!
Well done, everybody. Well done, the engineers.
Stop writing all that down.
Well done, the Royal Engineers. 29 without loss. Clark on 7, Haines on 22. We've got 83 overs left after this one. Oh, isn't life easy when the scoreboard's up? You don't realise how important it is. Thank you, scoreboard.
Luxury.
Gibbon runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Clark, and Clark drives into the offside, picks up a single, fielded in the covers by Azza Ali. Sussex go to 30 for 2. It means the arrears are now 32. Sussex having bowled out Worcestershire for 410. Is my post office story a bit boring?
No. I'm waiting
with bated
trepidation.
Breath. So what I was posting to my auntie was sort of like a great... You know when you go to, not her funeral, you know you go to a funeral, you get one of these sort of service sheets that tells you all about, all the hymns. And I was sending one from another auntie so that she could have a look at it. That's what I put in the envelope. That's what I was trying to send. So a couple of days later, I thought, I must go back in the post. So I went in, and I said, I'd like to post this to France, please. And the lady said, France. I said, what's in there? And I told her, and she said, OK, in that case, can you fill out a customs declaration?
Yep.
I'm not joking.
No, I know.
Can I fill out a customs declaration?
Yeah.
In comes Gibbon and Bowles, and Haines drives through the covers. Lovely looking shot by Tom Haines. Only the single, because there's a fielder who is Jake Libby all the way down on the deep packward point boundary, gets in the throw. Haines goes to 23, the total to 31 without loss. So I had to fill in a customs declaration. And I said to the lady was only doing her job. I didn't blame her, but she was obviously doing what she had to do. I said, say it was a birthday card. Would I need to fill out a customs declaration? She wasn't too sure. And I thought, this is getting ridiculous, isn't it?
So, yes, I had to post a parcel to Norway, and the woman said, what's in it? She said, oh, you have to do it. I said, well, if I tell you something else is in it, do I not have to fill it in? She said, no, you don't. I said, well, something else is in it.
It's just ridiculous, isn't it? Gibbon over the wicket, Bowles, and Clark plays to mid-wicket. There is no run.
I can quite see if you say there's a gas cylinder in there or something like that.
Yes, of course, 31 without loss.
But,
8 Clark, 23 Haines. What was the other annoying thing? I'll get this off my chest, Bradders, and I can talk about the cricket. What was really irritating, though, was that in the shop you go, which is the convenience store, I was having this conversation with the lady about my letter I was sending, and then filling out the customs form, and then she had to type my address into the computer. There's a queue virtually out the door with people who are looking at me saying, come on, mate, hurry up. I want to get 20 fags or a...
PG tips.
Or a bottle of water or a bar of chocolate or something. There's a massive queue. So, honest, I thought, what? Anyway,
yeah.
I haven't got to go to the... I wonder if anyone else shares my stories at the post office. It drove me nuts.
Yeah. I tend not to use the Royal Mail services for certain things these days. And there's certain delivery companies which are a little bit cheaper and slightly more reliable.
Well, it just struck me as bureaucracy gone mad, really. In fact, the lady behind me in the queue, she did have some sympathy, and she said, I sent some Christmas cards and they got returned because I hadn't filled out the thing, and dear, oh dear, oh dear, what are we doing? That's why you didn't get a Christmas card this year, Brad.
I did wonder. That's where my invitation to go and get my knighthood went as well, I think. Here's Leachin and Bowles. Haines drives, but straight to D'Oliveira, who's at mid-off. Another slight change in the field here in Worcestershire now has a sweeper out on the offside. Adam Finch away in front of the grandstand over there. So still got a 7-2 split though, Worcestershire. And as I say, puts a bit of... in fact... no, it's all right. I just, at the corner of my eye, saw a Worcestershire cap going around the field. But it's in fact Kadir Ali, one of the coaches. An ex-ball pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. I had a little chat with Kadir last night because he played in the first ever T20 game that Worcestershire played at New Road 20 years ago today, 13th of June. And we all said, this ain't going to last. And he actually said that they thought it was going to be, a bit of fun. They didn't really talk about it much. Yeah, go out there and smash it around. There's a lad called David Taylor, played for Worcestershire, top scored with 49. I think he was man of the match. Never played first-class cricket. Leach in bowls, Haines drives. You're not going to get 4 this time because Finch, the sweeper, is going around to his left to field. Cuts that one off. One more to the total. I can tell you that it's definitely 32 without loss because the scoreboard tells me. But yeah, he came in, I think Oxfordshire lad. I think he's still playing club cricket, or was certainly last year. Came in and cracked it around for a bit because he did that in club cricket. So they got him to come and play. And as Caddy said, they didn't really talk about how we're going to bowl, how we're going to approach this. And here we are, 20 years later.
Amazing.
We've got a world championship and everything. Leach in again, and this time solidly forward is Clark, who has 8 of those 32.
Interesting, Brad, isn't it? 20 years ago, my word. In fact, if Mark Churchway was saying he was down here for the T20 the other night, that Surrey won very convincingly, and he surprised me. He said Surrey have only won it once.
Yeah,
that was the inaugural year. The final was at Trent Bridge. He was telling me. So I've moaned about post offices, Bradders, this morning. I've moaned about the fact I can't take my dog swimming in the river because the river's full of horrible stuff. I think I better stop at that, do you think?
It's Leach bowling to Clark, pushes it away on the offside, and there is no run.
I've had an email in from Martin, who's signed off by saying Martin in blazing Twickenham.
Oh, lovely.
And he says, you chaps are painting a lovely picture of Hove today. Thank you.
It is lovely. It's not difficult.
He says, a quick question regarding Tom Haines' flightiness today. Do you think batters are trying to score fast to impress England's selectors? It seems pretty clear that batters like Sibley will struggle to be selected under the McCullum/Stokes regime. Thank you, Martin.
Good point. Is Leach in bowls, rather squares Clark up a bit this time, but he gets plenty of bat on it, pushes it away on the onside end of the over. What are you chuckling
Well,
for?
just laughing. Julian is sitting up on the top deck and he says, "Don't get me started on the post office." He said,
See, you've stirred them up now. It's your fault.
He said, "I sent an Albion programme to a friend in Spain and also had to fill in a customs declaration.
Oh, yeah.
The lady behind the counter said it was Boris Johnson's fault."
It's the old Brexit thing, isn't it? Yeah, because No, we don't want to get into that, mate. That's far too deep and technical.
Post office stories. Well, I'm kind of glad, Julian, that happened to you because I thought she was just taking it out on me.
If you can link your post office story to cricket, we'll read it out.
What are we doing? In comes Gibbon over the wicket, bowls to Haines, who plays it down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Oh, you couldn't make it up, could you?
And the thing is, going back to post office, people are using the post office a lot more because the banks are closing their local branches. So
yeah, they are. Yeah.
I think we've got one bank left open in town.
I don't know. They say it's progress.
Yeah.
But it's also this great long queue as well, because everyone goes into the local shop to get the milk, you say, your cigarettes, your paper, or why not £3 for whatever you paid for today,
I was amazed.
Comes Gibbon and bowls. Haines is forward, pace to mid-on.
Well, I wanted to get the Telegraph, because I thought this story was in there, this conjecture story that Ashley Giles was going to become the CEO of Worcestershire, but it wasn't in there. It's there in their online edition. I did read a statement out earlier from Worcestershire saying that there are ongoing negotiations with various parties, but they did not confirm that he was going to be. And if you read the story, he says he is likely to become. Anyway, that's why I bought the newspaper.
Comes Gibbon. Well, you can do the crossword, Bradders, at lunch. In comes Gibbon, bowls, hammered away by Tom Haines, and he's going to get... Is he going to get 4? He is. I don't think that's quite where he intended it to go, Tom Haines. I think he was looking to belt that one through extra cover, but he's gone backward of point and races away down to third man for a boundary. He goes from 28 to 36 without loss. Are you big on crosswords, Bradders?
I used to do them a lot, but because I went online with newspapers, it's a bit difficult to do the crossword online, so I've not done them for ages, but... Yeah,
I'm hopeless at them. You know, the cryptic clues.
Oh, I don't do the cryptic one.
No, I'm
too darn clever. That is.
You know, In comes Gibbon. Tom Haines has raced on to 28 off 25 balls. In comes Gibbon bowls, and Haines clips this one very solidly to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Julian has also pointed out, Bradders, I don't know if it's just for today, I think it probably is, but there is a small scoreboard in front of the main scoreboard. Can you see that thing on wheels? Looks like Looks like a go-kart.
Has that been working this morning?
Julian was just saying, he said, I can't see it, and we'd have no chance. I don't think that's always there. I think that might have been the temporary one. We used to have yellow numbers on our scoreboard, Brad.
Yellow, yeah, you could see them in the dark. Couldn't see to play cricket, but you could see the scoreboard.
Yeah. Scoreboard. In comes Gibbon. Just the two slips now in the gully. Hidden bowls, and that a bit of extra bounce there from Gibbon. Haines plays it well out into the offside and picks up a single. Does Tom Haines? He goes to 29 and Sussex to 37 without loss. That's a really good point, though, Martin. Coming back to your point about players, do they feel they need to adapt their style? I think it's a shame if they do, because there will be test matches. I thought Steve Finn made a really good point when he was up here yesterday, and he was talking about. I have to say, I hate the expression "bazball," but it's something everybody. I don't think Steve Finn liked it much either.
No, I don't like it.
You know, it sounds like baseball. I don't think McCullum likes it much either.
No, he doesn't.
In comes Gibbon and bowls, and that's a nice looking shot by Tom Clark through square leg, and he's going to pick up a boundary. Just over pitched. I haven't quite got it right here with this ball this morning of Worcestershire, and Sussex off to a bit of a flyer, 41 without loss. Haines on 29, Clark on 12. The arrears now down to 21. But Steve was making the point, and he was saying the thing about the way McCullum likes England to play. If there's a bad ball and it's wide of the stumps, they'll hit it.
Yes. But
if there's a good delivery on the stumps, they're not going to. So it's not a million miles. It's just more of an attacking ethos. I think he picked up Joe Root, didn't he? He said Joe Root's not going to pick a good length ball up and try and smash it for six.
No. But there is also the. This is an interesting change. It's been coming into the attack. Usama Mir coming in from the Cromwell Road end. It's also the ethos of the team in that if you get out playing an attacking shot or a poor shot, you're not going to get dropped for it. I think that comes into it as well, doesn't it? Whereas in the past, if you played a couple of injudicious shots, you didn't play again. You were left out of the team, left out of the squad, and I think that's the Crawley situation. I think epitomises that he's going to get picked. He's in the squad. He's in the team.
Yes.
And it's this whole team ethos, I think.
Yeah.
So Usama Mir coming on. We haven't got any cricket because Azhar Ali's putting those shin pad thingies on to go short leg. By the way, that match 20 years ago today, Worcestershire against Northamptonshire, and I'll find the Sussex match as well.
Yes.
Worcestershire team was Gareth Batty, David Taylor, Andrew Hall, Matt Mason batted at 4. Blimey, you got nosebleed that high up. Kadir Ali, who we spoke to yesterday. Ben Smith, who was down at New Road last week with Leicestershire. David Leatherdale, Stephen Moore, Steve Rhodes, Chris Liptrot, and Mark Harrity. Worcestershire made 151 for 9. Hang on, this has gone a bit strange. That was chasing 150, so it was a good, exciting game. They got home with 1 wicket and 2 balls to spare, so it was a good start. Stephen Moore got 39 not out, and Taylor made 46 off 20 balls with 9 fours and a 6.
Were you there, Brad?
I was, yeah. And he never played first class cricket. I'll try and find the first Sussex T20. You've not missed any cricket at all, folks. So people are putting equipment on, and what's going on now?
I think they're waiting. Are they waiting for another helmet to be brought out?
I don't know. The umpires have gone over to talk to the batsman.
They're already -1 on the over rate, but this will change presumably with Mir coming on.
There's an announcement being made. Don't know what that's all about. I think the batsmen want another bat. One of the batsmen wants another bat.
It's funny how Orr was saying yesterday the amount of bats that Steve Smith had in his bag, about 7. Now Tom Haines, he's bagged out 4 bats.
Yeah, it's really interesting. we had Graham Hick at New Road last year, did an evening with Hickey, and of course he coached Steve Smith, and he was talking about the idiosyncrasies of Steve Smith. And he was saying that one day he was giving him some throwdowns because Hickey was the back cheek. He said he wants some throwdowns. And Smith wasn't happening. And after about 15 minutes, Hickey walked up and said, "What's the matter?" And he said, "Oh, it's these shoelaces. I don't like these bootlaces." And he's so... I think idiosyncratic is the word. He concentrates so much.
Yeah, there was the fellow with the red shirt at the test the other day, wasn't he? He asked the fellow to move in the stand.
Yeah.
Which actually, if I was the fellow with the red shirt, if I'd have paid for my seat, I might have thought, well, really? I mean...
Yeah.
Anyway, I thought...
Is Usama Mir bowling?
Oh,
Wait, go back. And he goes back. Sorry, man, I've just nicked your over.
Was it you or was me?
I have no idea.
I think it's you.
We've been going an hour, so our brains rattle.
I think it's you, brothers.
I've got this Sussex team up for that first ever T20.
Okay, I'm going to say Adams.
Yeah.
Kirtley.
Mir in bowls, an attempt at I don't know what that was attempted. It's a attempt at a reverse hack. Tom Haines seems intent on smashing this out the ground here today.
I just don't... have a little look, Tom, surely.
And that's gone through and hit wicket keeper Roderick. It's missed the pads. It's hit him somewhere. A painful blow. Yeah, in again, and this time back and across goes Haines. He's certainly keeping the Worcestershire fielders interested here.
Wow, yeah. I mean, this is... You think this innings, you feel, could end next ball?
Yeah.
Or someone might get 100?
Yeah.
There's nowhere in between here.
Short leg and slip at the close fielders as he smashes this one into the ground outside the off stump, then looks at the bat and then walks away.
Wow.
It's interesting stuff. Don't go anywhere, folks. Don't go and put the kettle on. Yeah, in bowls, and Haines gets this one away. He's cracked that one away for 4. That's
a nice shot.
Yeah, moved across the crease, got a short ball outside the off stump, cracked it away. Yeah, proper cricket shot.
Oh, here goes the most important man at Hove.
Oh.
It's Jamie with the luncheon voucher.
Oh, I thought it was the man with the air conditioning again.
Yeah, lovely.
How are we doing? I don't want to miss another... finish this over. Mir in again. Haines goes back and across. Pushes away on the offside. He's going to get a single because Joe Leach is way back out on the boundary there. End of the over. And we'll do that Sussex team when I come back.
Yeah, do. That'll keep us all... That'll keep us, yeah.
You got 2 out of the 11. So.
Yeah, perhaps we could... If you're listening, Sussex fans, it might be a little game we could go for the next 10 or 15 minutes. Just let us know by email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. No cheating or looking on Google, because that just ruins it. What was the Sussex team for the first T20 match? Who was it against, brothers?
Hampshire.
Yeah. On the...
I'm sure it was Hampshire. Hang on. Was it Macron? Yeah, Wazim Akram was playing for Hampshire.
What was the date, brothers?
This was 20 years ago today. It was 20 years ago today Sergeant Pepper taught the band to play.
There we go. So 20 years ago today, Sussex played their first T20 here at Hove against Hampshire. Skippered by Chris Adams, who were at Sussex, and what was the rest of the Sussex side? I would imagine it probably wasn't a whole pile different to the Championship side, to be honest. The Championship winning year. Sussex off to a good start here. 46 without loss. Clark and Haines. In comes Ben Gibbon running in over the wicket to bowl to Tom Haines, who cracks that one away, and he's going to get 4 more, is Tom Haines. Hammers it away through backward point. He looks like he's got a bus to catch or something, or he's in a hurry. He goes to 38 off 34, and the half century is up for Sussex. 50 without loss. I know that Tom's brother listens sometimes to our commentary, so if you're listening, Ollie, your brother... I don't know if you upset him this morning, but he looks like he wants to take his anger out on the cricket ball. He's belting it to all parts. He's on to 38 of 34 balls. And to an extent now where the field is scattering. There were 3 slips in a gully. There's now just the 2 slips. There's a third man who's going virtually back to the boundary in a deep backward point. So Tom Haines is on the attack here. Gibbon is in, bowls to Haines, and Haines covers up, plays down the onside of the track, and it's a rare dot ball. So Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport, or at Bradders. No, it's not Bradders at BBC. And thank you everyone who's been in touch during the game. Been great fun and always good to be with Bradders. Has Gibbon back to his mark. He's a left arm over the wicket bowler. So just to confirm, 2 slips and a third man, a deep backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Gibbon is in, bowls, and Haines clips that to mid-wicket. Fielded there by Azarali, there is no run. So just to run over what's happened in the first hours of play, Jake Libby lasted for 4 balls this morning, and he was out without adding to his overnight score, which is a real shame because he made 200 here on his last appearance for Worcester and looked set for 200 in this game, but he was out for 198, caught by Tom Clark off the bowling of Ari Carvelos, and a very, very fine innings it was. Carvelos finished with 4 for 54. By far the most successful of the Sussex bowlers. In comes Gibbon and bowls, and Haines glides this. Now he did mean to play that. Down to third man and picks up a single. He goes to 39. The score was very quick this morning. Graham and his team are obviously on the ball, and Sussex go to 51 without loss. Bradders has returned.
I have.
From his radio duties. So Tom Clark's been rather eclipsed here. He's on 12, but a half-century opening partnership for Sussex, and the arrears now just 11. So lovely innings from Jake Libby, and a shame he didn't get his double 100. But Carvelos finishing with 4 wickets. We interviewed him last night. That interview's available on the club website and also on the BBC Radio Sussex Twitter feed. Nice fella, Harry. In comes Gibbon bowls. Clark plays very straight to mid on. A good tumbling save there by, I think that's Joe Leach.
He has a very non-Greek accent, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. There's a bit of South African in there as well from Harry, but he's a bit of a gentle giant, you know. He's a
nice chap.
Yeah, very nice chap. Most cricketers are nice chaps, aren't they?
Yeah, 1 or 2.
Yeah, but Gibbon turns, and you know, Harry was saying it's very much a new ball wicket, but at the moment it hasn't happened for Worcester. In comes Gibbon bowls. Haines drives into the covers, fielded by the skipper D'Oliveira. It is the end of another over. Gibbon 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 22. Sussex are 51 without loss, with Tom Haines on 39. Tom Clark is on 12. And you're listening, if you've just joined us, to live cricket on the BBC. Every ball of every game that Sussex, Worcester and all the other 16 counties play right through the season until the end of September via the BBC. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream, with the camera being operated by Jack in the room next to us.
Good lad.
Yeah, big Albion fan is Jack. He sits in there all day, moves the camera around. Yeah, he's a good lad. Probably deserves a pay rise having to work with us all day, Bradders, because he has to listen to us.
Dear me.
Does Jack?
I'm not sure I could do that. I'm sure he turns the sound down.
Yeah, so he's in there doing his work. So anyway, welcome wherever you're listening from.
It's Usama Mir bowling from the Cromwell Road end. He's going to concede 4 there, I think. No, he's not. Sorry, apologies. Just emerging from out of my view to the left of us, down towards the grandstand. That's the offside, by the way. Left doesn't tell you much, does it really, if you're listening on radio or whatever. Anyway, the sum total of all nonsense was a run. 52 without loss. The deficit was 62, so they've soon rattled some of those off. Usama Mir in again, bowls, and this is wide of the off stump, and he has a big whack at this one, does Clark, and it goes through to wicketkeeper Roderick. But difficult to tell from our angle if the ball is turning. Maybe we'll get that live stream back up and see what we can what we can get out of that. Mir ready to go again, this time forward, and once again goes past the outside edge of the bat here. So,
do you think he's bowling into those? The umpire had a word with Tom Haines about where he was taking his guard. I wonder whether Mir is bowling into those.
It's also where Adam Finch was running, wasn't it,
yes,
the other day?
You're quite
and he
right,
got taken off. So maybe there's a little bit there for him to play with. Mir in again, this time forward defensively is Clark, pushes the ball away on the offside, and is no run.
We're going to have a guest after lunch who's going to join us, Bradders.
Good.
He came yesterday and had a little natter.
Okay.
And we thought we'd invite him back.
Next ball is turned, but it bobbles along the ground to Azhar Ali at short leg.
Yeah, Ali Orr, who has hurt his knee, poor chap, but he came and had a natter yesterday, and he said, "Can you come and have a natter today?" So we said, "Yeah, come and join us, as long as you bring us an ice cream."
Oh no, you know I'm off the ice cream. Next ball is another dot ball in the scorer's book, 'cause it's pushed out on the offside. All those years when I was eating ice cream, you never offered to buy me one. But now you know I'm trying to knock a few pounds off, so you offer to buy me one. I just think that's, well, the word I'm searching for, I think, is rude.
So Ali, we haven't invited you back because we enjoyed your commentary. You have to bring something to the commentary box. No, we're only joking.
Yeah.
So Ali's going to come and have a little natter for 3/4 of an hour, and also hoping that Lewis Hatchett, former Sussex seamer, is around today, and he might pop in and have a natter for half an hour as well, so that people don't get too bored of listening to myself. You won't get bored of Bradders.
Oh, yeah.
He's always got a joke or two.
No, yeah, it's the same one.
yeah, but you come here every year, Bradders, and people have forgotten.
I just rely on it. They don't know that.
52 without loss, so the arrears are 10, and it's going to be Ben Gibbon who's going to carry on. He's his 7th over, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 22. Phil's been in touch as in comes Gibbon bowls, and Haines plays delightfully through the offside and picks up a single to the fielder, who is Jake Glibby, coming in from backward point, deep backward point. Haines to 41, 50. This is where we were struggling yesterday, and I've been told I must get my scores right. 53 without loss. Phil Tibbs has been in touch, and he was talking about that Sussex side who played in the first T20.
Yeah.
And he says maybe Spate, so he's referring there to Martin Spate.
Oh, let me just have a look.
He was talking about Mushtaq Ahmed. And he said,
no Spade.
Mushtaq?
No.
Luke Wright?
Oh, yeah, Mushtaq played, sorry. Yeah.
I don't think Luke would have played.
No.
That was the year before Luke joined, I think. In comes Gibbon bowls, and Clark clips that away beautifully through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Clark goes to 16 and Sussex to 57 without loss. But he goes on to say, Phil, as your colleague said, there was an air of this is all a bit of a laugh. He says, I remember one game in an evening under the lights, a fellow put out a table on grass by the players' steps from the new changing rooms, tablecloth, cutlery and even candlesticks, and the 6 of them had a curry delivered in between the innings. So there we are, people
well done, folks.
Yeah, lovely. In comes Gibbon and bowls, and Clark is forward, plays down the track. Gibbon builds off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Yeah, I remember those early games. If you got 150, 160, you'd think, we've got a good score here. We'll win.
Yes. Yeah, I'd have thought probably Jason Lurie played in that side.
He did.
Yeah, so Jason Lurie, Chris Adams, we've got Mushtaq Ahmed, Robin Martin Jenkins would have probably played.
Yes, all 3 of them.
Here comes Gibbon again. In and bowls, let go. Good leave actually by Tom Clark. Richard Montgomery, I'd imagine would have probably. Murray Goodwin might have played as well.
Murray Goodwin did. Richard Montgomery didn't.
Right, okay. Probably Carl Hopkinson would have played.
No.
Oh, all right. Mike Yardy?
Nope.
Oh.
Who kept wicket?
Wicket.
Scored.
Would it have been Matt Pryor?
No. Well, he didn't keep wicket. He played, but he didn't keep wicket.
Right. Matt Pryor didn't play?
He played.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
In comes Gibbon again. Bowls, and I thought I'd been caught behind. That was a good delivery by Gibbon. It was swinging away from the left-hander. It was a play and a miss by Clark. I thought he just got a little nick on that.
Went a long way, didn't it?
All goes through to the keeper. And there is no run.
The guy who kept wicket scored a lot of runs at New Road one day. I think he got double century.
For Sussex?
Yeah. Oh, no, he didn't. Not for Sussex. He got a double century, but not for Sussex at New Road.
I can see him, and I can't think of his name. In comes Gibbon again, bowls, and Clark drives nicely through the covers. This won't go for 4, not least because D'Oliveira, who is very quick across the ground, is chasing back towards the clock tower scoreboard, but Clark picks up a couple of runs, and Sussex have all but cleared theirs arrears.
Do you know, this is we keep saying it's a daft old game, and
It is.
And you know, an hour before the close yesterday, Worcestershire were really in the ascendancy. Hose and Libby going well, whacking it around, and then they lost, what do you say, 7 wickets in the end?
7 for 44.
In the end.
Yeah.
And then they still got a lead this morning of 62, but these two have come in, and okay, Haines has approached it in a somewhat unusual manner, but you know, they're here, so they're 3 behind.
Nick Davies been in touch. He said Jason Lurie, Murray Goodwin, Chris Nash, Richard Montgomery, Robin Martin Jenkins and Matt Pryor, all guesses. We haven't mentioned there.
Nash didn't play.
Okay. I'm going to think of the wicketkeeper in the next over.
Usama Mir is bowling the next over from the Cromwell Road end. He's bowling right arm around the wicket, and Haines is forward, plays it to mid-wicket where Jake Libby is the fielder. Libby's 198, by the way, the highest score in domestic cricket this season, I'm told. Eclipsing the Carlson innings here. Will he get 192?
Yes, good point. I will double check the annals.
Mir in again, and this is whacked away through the covers. There's a bit of a chase going on, but they're not going to cut that one off, and nobody's going to get around or chase it down to the fence. So Mir concedes another boundary, and Sussex are in front.
Well, in front by 1.
Yeah.
1 for none. 192, Kieran Carlson made before he was caught off the bowling of Ari Carvelos.
Well, I'm told Libby's 198 is.
Yep, good, well done. Tim Ambrose.
Tim Ambrose, I'll give you that, mate.
Thank you.
Here is Mir in bowls, and this is pushed rather than driven into the offside to extra cover, where Ben Gibbon is the fielder for Worcestershire. Now there's a deep square leg, 3 to D'Oliveira's at fine leg in a strange position. That's for the top edged sweep, one imagines. Mir in bowls, and off the back foot played away through a big gap through extra cover, and in fact that's Gibbon coming in from third man to field. It's Adam Hose who's fielding it to extra cover. Don't usually see him away from the slip, so it looks a bit unusual. Yeah, 1 or 2 in that team that I'll give you a couple of clues. Mir in and bowls, once again driven away. Has a massive gap through there, and he's been invited to drive through there, Tom Clark, so he does. That's a bit strange tactic here for Worcestershire, as they've got a 5-4 split with a slip, so the slip is not an outfielder, and he's been driven through the offside. So I am a bit puzzled, but there again I normally am. The total is 70 without loss. Usama Mir in again, this time a defensive shot pushed away on the offside. One of the ones you haven't got was born in Utrecht.
Oh, in Holland.
The very place.
How do you know that, Bradders?
Because I just Googled it. Here's the next ball. Because I have an intimate knowledge of Sussex cricketers and where they were born. He was born in Utrecht, and the other fella, I don't think played. I may be doing him a disrespect. That's the end of the over, by the way. Here in the real world. The other guy played 45 first class. He had quite more of a.
James Trollope's been in touch. He says Peter Moores.
Nope.
No. Peter would have been coach, I guess. And Nick says Andy Hodd.
Nope. But thanks, folks. Keep going.
Yeah. So we're talking about someone who played in the first T20 for Sussex here. Sorry, it's a bit Sussex here. I don't mean it to be, really.
Sure.
But it's open to anybody who, as Brad says, was born in Utrecht in Holland, and he played for the first T20 here, which was against Hampshire 20 years ago today. If you were here, drop us a line. It's going to be Adam Finch, who was taken out the attack in the first innings for running down the pitch. But he's got a reprieve because it's the second innings. He's in on bowls to Tom Haines, who's also had a little bit of a ticking off for the umpire for where his stance was on the pitch.
That match, by the way, wasn't here. It was.
Oh, was it the GS Bowl, was it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Thank you.
But it was the first one.
So has the GS Bowl been there for 20 years?
The Rose Bowl, yeah.
Yeah. That must have been one of the early games played there, I reckon.
I'm not sure when it was first used. We could probably find that out if we were extremely clever.
Finch, who's a tall man, number 61 on the back of his shirt, runs away from us. He's in a mould, and Haines is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So just a little reminder for those who may be joining us a little later today. Worcestershire out for 410. Jake Libby finishing 198 as the encyclopedia that is Bradders tells us.
It's not me. It's another. It's a certain website.
The highest score of the season so far in
2000
first-class cricket.
2000, the first
GS
game.
Bowl.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay. I thought it was.
Yeah.
Tom Clark, I think, wants a new bat bought out now as well. In reply, Sussex 70 without loss. Finch in bowls to Haines down the leg side. He looks to run that one down to fine leg. A few more emails coming in. Now, Paul has been in touch. He says, sorry about the spelling. Baz Zuderent.
That'll be him.
Well done, Paul.
Yeah, open the batting.
And Martin says Baz, can't remember his surname. And Clive says Baz Zuderent, Zuiderent was the player. Well done.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have got that in a million years. Bruce would have got it. Bruce Talbot, he's sitting next door. He'd have known.
He'd have known.
He would have known. Bruce would know him 1 to 11, and he'd probably know how many they got as well. In comes Finch bowls to Haines, who's an optimistic appeal, I think. Wasn't wholly convincing from Finch. And finally on that game, Bradders, who won?
You still got one more player to get.
Oh, right, okay.
And Sussex made 148 for 7 off their 20 overs and lost by 5 runs.
Right, okay.
But was it Akram? Batted at 3 for Hampshire.
Did he?
I did, yeah. The memory plays tricks. I can't even remember him playing for Hampshire, but he did. Clearly he did.
Played for Lancashire, didn't he, Wazim? Tom Haines, I think, has got a fly in his eye.
Oh.
Yeah, or something is buzzing around Tom Haines. He's got to take his helmet off. So we've got a delay.
Sweat in the eyes.
Maybe a bit of sweat, or maybe a pesky fly or a flying ant or something. But he's doing a good job for the environment, the fly, so I hope Tom's taking care of him.
What do we have on the first day? Couldn't work out if it was an ant or a spider in their box.
There was a spider or an ant crawling across the
We didn't know.
the little shelf that we've got. Tom's okay. In comes Finch and bowls, and Haines, not to peep it off, plays a lovely shot down towards fine leg, backward a square, and picks up a 4, which takes him to his half century. Tom Haines goes to 50 in 48 balls in an opening partnership of 74. It's come in 67 minutes with 10 boundaries. He's become increasingly fluent. I think it's fair to say he was a bit skittish earlier on. A couple of very odd shots that Tom played, but the more the innings has developed, the more the balls come out in the middle of the bat.
And how this game has changed in, the last 2 hours of cricket? An hour last night, just over an hour this morning.
Finch runs away from us in and bowls, and Haines is at it again, driving towards mid-on, and that's a very good stop at mid-on by, who was that, Bradders? Numero...
That was...
21.
It was Ben Gibbon.
Thank you.
And the man who was sat in the stand on his own has got somebody else sat in his stand now. But he's not happy about that.
But he's a long way away from him, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
End of the over, I should have said. 74 without loss, 22 Clark, 50 to Haines. We're talking about the blue seats at the far end of the ground. There are 4 temporary stands, and as Bradders and I look out up the pitch, the third one along from the left, which is dreadful radio, I know. There's one chap who's been there all day.
I reckon there's 500 seats plus in that stand.
Yes, and someone else has now joined the stand, but he probably couldn't have got farther away from that chap if he tried.
No.
Well, perhaps they just want to be on their own.
Yeah. I think that's a lady, the new arrival.
Do you?
Well, I can't find my binoculars.
Right. Perhaps they do know each other and decided not to sit.
Yeah, they're probably husband and wife. That's why they're sat so far apart.
Yeah, he's invited her to a day at the cricket.
Yeah. Let's get me glasses on this. No, I still can't tell. Anyway, back at the cricket, Usama Mir is going to continue. There's been a tripartite talks between the heads of the people who know out there, and some changes in the field. I would have thought you're going to put a sweeper out on the cover boundary, which, just as I say that, Brett D'Oliveira heads off in that direction. No, that's a man in a pair of shorts. Here's Mir. In he comes and bowls, and this is pushed back up the pitch. Bowler himself does the fielding.
Right, well spotted. Brian Owen's been in touch. Brian, who writes for the Argus in Brighton, and he was hearing our chat about the first T20. He's just sent me a note. I'll read in a minute.
Here's Mir around the wicket and cracked away down towards third man. That's going to be 4 more. This is pretty loose stuff, I've got to say, from Usama Mir. He's really having a bit of a clattering here. He has conceded now 21 runs in 20 balls. And I know Haines has gone out with some intent, but Clark is also apparently joining in. Bowl far too short there.
Yeah.
Clark waits for Mir's next delivery. Pushed away on the offside. There's never going to be a run there as the wicketkeeper comes from behind the stumps to field. Sorry, I forgot to give you the score, which is 70. I'm going to say that's an 8. 78 without loss. 26 to Clark, and Haines just gone to 50 in the last over. Here's Mir's next ball. Really floats this one up. Nice floated delivery. I think those earlier was probably bowling, I don't know, head of mine now, but probably bowling a bit too quickly, it appeared, from our angle. But that one he really gave it some air. Mir in again, slightly quicker delivery and pushed away on the onside.
It's a funny game. This has got the sort of the feeling of that partnership yesterday between Hose and Ali, where runs were coming really quickly, and it looked like and all of a sudden it changed. So we had some wickets go down in clusters.
Usama Mir in again, and this is a quicker delivery again, just spearing in towards the leg stump and pushed away off the pads. Better finish to the over from Mir, and at the end of the over, Sussex are 78 without loss. Lead here by 16.
It looks like we might be going to get some D'Oliveira. Now, Brian has very kindly, thank you, Brian, he sent me a photograph of Chris Adams leading out Sussex for the first T20 game at the Ageas Bowl.
Well done.
He says, Chris Adams leads Sussex out for the first ever T20. He says, note the spectator with the bulky camcorder. I can't see a spectator. Camcorders used to be huge. Oh, yes, there we are. Look, there's that lady.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
An enormous
Massive.
enormous camcorder.
Bigger than my car, that is.
In comes Adam Finch, runs away from us, bowls to Haines, who sits on the 5-pad, the ball bounces out on the onside, there is no run. And Brian goes on to say, so in those days, Bruce, I think, might have been the boss at the Argus. Bruce... Brian says, I was sub-editing the paper that night and Bruce told me to lead the back page with a preview to the next championship match. So blow the T20.
Yeah, it wasn't treated as serious at all, which is probably why Surrey won it in the first season.
It's lovely, Brian.
It wasn't a proper competition. That's a great picture. Well done.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Brian. That's really kind of you to sending that through. I don't know if we could reuse that. Perhaps you could let us know. In comes Finch, bowls to Haines. He plays it on the onside. They're going to get a couple of runs here. I don't think Adam Finch is desperately happy about that. Joe Leach had a long way to run, though, all the way from fine leg to field, and Tom Haines goes to 52. Sussex to 80 without loss. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, the lead for Sussex now 18. So there we are, 20 years, Bradders. Where does the time go?
Yeah.
Where does the time go?
What that has become.
Well, absolutely, and many might say, and I know this might be controversial, in many ways the saviour of the game. Some might say, the funding that it brings to county cricket.
Yeah.
Who knows what might have happened. But in comes Finch, bowls, and Haines plays into the offside. There is no, and I was just thinking actually. So Tom Haines would have been. What is Tom now? He's 24, so Tom would have been 4. Actually, he would have been 3 when that game was played. No, he would have been 4. Tom Clark Would have been 2. So
Scary, isn't it?
it's scary.
Yeah. Born this century, these kids.
In comes Finch. Worcestershire. For a wicket here, Finch in and bowls to Haines. Now there was a bit of extra lift there from. Now that was not much as misbehaviour this morning. I'm not saying that misbehaved, but it surprised Tom Haines with the little bit of additional bounce, and it means Haines comes down and does a bit of gardening.
I think there's still one in here. There's still a ball in this wicket, I reckon. It's obviously it has got better for batting, but I think there's still one that might do the odd thing.
So James Coles, who's playing in this match, wouldn't have even been born when T20 started. Amazing, really.
Yeah.
Finch in and bowl. Sorry, I forgot that was my delivery. I was about to have a slurp of coffee. Played into the offside by Haines. Now, nice and tidy, this by Finch.
I can remember when the Gillette Cup came in, 65 overs first season, then it went to 60, and I was going, what's this, well, the old members, what do we want this for? Mumble grumble.
Imagine what they were like when it was coloured clothing, Brad, as well.
Mate. I know the people I know still complain bitterly about coloured clothing, which is, I'll tell you in a minute.
Finch in again, bowls, and Haines, that's a lovely shot. That's probably, I would say, that's probably the best shot that he's played, Tom Haines. He was completely in control of that shot. It was slightly over-pitched, and he whipped the ball away through wideish mid-on for 4 runs. Now, that is a good shot. Tom goes to 56, and Sussex to 84 without loss.
Coloured clothing coming into local cricket, club cricket. Midweek leagues are now clubs coloured clothing, if they wish to, and they do wish to. And weekend, Saturday afternoon, league cricket, Birmingham League, coloured clothing, and I'm told it will come into the local sort of, Worcestershire County League.
Wow.
Divisions 3 and like that, when our first team are in Division 3, and they can wear coloured clothing.
We had coloured clothing long before that, Bradders, because we were always short. You had to get someone to play. Someone go out the pub with a pair of jeans on and say, yeah, you'll do.
Yeah.
That used to be awful with someone with a pair of jeans on. Did you ever have that?
Oh, mate. Next ball from Usama Mir, cut away down towards third man. There is a third man now. And Ben Gibbon has that duty down there, and Sussex go to 85 without loss. I remember, I don't know why, we were on a tour of North Wales one time, and I don't know whether a couple of lads got injured or arrested, and we were 1 short for a game the next day. We played this team, said, hey, we're on a game tomorrow, and this bloke said, yeah, we'll play, I'll play. He said, next ball, sure, he goes for another cut there. Tom Haines doesn't get it this time through to the keeper, who's an arse from the Worcestershire fielders. So he said, we're playing, I think we're playing at London now. And he looked uncannily like, do you remember Freddie Boswell in Bread with the big hair and the moustache? He looked, so we called him Freddie Boswell. Next ball, pushed away up the pitch, no run. Turned out it was Matthew Maynard's father-in-law.
Oh, really? Was he any good?
Well, he looked all right in our team, but, anybody would have done. Last day of a cricket tour, anybody looks all right, don't they? Here's Mir in again. Shaw cracked away. D'Oliveira can't stop it. 4 more runs. He's dropping it too short, Usama Mir.
He is.
And if he's going to have that fielder out there, he needs that sweeper out on the boundary, I think. He's still got he's got a deep square leg, and I don't think any delivery that he's bowled today has gone down there. I think Worcestershire have got this slightly wrong here. Usama Mir playing his first championship match. That's a better ball, quicker delivery, and Haines has to cover up, play out to mid-off. It's rather got away from Worcestershire this morning. Good batting by these Sussex lads. Let's not take that away from them. Positive batting.
Yeah.
But I think Worcestershire will be too happy with their bowling this morning. Mir, once again, that's really short and wide, and the batsman has to stretch for it so that he can get that one away. Down backward a square. Oh, am I missing another thingy? Right, I'll just get off then.
So Tom Haines is taking his trousers down for some running repairs in the middle. Readjusting his thigh pad, I think. Sussex 90 without loss. Haines on 61. Clark on 27. Live cricket on the BBC. The first hour and a half was whizzed away this morning, chatting away to Bradders. And Sussex, having begun the day in arrears by 62, picked up the wicket of Jake Libby without an addition to the overnight score. And this is a very fine partnership between these two, Haines and Clark. Tom Haines, who was a little skittish early on, I thought, and I would say that to Tom. I thought a couple of his drives didn't really seem to be in the right position. He looked a bit anxious, but as the innings has gone on, he's played some lovely shots. I can see Matthew Waite is warming up at mid-off. So the lead now for Sussex is 29. As in comes Waite from the C end. James has been in touch. Hello, James. James Trollope has dropped an email. Finch is in and bowls. Haines is forward defensively down the offside, no run. Adam Finch in his second over, figures of 0 for 10. So James has emailed us on sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk and says, Tom Haines, what a contrast between his championship and T20 form. I'll look up his T20 stats in a minute. James, but yes, he didn't have a happy time with the T20. He had been struggling with a bit of a knee injury as well, Tom, but he looks okay today. In comes Finch and bowls, and Haines defends to a ball's good length, punch to mid-off, and there is no run. So thank you, James. I don't know where you are today, whether you're at the ground or meant to be working in the office or sitting in the garden. Someone who is at work, someone's on a work trip, is Benjamin Cook. He says, I'm tuning in from sunny Coventry, the home of ska music. As Finch runs away from us. He's in and bowls and clipped beautifully by Tom Haines, and he's in the groove. Here's Tom Haines, and that was dismissive. It was over-pitched by Adam Finch, and there's a gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, and Tom Haines just drilled the ball for 4 runs all the way down the slope. He goes to 65 in just 63 balls. Sussex 94 without loss. So Benjamin's I'm tuning in from sunny Coventry, I say the home of Scar and Selector, and was it Pauline Black who was the lead singer for Selector? I think it was.
You say so?
Yeah, on a work trip. Pleased with the good start to the third day from Sussex. Tom Haines' ability to score freely in red ball, but unable to find the same form in T20 does baffle me. In comes Finch bowls, and Haines plays the ball down the track. There is no run. I'm just going to do an update, then I'll finish your email. Benjamin, I need to get the score up in the Surrey game, or else I'll be in all sorts of trouble. There we go.
Showers during the day. That is your latest weather update.
94 without loss, Sussex.
Sunshine continuing in Hove. Let's find out from Adrian Harms, who brings us the latest cricket.
It is indeed, Sarah, and Sussex are making hay in the sun. They are 94 without loss in their second innings. Tom Haines is 65 not out, and after an uncertain beginning, he's playing some lovely shots. 65 of 65 deliveries. Tom Clark with him is on 27. What that means, Sarah, is that Sussex lead by 32 because they bowled out Worcestershire without addition to their overnight score. Ari Cavalos finishing with 4 wickets, and Jake Libby finishing, he was 198 when he was the last man out. So things going well here for Sussex in the sunshine. As far as Surrey are concerned, Kent in their second innings are 313 for 9, 4 wickets for Jordan Clark and 3 for Dan Worrell. What that means is that Kent lead by a massive 469. So I'll finish your email, Benjamin. He says, Tom Haines' ability to score freely in red ball, but unable to find the same form in T20s, does baffle me, seeing aggressiveness seems to be his main mindset. I missed the most of the first 2 days of this one. How was Tom Alsop taken to the captaincy? Potential long-term skipper, although obviously hope Pujara signs up for next year and beyond. Thank you for the commentary, says Benjamin. Thank you for listening. I wonder what you're doing if you live in commentary, Benjamin. Either way. So in answer to your question, I mean, whether T20 is Tom Haines' best suit, who knows really? Difficult to tell. He certainly didn't make runs, but he's certainly gone after the bowling here. Tom Alsop was tricky for him yesterday. One bit of good captaincy, he did take the new ball when someone in the commentary box, namely me, said he shouldn't have done, and then Sussex got a load of wickets.
Yeah.
So I think he's done okay.
He's done all right.
Yeah. potential long-term captain? Yeah, quite possibly.
Usam Amir has been taken off, not surprisingly. He's conceded 27 runs in 5 overs.
Wow. Yeah.
And you Sussex folk, as Matthew Waite comes in to bowl from the Cromwell Road end and beats the outside edge of Tom Clark's back. Clark looks back suspiciously at the pitch. You've still got one to get of that Sussex team.
One of that Sussex team.
You've still got one, you and your Sussex chums.
Yes. So that's the first Sussex T20 match played at the Aegeus Bowl 20 years ago today. I should have made a note of all the players that we've called out.
Well,
we've got right.
I can tell you the ones you've got right.
Okay.
I think. Well, I said that with great confidence. Waite turns, trundles down the slope and bowls, and Clark lets this one go by outside the off stump, sees it nice and early, slaps into the gloves of wicketkeeper Roderick. Right, you got Pryor, Zuderant, Goodwin, Adams, Martin, Jenkins, Ambrose, Mushtaq, Davis. Did you get Davis?
No, that must have been the other one. So Mark Davis.
Lurie, Kirtley, and one more.
Oh.
Here's the next ball, which is pushed back up the pitch. By the way, I'm not sure I would have got the Worcestershire team in that game. There was Mark Harrity, Australian left arm, had played in that game. Didn't play that many games. Umpire's looking. Umpire Debenham's very keen on people running on the pitch in this game, and he's looking to see where Matthews Waite's feet are landing.
I think you might have to put me out of my misery, Bradders.
Kevin Innes.
Oh, Kevin Innes. Okay. Thank you.
Here's the next ball, which is wide of the off stump through to the wicketkeeper. But as we were saying in those days, it was not necessarily your best team that was selected. It was a team to go, and if you'd had a long county championship game the day before, then you might not play in that one because it wasn't taken that seriously.
No. I remember coming down here, we had the radio car in those days and parking it up behind the pavilion, and we did some interviews. I think we did, there was a game here against Essex. I think that was that season, and Ronnie Irani was skipper of Essex.
Next ball from Waite, driven but straight to mid-off, where D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire skipper, is fielding.
This is better, isn't it, from Worcester?
Well, I think this is what D'Oliveira wants from Matthew Waite, is quieten them down for a bit. Be interesting to see if he does, and see what. I mean, Tom Haines is now set, isn't he? He's got himself set. To see if he does carry on in such a positive manner. If Waite and the Worcestershire bowlers can calm it down. Waite in bowls. He's going to calm it down by bowling half volleys on the off stump, which has been planted away to the boundary rails. 4-4. Now Clark has 31. I would say that is now 98 without loss, and that's now a lead of 36. I'm sorry to keep on about it, but last night, an hour before the close, we were thinking, well, Worcestershire can build up a big lead here and try and bowl Sussex out again, and the whole game has changed.
Martin got in touch and said, was the final player Rana Naved? That's before we read out the last Sussex player, but no, good guess. Thank you, everyone. That was a nice little competition. Without which, I know some people, we try to mix the serious with the not so serious, but I do think it's quite amusing when you talk about some of the tales of yesteryear, and I think Brad has probably played a higher level than cricket than I did.
I wouldn't say that, mate.
But some of the stories are quite funny, and I think that story of having getting to the ground or getting to the pub before the game with a 2:30 start, and there's only 10 of you, and literally saying to someone, "What are you doing this afternoon?" And it was always someone who had a pair of black jeans on and black trainers, and a shirt that was totally unsuitable for cricket, but you get them out to make up the 11.
Yeah, come and play.
Yeah, it did happen. And then there were games you would turn up, Bradders, where, I was team secretary for years. I mean, that was just the worst job in the club. Team secretary. In comes Adam Finch over the wicket bowls, and Haines is hit on the pad. The ball bounces out on the leg side behind square, and it's going to be a leg by, I'm fairly certain, we got a little tickle on that. So I'm completely wrong. I thought it came off the pad. Anyway, Haines goes to 66, a total to 99 without loss. And you'd get that phone call on a Saturday morning. Hello, Aid. Yeah, I've had to work, mate.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Can't make it.
Yeah, can't make it. And then you get a couple of O's, and suddenly you only had 9 in the first place, and suddenly you're down to 7.
Yeah.
And you think, well, we can't ring up the other club. They'd have got the teas ready by now. You can't not turn up.
Got to ring round.
Yeah.
Get somebody. Your lad can play.
Oh.
Yeah, get your son to play. He's only 2. That's all right. Get him to play.
Finch over the wicket bowls, and Clark clips to mid-wicket. There is no run. I remember the least we turned up with, Bradders, for a game, we did turn up with 6.
Oh, really?
6, yeah, because it was so late. People were pulling out. I think we had 9, and 3 pulled out. And you think, we can't not turn up. So someone from the opposition played for us who was actually very good, who got some runs. But it's, so by the time you got, if you're batting, you've got 2 guys out there batting, and we never had an umpire. So someone's got to score.
Yeah, somebody's got to umpire. Yeah.
Someone's got to umpire.
Yeah.
Oh dear, the things we did for the love of the game. In comes Finch and bowls down the leg side. Clark will fully rather missed out there. Taken down the leg side by Gareth Roderick.
I remember our second team captain umpiring with his pads on because he was in next. I always remember that.
Yeah. But they were happy days, though, Brad.
But I tell you what, that's the cricket that the vast majority of our listeners would have.
I'm sure
have played. They didn't all play first-class cricket or top-class amateur cricket.
It'd be quite nice if someone said, actually, yeah, I do remember. Because maybe they think Bradders and I are talking. I saw Ali Orr look at me yesterday. We were talking about kit, weren't we? We were saying about the club kit, and we were saying, Ali said, I have 3 bats in my bag.
Yeah, you're not missing any cricket. There's big conversations here. Azhar Ali is involved. Brett D'Oliveira, bowler Finch, changing the field. I think we're getting another slip in, so we're going to have 2 slips.
Yeah, we are. So Worcestershire desperate for a breakthrough here before lunch.
They are.
Very much Sussex's morning as Finch runs away from us up the hill from the sea end. Bowls to Tom Clark, and this time he does work this off the hip. Backward and square on the leg side, and that is the 100 up, and there's a nice round of applause around the county ground at Hove from a decent crowd for a Tuesday. People stretched out in their shorts and T-shirts, hats. Sun cream, no doubt, in abundance. A few bare torsos around the ground. I think they've got the sun cream because it is roasting. 100 without loss. Haines 66, Clark on 32. Martin has been back in touch from blazing Twickenham, talking about that old attack of Sussex and some of the players who played in that first T20 game. Finch in bowls. Well, it's a bounce. I haven't seen too many bouncers, and Haines ducks underneath it, going down the leg side, taken by Roderick. He says that old attack of Mushtaq, Lurie, Kirtley and Rana was an attack of all talents. Did Sussex ever have better in modern cricket? Probably. Well, if you thought you had, they'd have played in some games together, but Archer, Robinson, Jordan, McGoffin might have been quite useful.
Yeah.
So you've had spinning options in thinking back then. But no, that's a good attack, Martin. In comes Finch bowls to Haines, who plays to mid off. The ball hits the matting that's protecting a wicket to be used in the future, and it bounced kindly for Matthew Wade. It could have gone anywhere, but there was no run. So ended the over, 100 without loss.
I wonder, is there anybody still playing county cricket who played in the first season of T20?
Wow.
Well, it would only have been Darren Stevens.
Yeah.
And he's not playing county cricket now, is he?
No.
Well, he might have been him. If anybody can think of anyone.
What about the fellow who plays at Northamptonshire now?
Rob Keogh.
Yeah, and he played for Middlesex.
Gareth Berg. He might have played in that one. Yeah.
Just, he's still about. But there's not many Bradders.
Let's have a look.
I'll quickly rattle around the scores in Division 2 in a minute. There's a long discussion going on between D'Oliveira and Waite. Leicestershire 28 without loss in reply to Gloucestershire's 368. Durham 417 for 5 in reply to Morgan's 390. 151 for David Beddingham. So Durham going nicely at the top of the table. And Derbyshire do well at Chesterfield. Bradders, I'll tell you about that. I'll do it quickly now. 255 for 4 they are, leading Yorkshire now by 13.
Matthew Waite is bowling from the Cromwell Road end, and forward comes Clark, plays the ball away on the offside.
Lewis deploy 135 not out. There was also a century 4. Not a name I'm particularly familiar with. Hayder Ali. He's made a century.
Oh, yeah,
as well.
yeah.
So he's done very... So actually, and that they were in all sorts of trouble. They were 17 for 4, I think, or something.
Isn't that a record stand or something that they've created there? I saw Dave Griffin posted something. Pushed away on the offside by Clark, no run. Gareth Berg made his T20 debut in 2009.
Right, okay.
So that's 14 years ago. The well-known Italian international, of course.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
Who did he play up front with?
Here's the next ball from Waite, which is wide of the off stump, goes through to the wicket keeper.
You're quite right, Brad, as they were 5 for 3, Derbyshire, 17 for 4, then 294 for 5. And I bet Dave Griffin, who... they're a good act, aren't they? Dave Griffin and Dave Fletcher.
Good people.
They're good value. But Griff knows every statistic. When he comes down here, he knows every statistic going back, till probably Derbyshire's first game. Mind of information.
Next ball from Waite, pushed away upon the offside, no run. He got really annoyed, was it last season at Derby, when Derbyshire declared they got a big total, but apparently they never ended in innings on 403 or something like that. They got 404 and 402, but never had 403, and they declared and didn't get 403. He was genuinely annoyed.
It's one of the...
I can't imagine that anybody in this country knows more about their county cricket club.
No, I would agree. He would put me to shame. He's amazing.
Matthew Waite in bowls, pushed forward by Clark up out on the onside. 100 up on the board for Sussex. They are 100 without loss, so they lead here by 38. 32 to Clark. And... I've just lost him on the... Haines has 66.
Click. Yeah.
The ones in gold, I can see those, but the ones that go in a greyish colour. Waite in to bowl to Clark, and Clark is forward again. This is better from Waite. Bowled a decent first over and conceded 4 off the last ball. He bowled a maiden over there.
Very good.
So 2 overs for 4 runs, which is exactly what Brett D'Oliveira wants from Waite. Just calm it all down.
Actually, Brad, as one of the, we all love the game, and I loved the game as a kid, and playing. We were talking yesterday about playing local sides and seeing people, once a year, and you think, play there, and you catch up with people and, have a pint or whatever. It was one of the great joys of cricket for me, and it's the same, really. It's a bit like that in the commentary team, isn't it? You go, we go around and see Dave Griffin and Fletch and.
Yeah.
Not yourself, but in all seriousness, that's what makes it hugely enjoyable.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be Adam Finch who's going to run up the hill. 10 minutes to go until lunch. Comes in and bowls to Tom Haines, who plays into the offside. There is no run. Worcestershire have just applied the brakes here a little bit, and they needed to. And just building a little bit of pressure here before lunch.
Wow, they're going to be so chuffed, aren't they? Sussex with their morning's work. They got rid of Jake Libby, 4th ball of the morning. Couldn't have gone much better.
No.
They could have 1st ball of the morning, I suppose. Didn't concede any more runs, and they've really raced away, these two.
Phil Tibbs has been in touch. Hello, Phil. He says Alistair Cook has a suggestion for playing in the first T20. He's been playing for 20 years, I think. And another one here from Clive. This is a good one. In comes Finch and bowls, and Haines clips this beautifully away through mid-wicket stroke mid-on. It's going to race away down the hill for 4 runs. He didn't time that absolutely beautifully, Tom Haines, but enough, and the ball rolls away down the hill. He picks up another boundary. Tom Haines, he goes to 70. Sussex to 104 without lot. Clive says, I think Samit Patel of Notts played in the first T20 season.
Could well, that's a good shout.
That is a good one. I'm not saying Alistair isn't, because we don't want to be locked up in the tower, but...
2005, Alistair Cook played his first T20 game.
Well done, Bradders. He's on the money. Comes Finch, bowls to Haines, bouncer. Haines lets that go through to Roderick. There is no run. Tom Haines has hit 14 fours in his 70. It was 14 fours, 56.
Used to be.
So he's dealing in boundaries here. Is Did you used to chant your times tables when you were at school, Bradders? Is that something you did to learn maths? Yeah.
Yeah, and it daft, isn't it?
They don't do it anymore,
They
I don't
don't.
think.
No.
Your daughters are teachers, aren't they?
Yeah. I still remember what 8/8 is. So.
Yeah. 56, aren't they? In comes Finch. Who plays it to mid-off, and there is no rubber. I can remember sitting in the class, chanting all the tables.
Oh, yeah. And you go in a shop now and buy 4 iced buns for 80 pence each, and I'm not quite sure how much that is.
I used to work for a...
We do sound like a couple of old...
We do.
No,
I expect everyone's gone to sleep and turned off, Brad. God, blimey, who are these two? Finch turns. Tom Haines is 17 not out of 73 balls. Sussex 104 without loss. They lead by 42. As Finch is in and bowls, and forward comes Haines. The bowl of good length plays it back to Finch, who feels his own bowl. There is no run. He's just making sure he's not running on the pitch. There is Adam Finch, having been given a couple of warnings in the first innings. I had an old boss, Bradders, when I worked for a hire purchase company many years ago, based in Brighton. And he was hopeless at maths, but he was very good at. He liked his horse racing, so he had no idea of interest rates or anything, or what the repayments were.
Yeah.
But in comes Finch and bowls, and Haines ducks underneath. A short delivery, the ball rattles through into the gloves of Roderick, and there is no run. So just the 4 runs off the over. 104 without loss. Haines 70. Clark on 32. So he wasn't great on working out repayments on things, but if you said to him, Silver Lady in the 2:30 at Plumpton, you put on, £3.50 at 17 to 5, and he was hung out.
Yeah.
He knew exactly.
Yeah. A lad I knew could do that. He worked in the bookies in his early teenage years, and he just used to read it off. That's a great shout, by the way. Samit Patel,
lovely,
who played in June 2003 in the T20 against Leicestershire, made his debut.
Well unblowed.
T20. That's a really good shout. Bizarrely, Darren Stevens played in that game as well, who we just mentioned. But I don't think there's anybody else around, is there? Could have played.
That's really good shouts. James has been back in touch, and we were sort of reminiscing on our old days playing village cricket. And James, very kind of you to write. He says, "Fatty Batter" by Michael Simpkins is a brilliant book.
Here's the next ball from Waite, coming forward. Clark pushes to mid-off, no run.
About the ups and downs of low-grade cricket. Desperately trying to raise a team, Simpkins rings the girlfriend of a guy called Brian. She's just had his baby, and amidst sobs she tells Simpkins that he's just left her for another woman. That's just awful, he tells her.
Have you got his number?
You say he walked out last night. Did he take his mobile with him?
Here's Waite in, bowls, and that's cracked away down towards backward square. It's gone away to third man, in fact. 4-4, nice shot from Clark. It's moved across the crease, pinged it away. And the Sussex run, I won't call it carnage, but they go to 108 without loss. Yeah. I had to write an article for something a couple of years ago, and it was about how we used to select our second team. And well, he'll have to play. Why? Well, his mum's doing teas. Oh, okay. And he can't play in that team. Why not? Well, because he's just had an affair with that bloke's wife. This is absolutely true. He can't put him in that team. Waite comes in and bowls, and this is dabbed away on the offside. That's honest.
So true,
well,
brothers.
he'll have to play in the second. Why? Well, because 6 of them can't drive, and he's got a big car. Honest,
No, they were wonderful. I mean, that story's great. You say he walked out last night. Did he take his mobile with him? I don't suppose he said he would be free next Sunday. And that is just so true. And what Brandon is saying is they were just wonderful days.
Yeah.
You didn't perhaps realise at the time, but, you look at it now and people probably think we're making it up.
Matthew Waite is looking at his ankle, I think, but he's coming into bowl. This is turned to fight. Sorry, did I? No, it's me. Isn't it?
No, it's just you, Brandon.
Turned away on the onside. Usama Mir Fields were too busy talking about olden days. 108 without loss.
Fatty Batter. I might have to get that. But Michael Simpkins is a big Sussex fan, actually. I don't know if he might be listening.
Yeah.
He should have come to you and I, Bradders, for a few tales.
Just a few copies.
Yeah, wouldn't that be good?
I thought it was funny. We were on about this the other week. We used to play a local derby, one of their bitter rivals, as Waite is in and bowls and push back up the pitch, and Waite does his own fielding. And they turned up one day, and I was captain of our team. I went out to toss, and he said, one of the tosses we're going to field because we got this new bloke playing. Oh, have you? Yeah. He's a barman in a local pub. Right, okay. He's really quick. And this lad came out. He looked the part. He looked like Joel Garner. He really did. And they took him off after 1 over because he bowled 13 wides. Don't think he'd ever played the game before. Waite in, back to the cricket here, bowls wide of the off stump, through to wicket keeper Roderick. That's the end of the over. Waite has bowled 3 overs for 8 runs, and Sussex are 108 without loss, as we are, 3 overs till tea. Ravi Bopara played in 2003 in the T20.
Do you know what? Benjamin has just been in touch, and he says, if you haven't mentioned him yet, I'm pretty certain Sussex's own Ravi Bopara played in the first season of T20. How about that?
We'll have a look.
Great call, Benjamin.
Thank you very much, folks.
I think it's 3 minutes until lunch. Bradders is right. We've had a nice little chat today. Paul Limmer's been in touch. Oh, this is controversial. He said, I just want to know what you think. Would Sussex benefit by moving from their present ground? Why? Like Hampshire did. I've always thought that some developer would pay well the prime real estate in the county ground. A purpose-built ground in the middle of Sussex near Burgess Hill will perhaps attract more international games.
Can I just say, don't do it?
They have been abetted by their move, in that it was disorganised at first when they were homeless. Interested what you think. Go on, Bradders, have your say.
No, don't.
Right, because?
Well, I used to love Northlands Road in Southampton, lovely little ground, and I'm not a huge fan of the Rose Bowl for domestic county cricket because
I'm not either.
It's very empty.
Yeah.
I can see his point, but...
I need to get in the good books of Keith Ridge. You might buy me a beer if I mention that the Sussex Museum will be open at lunchtime. As in comes Mir to bowl the last over before lunch. He hits Tom Haines on the pads, but that will always going down the leg side, and there is no run. So if you want to get out the sun, go and have a wander around the cool of the museum and look at some of the history of the oldest county cricket club and some of the modern history as well. Mir is in bowls, clipped away by Haines to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Ravi Bopara, well done, folks. Played for Essex. Against Surrey in what was probably Essex's first ever match in the competition because it was the 14th of June 2003. Good spot.
In comes Mir and bowl, then clipped away by Haines back to the square on the leg side. And excuse me, Tom Haines goes to 71. So it's to 109 without loss. The run rate has slowed quite a bit in the last 20 minutes, but I think Sussex will feel that they've done a very good job here this morning.
Batted at 9 and didn't bowl, Bopara.
Right.
In fact, he got a golden duck.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll have to remind him of that.
Yeah.
He is now, Ravi Bopara is 38 now. Comes in and bowls, doesn't he? Clipped away by Clark to deep backward square, picks up a single. He goes to 37, the total to 110 for 1. Ravi Bopara's birthday is the 4th of May 1985. So he'd have been 18, Bradders.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would have been 18. He got a golden duck.
Yeah.
I will have to remind him of that. There's a game down here on Friday against Hampshire. In comes Mir, bowls, clipped away by Haines. He's going to pick up a comfortable single to deep mid-wicket. Haines goes to 72. I think Worcester will probably be quite glad, Bradders, a bit like Sussex were at tea yesterday, to get in the...
Got another one.
Go on.
Tim Murter.
Tim Murter
played in that very game.
Did he?
Yeah. Still playing now. I don't know if he's playing T20 now, but he played in that very first game.
In bowls, forward comes Haines, plays it down the track. There is no run. That is the end of it. Now that is going to be lunch, I think, because the digital clock says 1300 hours. And I think we can say that's been Sussex's morning. We don't, it's not by way of gloating in any way, shape or form, but it is a fact. Because they took the final Worcester wicket before Worcester had added another run. Jake Libby with a very fine 198. They've gone to lunch on 111 for 1, so take 62 off that. That makes the lead... Oh, come on, Adrian. Let's just get my...
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Right, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to the county ground at Hove, where the players are just making their way out, having had their lunch, and Sussex having batted themselves back into the match because they are 111 without loss, with Tom Clark on 37, Tom Haines on 70. And it means that in terms of the lead for Sussex is 49. Earlier on today, Worcestershire losing their final wicket without the addition of any runs, and Jake Libby, who made 200 here against Worcester last year, falling 2 runs short of scoring a double 100 at this ground. And it's the first time that would have been done in consecutive matches for something like 100 years. Bradders knew the statistics. So we've had a little change in the commentary box, and I'm delighted to welcome back Ali Orr, the Sussex opening batter, who's with us here in the commentary box. He's got an injured knee. Ali, good to see you.
Good afternoon. Good to see you again, Adrian. Thanks for having me back.
Well, pleasure. And the only thing is you didn't bring the cakes you were meant to bring.
Apologies for that.
But we'll sort that out. In fact, Bradders would have probably liked an ice cream, although he tells me he's off the ice cream. Apparently, he's watching his weight. Apparently, isn't going too well. However, it's going to be Joe Leach who's going to open the bowling. And what a transformation in this game from yesterday when you were here, and the ball was disappearing around the park. And at one stage, Worcestershire 366 for 3 as in comes Joe Leach from the Cromwell Road end of the ground around the wicket. He bowls to Haines, who's immediately on his way. He drills that one out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He's on his way. He goes to 73 and Sussex to 112 without loss. Because at that stage, it looked as if Worcestershire were heading for a big, big lead.
Yeah, it did. I mean, I was quite lucky. I went home actually and just kept looking at my phone and we kept getting wickets. So maybe it was me being at the ground.
Yeah, you were the bat. Yeah, perhaps you better go home again, Ali, because Sussex are doing rather well. But wickets just seemed to fall, and just as the new ball was about to be taken as well, is when those 2 wickets fell. In comes Leach. Around the wicket bowls, and Clark is forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no one. I wonder what the lads said about that. I spoke to Harry Carvelos last night, and he felt it was a new ball wicket, but kind of actually that hasn't been borne out today in many ways.
Yeah, I think being up in the tunes earlier, actually having conversations with different people, I think the consensus is it's still a very good wicket for both bat and ball, and I think there's still a lot in the pitch in that sort of aspect. So I think it was just the discipline in which we bowled, especially with the new ball. We got a few wickets and bowlers got their tails up, and very quickly it turned around, as you saw.
Leach on his way, just the one slip in place. He's in on bowls to Tom Clark, who looks to drive on the offside. He got an inside edge, the ball just dribbled down in front of him, and there is no run. Just the one slip, a third man, there's a point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. We also saw yesterday, because Daniel Ibrahim bowled Adam Hose, who made a very fine 85. Brett D'Oliveira came out. They'd brought James Coles on. I got the feeling always to get to the new ball. And with that, James got one to turn quite sharply to Brett D'Oliveira.
Yeah, he did.
Which possibly might tell us something about the way the wicket's going to go over these last 5 sessions of the matches. Leach is in around the wicket, bowls, and Clark very, very nearly plays on. He was going to play that one through the offside, but the ball ended up bouncing over the top of the stumps. Just explain what would have happened there, Ali.
Yeah, I think, like we're saying, it was spoken about up on the balcony as well. I think obviously the live grass on the morning of day one, obviously the ball was coming through a little bit more, and that live grass was just giving it that extra zip. And I feel like obviously with all this hot weather, we've had the grass isn't quite as live as it was, and it's dying a bit, so the ball's not quite coming through as it would do normally on day one. So I think it's just catching people out just a little bit like it did there, just with a bit of lack of pace.
Leach coming in for the 5th ball of the over after lunch. Bowls let go by Clark, taken by Roderick, and there is no run. You would have faced Joe Leach. Just tell us a little bit about the sort of problems that he would pose.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, actually. Haines and I have I'd say somewhat of a joke about him. He tends to get us out quite a few times. So, I mean, it's obviously not nice being injured, but watching him bowl still kind of makes me quite nervous, knowing how many times he's got me out, especially in the first over as well. He seems to be one of those bowlers who seems to know how to bowl to me and get me out. So, but no, he's a very, very skillful bowler and seems to always do well against Sussex, in my experience.
Way around the wicket to bowl to Tom Clark. Clark drives handsomely through the covers. That's a lovely shot by Tom Clark. It was over-pitched by Joe Leach and just driven away through the covers. Leach has got his hands on his head, but that was a lovely shot by Tom Clark right up the middle of the bat. He goes to 41, and Sussex at the end of the over are 116 without loss. He doesn't bowl with express pace,
No.
Joe Leach. What is it about him? Is it he keeps you guessing, he bowls different lines, he does different angles?
He obviously bowls, he mixes up his angle quite a lot. He tends to come, especially to left-handers, will tend to come around the wicket, so will challenge your off stump and challenge your leaving quite a lot with him. And he bowls a lot of wobble seamers, especially at New Road when it tends to be a little bit green, a little bit softer. He tends to get a lot of lateral movement off the pitch, which can be, as an opener, very tricky. But it's more than anything, it's obviously mixed in with swing. It's just, it can be very difficult. And obviously with his lack of pace, you want to try and kind of take him on, especially when you've got a bowler like they've had in the past, Pennington, Finch. You can bowl quite quick. You feel almost pressured to take him on. So that's when he gets a lot of reward, is when he's people are trying to score off him.
We'll have to explain it in between balls what a wobble seamer is for our listeners. In comes weight over the wicket bowls, and had there been a slip in place or a second slip, possibly Tom Haines might have been in trouble. He plays the ball down to third, but that's a dreadful piece of fielding down on the third man boundary, and that's the sort of thing that is really demoralising for a side. It was Zama Mir all the way down in the distance. It should have just been a single. He's let the ball go through his legs. And it's run away for 4 runs, and Tom Haines goes to 77, and that's not a great start after lunch. 120 without loss.
Yeah, that's not the one you want to see just after lunch, no. The bowler, is it?
What if that had been you, Ali? What happens in that situation? Do you just look away or hold your hand up and not look towards the balcony in the coach?
Yeah, I think if you look towards the balcony, you'll see a few hands flying in the air, or you hear a few hands clapping together to kind of get your head in the game. So,
wait. I'd be happy about that. Tom Clark, as I say, to 70. Sorry, Tom Haines to 77, who drives pleasantly through the covers to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He goes to 78, and Sussex to 121 without loss.
As a batter, though, it's obviously very nice, or running through for a single, and you turn around and the ball's gone for 4. It's an extra 3 runs for you, so can't complain at that.
So tell us about this wobble seamer. Is that's the way it's held by the bowler?
Yeah, so it's held a bit differently, and the way it presents. So when the ball comes down at you, it's presented differently to a orthodox swinger, and the ball will tend to move off the seam.
Comes weight over the wicket bowls to Tom Clark, who's forward, plays back down the track, and there is no run. And is that something that you're taught to look for, the type of delivery that a particular bowler might be bowling? Can you see it's a wobble seamer as it's on its way down?
Yes, it will look very different in the air when you see it, and also when you do as a batter, you do your analysis before a game. You tend to look at bowlers, and there are certain bowlers who tend to favour the wobble seamer, so you almost tend to expect that. But yeah, it's you can see it out in the air.
Weight on his way from us bowls to Tom Clark, who's that firmly to backward point. That's another misfield. That's Jake Libby at backward point. In fairness to him, that might have come off an old wicket end, but nonetheless the ball runs away for 2 more to Tom Clark, who goes to 43, and Sussex to 123 without loss. And would that change, Ali, the way that you might approach a bowler as to how you might attack him or where you might play your shots if he's bowling a wobble seamer?
Yeah, definitely. I think the pitch for certain definitely plays a role in that. I think if the pitch is offering a lot more, I think you definitely play it with more precaution.
It's the one slip in place as Matthew Waite is on his way from the CN, bowls to Tom Clark, who covers up, plays that into the offside, and there is no run. So Clark on 43, Haines on 78. And an interesting point there you were talking about when you're doing the preparation. What would that involve? Does that involve you working alongside Grant Flower, or is that your own research that you're doing?
So we're very lucky, and like most teams, you have I'm trying to think of the word here.
Analyst,
that's the word. Thank you, Adrian.
That's right. Waite runs away from us. In and bowls, and Clark drives firmly down the ground, but Waite takes the pace off the ball and prevents a single being taken. It is the end of the over. Sussex 123 without loss. Tom Haines on 78. Tom Clark is on 43. I need to do my research because this is approaching, or it might well have passed already, the highest opening partnership for Sussex this season. You need to take off of that 62, so I reckon the lead for Sussex is now 61. and weight 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15. Yeah, so talking about analysts.
Yes, so yeah, we were very fortunate to have a very good one actually, and he does a stat pack, he calls it, before every game, and kind of, so for example, this game, the different videos of Joe Leach, and it's quite difficult because the video is obviously from behind, so you can't see it out the hand, but it gives you an indication of sort of balls, the angles in which you're trying to swing in, swing away, and the wobble seamer.
In comes Leach. Around the wicket bowls, and Haines' forward clips that to mid-on. And would you get that sort of a couple of days before the game, or?
Yeah, so you get it a couple of days before the game, but I personally, other people view it differently, but I always look at it the night before the game, so you kind of look at it, go to sleep, and it's quite fresh in your memory. And I just feel like it can give you that extra sort of edge on the bowler. Especially you come into a game, bit of pressure, if you kind of know how the bowler wants to get you out, and you know your shots, but then it's also knowing your opponent and then obviously capitalising on his mistakes.
Well, Joe Leach, picked up 6 wickets in the first innings, is in on bowls to Tom Haines, who slowly goes after that, played into the offside, and there is no run. We were very interested by Tom Haines' innings this morning because a couple of shots he played early on, I'm not going to throw you under the bus here, so don't worry. He seemed to be really keen to get after the bowling early on. A couple of shots, and Bradders and I both went, he's played at that. But all of a sudden, he got into the groove. So I don't know whether that was just about getting your innings moving and getting some runs on the board.
Yeah, if I'm honest, I was actually in the gym at that point, Adrian, so I didn't see it. But I mean, all I've seen of him is he's been playing lovely.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. A couple of skittish shots early on, we thought, but then he settled down and has played really well. In comes Leach bowls to Haines, who plays out into the offside and picks up a single. Tom Haines goes to 79, 124 without loss. But it did prompt an email from one of our listeners who was watching Tom batting and was saying, do you think that because of the way England play now, that people, and you're an opener, do people feel they have to get on with it a little more rather than, or is that not coming to the reckoning?
No, I think with Tom, if you've watched him bat over the seasons, and obviously I've been fortunate to be up the other end, he's very, very strong through point, through cover, through that region. He always has taken it on through there. It's not just a sudden change in that. Leach.
Round the wicket bowls, and Clark is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Tom Clark on 43, 124 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley alongside Ali Orr, the Sussex opener, who's unfortunately sidelined with a knee injury at the minute, but doing a bit of work in the gym. Is that hard work? Do you get some exercises you're given, or is someone sort of glowering over you?
It's still very much under supervision of physio and S&C coach at the moment, unfortunately. I don't have much free rein.
Leach running down the hill, around the wicket bowls, and Clark is beaten. Now that was a good delivery from Joe Leach. Just sort of explain what happened there, Ali.
Yeah, if you look, he's come a lot wider of the crease there to try and use the angle, as the ball doesn't look like, how many overs we're 28 overs old now, so it's probably not going to get the same amount of swing. Maybe looking to try and reverse it soon, but he's obviously using the crease very well, Joe Leach, there, and come a lot wider to try and bring that into play, and yeah, beating the bat.
And is that one? We were talking about this yesterday about his use of the crease. In fact, Matthew Green was talking about it here when he was in the commentary box on Sunday. Going wider on the crease as well, which is perhaps what he did on that occasion. In the bowls, and Clark is forward. I don't know if that ball hit the pad. It made a bit of a thump. Let's just wait and see from the umpire. No, it is a run. And Tom Clark picks up his 44th run. End of the over, 125 without loss. Haines on 79, Clark on 44. You mentioned there, Ali, that the ball is now in its... We've had 29 overs. Ari Carvelos was saying it's very much a new ball pitch. So... where does Sussex go from here? Are they thinking, right, the danger's over now, or does the fact that it's an older ball, does that bring additional issues and problems for these two?
No, I wouldn't say so. I'd say there's two bats out there very established now. They're playing really nicely. I wouldn't see a need to change the way they're batting at all. We're going really well, and I think it's just about batting this session, batting really well. And I think when you get into the last session, you can think about, I don't know, whether to push on, be a bit more positive.
Matthew Waite is running in from the C end of the ground. He comes in a bowl to Tom Clark, who whips that one away. That's a super shot by Tom Clark, just erring down the leg side, and he's whipped that one away through square leg for 4 runs. He goes to 48, Tom Clark, 129 without loss. That was with a flourish, Ali.
Yeah, he's actually, since he started playing the T20s this year, Clark, he's been very, very strong off his legs. He's been, whenever anyone, and it's sort of transferred over to red ball now, he's been really strong in his legs, and even in T20, anyone bowls in his legs, he flicks it and it goes for 6, so...
And I think he'll be very keen to capitalise on this start, Tom Clark. He's had a disappointing red ball season so far. Made 74 was his highest score. As in comes weight and bowls. Let's go outside the off stump. But he's only made 179 championship runs at an average of 10, and he's a considerably better player than that.
Well, yeah, you look at his numbers last year. He was one of our key batters last year, so
He was. Tom Clark.
you've got his numbers just there.
Yeah. Tom Clark last year made 765 championship runs at 33. He waits. His weight is running in bowls to Tom Clark, who plays out into the offside, and there is no run. And a different skill here, because normally Tom Clark would bat 4 or 5, depending on where Pujara is playing. And now you're pressed into an opening role, and you're an opener. That must demand different skills, different ways that you're playing the bowling.
Yeah, I'd say. Well, it was the same last year when Haines unfortunately broke his hand here against Leicester, and Clarkey opened the batting with me at Lords and Trentbridge. So he's used to it. He's done it before, and he's done it very well. So
he's waiting as weight is in uphill and bowls, and he takes on that's wide. It's carved away by Tom Clark to within one of what would be his second half century of the season. He goes to 49 off, I think that's 94 balls. And Sussex going along very nicely here. They're 130 without loss, take 62 off of that, and the lead now is 68. We've still got 63 overs left in the day after this one. And Sussex looking to build a large lead. Weight runs away from us. Over the wicket bowls, and Haines is forward, playing that to backward point footed by Jake Libby, and there is no run. He likes scoring runs against Sussex, does Jake Libby. 200 here at 190. Is he someone you've spoken to or know much about, Ali?
I've spoken to him a few times, more just pleasantries, morning, how are you doing, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But, obviously he's a very good player. And actually, year before as well, we had a disappointing game where we could have potentially won, and he got 100 in the fourth innings and actually won the game. So
I think he also made 100 on his debut for Nottinghamshire against Sussex, as in comes weight clipped away by Tom Clark to square leg, fielded there by Ben Gibbon. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 130 without loss are Sussex in their second innings. They lead by 68 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley and Ali Orr, your commentary team here on the most glorious day at Hove. A few cotton wool clouds, but I don't think we've got any forecast of rain, and Sussex batting themselves into a really good position here. It's going to be
Leach again.
It is going to be Leach again, who's very much the strike bowler, picking up 6 wickets in the first innings for Worcestershire. Figures of 6 for 78. As in comes Leach, right arm around the wicket, he's in and bowls, and Clark is forward, plays solidly to mid-off, and there is no run. 198 Jake Libby made. I think you made 198 as well, didn't you, here?
I did last game of the year before getting run out at the non-strikers end.
Yeah, we won't talk about that, but 100. But that was against Glamorgan, is that right?
It was, yeah, last game of the year.
Okay. Have you made 200 in club cricket, or would that have been your first double 100?
No, I was very fortunate to make 200 last year in the list A competition.
At Somerset,
yes,
which we remember.
Yeah.
How
That's
could I
my
forget?
one and only.
How could I forget? As in comes Leach and bowls, and Clark is forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. And we spoke after that game. How could I forget, Ali? And it was a terrific, because it was a really big crowd at Taunton as well, wasn't it, that day?
Yeah, it was absolutely buzzing. Was it the Thatcher's stand? I had to field it there afterwards, and it was actually quite an enjoyable experience.
Yeah. And in that sort of innings, I remember you hit a big 6 in the first over. You hit, who was the guy who played down here for a while? Jack Brooks, I think you hit for 6. Over long on. In comes Leach, round the wicket bowls, forward comes Clark, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And in that innings particularly, do you get in the groove where it's coming out the middle of the bat and you think, this is my day? You're feeling in really good nick?
Yeah, I'd say so. Especially as a batter, you find that rhythm. Your movements feel so precise. You just feel like you're seeing the ball better than you've seen it on other days. So on those days, you just don't want them to end. Really, you just want them to keep going and carry that momentum on for as long as you can.
Leach wheels round. Just the one slip in place. Worcestershire very much on the defensive here at the minute, and they'll be hoping that Joe Leach can bowl themselves. They're not out of the game by any manner of means. He's in his 8th over in and bowls, and Clark is forward, and he's beaten outside the off stump, and he's just asking 1 or 2 questions here, Joe Leach.
Looks like that one actually swung a bit, Adrian.
Swinging away or into the left-hander?
Yeah, away from Clarkie there.
Tom Clark was beaten. He's on 49. So that's 130 without loss. There's just the one slip and a third man. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. They're all saving one as Leach is in again. Bowls, and Clark is forward defensively, plays on the leg side, and there is no run. Often when we're up here, Ali, we say things which are probably make no sense at all. But say, wickets going down in clusters and clumps, and I just wonder if this game has sort of got the feeling that it might be one of those games.
It's hard to say, really. It's very difficult to sort of predict that happening, but it does happen to be a bit of a habit of Hove. You say the old adage of wickets falling in clusters, and it does happen here a few times actually.
In comes Leach, round the wicket, bowls, and driven nicely by Tom Clark, who's 1 short of his half-century. A good maiden over by Joe Leach. 130 without loss. Clark on 49, Haines on 79. You said what a good bowler Joe Leach is. When you're in a spell like this, are you thinking to yourself, well, he can't bowl all afternoon? So between the two Toms here, would they be saying, let's see Leach off? Does that ever come into a conversation?
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially when we speak a lot in sort of the batters group at the start of the day, it's always about bringing bowlers back for their second and third spells, because obviously they're tired, obviously the muscles get quite tight, so it's about sort of taking advantage of that, bringing them back at the end of the day, and that's sort of the last session. It's that old adage of, we take advantage now, we can push on. So it really is about being very patient and wearing them down.
Matthew Waite's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. 5 overs for 20 bowls to Tom Haines. Just look, there's a bit of extra bounce there to Tom Haines, and Haines steered it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Interesting, earlier on, there was a point that Brad has picked up on, actually, where Tom was batting at this end, the C end of the ground. The umpire had a couple of words about where he was standing in his crease.
Was that with Hainesy or Clark,
with Tom Haines? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. Not something I'd seen before. And I guess about any damage that might be done to the wicket. As in comes Waite and bowls, and Tom Haines drives down the ground. Waitefield's off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think with a bowler of Leach's pace, it's quite important you use your crease. And with Hainesy, I've spoken to him a few times when we played him. He tends to stand very far outside his crease, so that must have been what they were speaking about. Obviously, if he's really far outside his crease, he can be affecting the pitch in that way. But I mean, if that's the way he's batting, then
no. Do you stand out of your crease at all?
Yeah, at times, yes.
In comes Waite over the wicket, bowls, and Tom Haines slashes, and he's going to get 4 runs down to third man. Had there been a second slip, he might have been in trouble, but there wasn't. He slashed, and he slashed hard, and the ball whistles away down to third man. Tom Haines goes to 83, and Sussex to 134 without loss. In the end, it was a safe shot. I'm not entirely sure that's where Tom intended that to go.
I think if you swing hard enough there, even if you do get the edge, it's obviously you're going to fly like that, and that's the way. If you're going to play that way, you're going to play shots through point there. You've got to be aware of that it may go there, or it may pierce point and go for 4. So
it raced away for 4 runs, and there's only the one slip in there, and I'm sure Tom Haines was well aware of that. He goes to 83 of just 90 deliveries. And Sussex to 134 for 1. Takes 62 off of that. And this is where it gets difficult for me, Ali. 60, 70. Anyway, do it in a minute. In comes Waite, running away for us. Comes in and bowls. Oh, and Haines is beaten. That's a good delivery by Matthew Waite. And Tom Haines looked suspiciously at the pitch. That looked like a really good delivery.
Yeah, good delivery, that. A little bit of swing, looked like it just, I don't know, it didn't look like it went sideways off the pitch actually, it just looked like it swung a bit and just beat Tom on the inside.
Good delivery. And when that happens, and now they're going to put that's an interesting piece of field placing now, because he's had the shot through the slips, he's now been beaten by one. I think this is quite good captaincy by D'Oliveira. He's now bringing in a second slip.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's encouraging to play shots if the ball's going to do that.
The lead is 72. Just wages in. Balls to Tom Haines. Now, what happened there? Now, that was really odd. He was looking to turn that on the leg side, and he almost seemed to get a leading edge, and the ball ends up at mid-off.
Looks like it's almost, Waite's tried to go across him there, and he's just sort of played across it, and just leading edge has come.
Could that be something to do with the pitch as well, Ali? Is that something as a batter, are you there thinking, ooh, what happened to that?
I can't say you can blame the pitch the whole time. You obviously want to as a batter, but sometimes you've got to say the bowler's bowled well as well.
Yeah. 2 slips go down. Waite is on his way. Bowls. And Tom Haines drives. That's a thumping drive straight down the ground. That's a lovely shot by Tom Haines. That was 4 runs for the moment. It left the bat, particularly down the slope here at Hove. So Tom Haines responds with a boundary. 8 off the over. Tom Haines to within 13 of what would be his first century of the season in the county championship. Sussex are 138 without loss. Tom Clark on 49. Tom Haines on 87. We're going to have a little change round in the commentary box, and Bradders is going to come and sit here. And the next voice you'll hear will be Ali Orr, who's just going to tell us a little bit about Tom Haines' innings so far today.
Yeah, so Hainesy's batted absolutely outstandingly this morning. He's been very positive, as he usually is, through the offside, through point, through cover. And I think it's a very typical Tom Haines innings at Sussex. And it's just it's great to see. Obviously hasn't scored 100 yet, and we're not going to tempt fate, but hopefully he will get his first one.
Joe Leach bowling down the slope, Cromwell Road end in and bowls, and this is pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. You're right, Ali?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm good, mate. Because you realise you've started at the top here, don't you, on cricket commentary with me and Arms. It's all downhill from here, mate. You're going to get some right idiots in the commentary box, but you started with the cream of the crop.
Got to keep myself busy when I'm injured, don't I?
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, there's the thing. We'll go into that when Joe Leach has bowled this next ball. Sussex are 138. I think without loss. I can't see that scoreboard over there. Pushed away on the offside. There is no run on this occasion. Tom Haines looks as if he wanted a run there. Shy at the stumps. I don't think Joe Leach is very happy about that. Jake Libby had a throw at the stumps at the non-striker's end. There was some good backing up in the end by who was that, Matthew Waite. There could have been 4 overthrows there. So what do? You come in here, you do a bit of gym in the morning, the team are away, there's nobody here to talk to. What are you going to do?
You know, that is the great question. I've got to go and walk. I live with Tom Alsop, so I need to go home and walk his dog, actually, this afternoon.
Oh, really? Here's Leach in, round the wicket, bowls, pushed around the offside. This time they are going for a quick single. They'll have to be quick, and they are quick. There's some hands-on heads from the Worcestershire fielders, but my impression was that Haines was in there. And that's a very good 50. Well batted, Tom Clark. 50 off 103 balls, 9 fours in that. I think he was in there, wasn't he?
I think he was, he was in.
What sort of dog's he got?
He's got a Dalmatian.
Oh, right.
Very nice dog indeed, very nice.
Leave it till a bit later when it gets cooler.
Exactly, you don't want to take her out when it's too hot.
Too hot to walk dogs. I was up on the downs at 7 o'clock this morning, and every dog in Southwick was up on the downs with me. Here's Leach in again and bowls, and this is pushed away to Jake Libby, who is at cover point. Yeah, because everybody was out early walking their dogs, and we were on about this morning. It's too hot for dogs. It's too hot for me. Never mind the dogs in the afternoon heat. Okay, so you're going to do that. Are you a good watcher of cricket?
No, I'm a very nervous watcher. I think even more so now that I know I can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I talk to a lot of sports people who become coaches, and they say it's far worse being a coach because you can't do anything about it. Leach in, and Haines smacks that one out through backward point for 4. He's sitting the shorter boundary there, but I think that would have been 4 on the other side anyway. He's in the groove, isn't he?
He is, absolutely. You don't want to say it. This is where on the balcony you don't want to be saying anything about hundreds or anything. I know I just have, but...
Yeah. Well, you're not on the balcony, you're safe.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes you get in that zone. I remember I read Mike Brearley, England captain years ago, and he it was really good because he said some days you go out there and it doesn't matter what you do, you can't get out. And there's other days when you think you're really going well and you do get out. I think the ball's gone out of shape. The Sussex batsman has smashed the ball out of shape. And I was talking to Darryl Mitchell was in a great spell for Worcestershire scoring runs. And I said, well, what are you doing different? He said, nothing. You prepare exactly the same, don't you? You do your practice, you do your preparation. And sometimes it's your day.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think it's about having your process and knowing what you do before a game. Whether you're a get up, crack of dawn, try and get yourself out, very busy, or whether you're just very chilled, you come in very late. And I think it's just sticking to that, and just I think especially as a batter, just accepting that some days you're going to get a really good ball from a bowler, and some days you're going to get a really good ball and you are going to snick it, and the slips are going to drop it, and then it just goes uphill from then. So it's about having that acceptance that it can go either way, and just like you say, just sticking to your process and keeping it really simple. Yeah,
and you've got to keep that in your mind only. If you do have a bad day, well, there's another game next week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Here's Joe Leach. He's going to bowl right arm round the wicket. I don't think they changed the ball. And this time he's off an edge, gone, caught at slip. Straight into the hands of Jack Haines. So Tom Haines goes a little bit out of the blue. That see, we've just talked him out.
Yeah, it took me by surprise, that.
Yeah.
I think, Leach, like he does, using the crease really well, and he's got the ball to go. It looks like the Worcester team getting the ball to swing a bit here, actually, getting the ball reversing, so which obviously isn't a good sign for our batters.
Tom Haines goes for, what's the say on that ball? 91. And that came off 96 balls with 18 fours. A good knock that. He'd actually beaten him a couple of times previously, hadn't he? And Clark. So he's obviously getting something to happen there, Joe Leach. He's a wily old fox.
Yes.
Who's the best bowler you've ever faced then, Annie?
Oh, that is a very good question.
That's my last one for the day.
Last one for the day. I'd say Shaheen Shah Afridi from Pakistan. We played him last year at Hove, and he got me out second ball in the second innings, and he really had his tail out running down the hill, and that was quite fast. And I was very lucky to watch Bajara and Alsop play him unbelievably well up on the balcony. But obviously it would have been nice if I was there, but I didn't feel like I could do much against that.
I always say, when I came the other day chatting with Adrian, and I go back many years, and I always remember Steve McGoffin bowling down that slope, and that was always a bit scary. But go back to Garth LaRue and people like that, and those people stick in your mind, don't they?
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
What are we doing here? There's a lot of chat going on. The umpires are in the middle of the wicket. It was interesting because umpire Newell, I think, had a word with Tom Haines earlier in the day about batting outside the crease.
Yeah.
Is that something umpires are...
I think, it depends I didn't see how far he was outside his crease, but I think if you go too far outside, I think that's when umpires will step in and say, look, you're going to affect the conditions of the pitch here, and in that sense, that's where, you've got to be careful. But, I mean, when you're facing someone of Leach's pace, who obviously doesn't have as much pace as as another bowler, you need to use the crease as well as you can to put him off his length and try and put that pressure back on him, because you know how consistent he can be.
Here's Matthew Waite bowling from the CN. Tom Alsop is the new batsman. And there's another wicket. Caught behind, and all of a sudden, the openers who've done so well here have departed. Both with a score on 143. And this is a funny game, this cricket.
It is a funny game, isn't it? It's just as Adrian was talking about wickets falling in clusters before.
Yeah. We saw that last night. I mean, last night, an hour before the close, certainly in that session after tea, you thought Worcestershire going to get 150 lead here. And all of a sudden, Sussex bit back. So Clark goes for exactly 50, 9 fours in that. Yeah, going back to what we were saying, do you, as a batter, not think I should be able to stand wherever I want to?
I think so, but then you've got to look at it from a bowler's point of view. I think especially if you've got another spinner who can come out and bowl and you're just tearing up the wicket on a length, it gives you somewhat of an advantage. But I think, you're within your rights, especially someone who isn't bowling as fast, or even if they are bowling fast, if you want to stand outside your crease and you want to, I'm not saying impose yourself, but try and use that crease in order to try and, get a half volley when it would be a length. But I think, you're well within your rights, because they're not going to stop you running down a wicket. I think it's just where you're starting there.
Yeah.
They can have a problem with where you're starting.
Yeah. Well, this funny old game of cricket, it comes back and bites you in the nether regions every now and then. The more you watch this game, the dafter it gets, I can tell you. Yeah. So, Matthew Waite has a wicket. Bowled tidily, Waite. What are his figures? 1 for 28, and he's in his 7th. He doesn't give much away. You played against him?
Yes, I played against him earlier this year at New Road.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah, he batted really well, actually.
Yeah.
Him and Joe Leach came out and just started absolutely smashing it everywhere.
Yeah. There again, that was another session or another hour that changed the game, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely, massively.
By the way, folks, important news coming your way as Matthew Waite comes in to bowl. A right arm over to Coles, the new batsman, and Coles is away off the mark. First ball eases it down through backward a square on the leg side. Usama Mir is the fielder down there, and a couple to get off the mark. 145 for 2. The important news is the lone man stand now has at least 10 people in it. There was a guy sat in that stand on his own this morning, and now it's getting really crowded.
He's got some company.
There's 10 people in there. Personally, if I was him, I'd go home. It's getting crowded now. Wait. Right arm over to the right-handed Coles. Couple of slips in now. Plays it down the ground. Azhar Ali goes across from mid on to his left to field. You like this ground?
I love this ground.
Yeah.
I'd say I'm quite biased in saying that, though, but as a batter, I'm not sure there's many places in the country I'd rather bat than Hove at the moment. So.
Yeah, I enjoy coming here. Well, apart from the fact Adrian Arms is here, but no, I really do enjoy coming here. They're very friendly. You know, the guy at the gate when you come in is friendly. Everybody's. I was talking to is he the chief executive, Rob Andrew?
Yes.
Yeah, and he was nice and chatty. Lovely feel. Waiting again on bowls and push down the pitch, and the bowler on his follow through does the fielding. So if you're not playing here, which is your favourite ground, you can never play at Hove again.
Never play at Hove again as a batter.
Where's your favourite ground?
Oh, I think I'd have to say Taunton.
Oh, right.
Small. I've had good experiences there. I think Taunton, usually quite a good wicket, and usually the ground's quite small. So as a batter, I think those are the two things you want, really.
Yeah. Actually, the commentary position there used to be as Waite goes in and bowls wide of the off stump. That bounces again before it goes through the wicketkeeper Roderick.
Yeah, it looked like that one kept a little bit low.
It did, yeah. Whether he's not a great pace anyway, Matthew Waite. Whether he took a bit off it. Those commentaries. We used to have 2 potting sheds on the roof, and people have been known to get hit by cricket balls.
Hit by cricket balls?
Yeah.
Well, you're quite safe here, though, so...
Oh, yeah. Who was it hit one yesterday? Adam Hose hit one, looked as if it was coming our way. Waite in bowls, just nudged away on the offside. End of a wicket taken over from Matthew Waite. He's got 1 for 30, and he's bowled 7 overs. I heard you say it was a 50-over game last year when you got a double 100 there, was it?
Yes, yeah.
And they sell out, don't they, for 50-over games?
Oh, they do. We were very lucky, actually, last year. We sold out as well. We had a really, really good crowd. It helped that we were winning quite a lot of games as well. Got to the semi-final, which was really nice. But, yeah, we had a really good support last year for the 50-over game. I mean, the sun was absolutely beaming the whole side. It was just beautiful, the weather. And, we were selling out. Even the group games as well, selling out, and it was great atmosphere.
Is that because the clubs make it a bit cheaper, or you also got some different people to see as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I think so. I agree. I think the tickets are a little bit cheaper, and I just think as well it's a lovely place to come and watch.
Oh.
And there's obviously Brighton Hove Albion aren't playing at the time, so it's really the only sort of sport to watch in sort of Brighton Sussex region. So
here's Joe Leach coming into bowl to Tom Allsop forward, plays the ball up the pitch on the side. I really enjoyed the 50 overs last year. It was good, as you say, good crowds. You got to see some different people.
Yeah, 100%.
And Tom, I said this on Sunday, top marks to Sussex on Sunday, free entry.
Oh yeah,
on a sunny Sunday, and they saw some good cricket.
Yeah, they did.
What more could you want? It's not my phone ringing, is it? No, nobody ever rings me up. Leach sets off, but then he stops. A couple of slips of the close grabbers. And the wicket he comes, and also drives away through the offside. D'Oliveira is going to pick this up quickly. They're not going to take 1-2. D'Oliveira. How much do you study opposition fielders? In that, you wouldn't run a single to Brett D'Oliveira, but with all due respect, you might to Joe Leach.
Oh, I'd say studying opposition fielders. I study opposition bowlers a lot. I'd say fielders, it's more of a word of mouth. You speak to people who've played a lot more games than myself, and you hear that, D'Oliveira obviously a very good fielder. And like in our team, we've got someone like James Coles, who's a very, very good fielder. So I think the word gets round who's a good fielder and who's not.
Leach, right arm around. And this time Allsop goes back and across, flicks it away through the leg side. Usama Mir's got some work to do, although I think Adam Finch is going to do it for him. He comes up from final leg. They won't go for a third here. Total goes to 149 for 2. But do you work out who's left-handed and who's right-handed?
Yeah, of course. And I mean, your best fielding teams, they'll set up their fielders, left-handed fielders, especially where they're going to get more diving stops, and set that up accordingly.
Leach round the wicket to Allsop, and Allsop goes back and across. There's some oohs and ahs from the Worcestershire fielders, but it looked as if that missed the off stump by a few inches to me. And you put your best fielder where you think the ball's going to go, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say, your best fielders, and obviously your best catchers will go at slip, but regions, especially to someone like Haines, early on, you have your best fielders at point, cover, where you kind of study them, especially as a batter. You know the ball's going to go there more often than not.
It is a glorious afternoon at home, I've got to tell you. It was a bit hot about 10 o'clock this morning. I don't know what temperature is out there now. Leach bowls forward, comes batsman Allsop, and Leach lets the ball go back past him. No run. Total remains 149 for 2. I can't read that score.
147 for 2.
147 for 2. Thanks, mate. Your eyes are about 70 years younger than mine. It's this is county cricket. Sunny afternoon, 2 teams going at it. I was going to say you can't buy this, but you probably could. Leach in, bowls, Allsop forward, plays the ball up the pitch. No run. As you go around the country, end of the over, do you know what Joe Leach can do? You go to, you don't go to Durham now and face Rushworth anymore because he's not there. He's down at Warwickshire, and there are certain people around the country, and you think, I'll do well if I stay in against him in the first 10 overs.
I mean, it's obviously, especially the mindset we're sort of buying into now. I mean, it's obviously not what you want, but there's a few bowlers around the country you turn up. Chesterley Street's a very good one, actually, because it's usually quite green there, and especially these last few years, Potts has been a real handful there.
He's a good bowler, isn't he?
He's a very good bowler. So in a certain situation, there's obviously in the back of your mind, but you've got to sort of go there, especially as a batter, and think, no, I'm going to take them on here, and you've got to have that mentality of, no, I'm here to score runs, I'm not here to try and survive, because it's a very hard game to get hold of if you're trying to survive the whole time. Scoring runs is hard enough.
Adam Finch is on, replacing Matthew Waite at the C end. He's bowling a right arm over. Big peel here. Might have been a bit of bat in that.
I think he's hit that. Does look like it's hit him. Could even have been the ankle afterwards, but yeah, he's definitely hit that.
Yeah, there's some hands on heads. Didn't look quite right. Umpire Newell thinks it didn't look quite right, and he's the bloke who...
He makes the decision in the end.
Makes the decision. How many times have you been out when you didn't think you were out?
Oh, too many times to count. And I'm still sour about every single one.
How many times were you given not out when you thought you were out, though?
Oh, plenty of times as well. Those are always the best ones.
Yeah. Does it even out? Do you get the rub of the green in the end?
You'd have to say so. Eventually it will even itself out, yes.
Yeah. Here's Adam Finch. This time it's short delivery, which he comes forward to. Coulson just plays the ball down the pitch.
You just know if you hit one and you don't get given, or an LBW, you know you're in for a mouthful from the fielding side. So it's usually a lose-lose in that situation.
Yeah. Cricketing family? Did you come? Dad play?
Dad was a modest club cricketer. Yeah. I'd give him that, but especially if he's listening to this stream, I'm sure he'd say he was better than that. But he was a good club cricketer for Eastbourne, my club.
All right, yeah. is Finch in again and bowls. And played away on the offside, not with any great intent there, but pushed into the covers. Ben Gibbon comes across to field. And he got you into cricket?
Yeah, massively. He, well, actually, it was my mum as well. She used to drive me up and down the country.
Yeah, good old mum.
Yeah. One of my most fond memories was she drove me about 4 hours to Norfolk. We got there, it rained, and she drove me 4 hours back. So it wasn't a great use for her day, or even mine at that time.
Yeah. Yeah. Had a lot of that. Luckily, I had 2 daughters. Here's Finch in. Oh, well, now he goes to leave that one. What happened there? Come on, Ali, what happened there? He goes to leave it. And
he's obviously dug it in, bowled it a bit shorter, and it's what you usually get bowling up the hill at Hove. Some of them, the bouncers, they don't quite come up like they do down the hill. And yeah, Coles, I think, playing the right shot there, trying to get out of the way of it with 2 men out on the hook shot, which obviously they would have seen he's a very, very good on the pull shot. So he's played the right shot, it just hasn't quite got up. Kept his eye on it the whole way.
lots of hand clapping from the Worcestershire fielders. Tails up, 2 wickets in very quick succession. Here's Finching again, and he has pulled this one. It's away, high in the air. Will he get away with it? D'Oliveira's underneath it. D'Oliveira has taken it. Good catch there by Brett D'Oliveira. Had to go a long way. He was at mid-on and he caught that at a deepish mid-wicket there, and it was up there for a long time coming out the clouds. So Worcestershire have 3 wickets in quick succession, and this game another twist.
You did say it earlier, D'Oliveira is a very good fielder, and he's taken a very good catch there.
Yeah. Was it... You're not going to criticise your teammates?
No, that's one thing I promised every single one. I'm not going to criticise any of my teammates.
I was going to say maybe a slightly injudicious shot this early in the innings, but I won't get you to comment on that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You've got to go back in. I haven't got to go back over there. I'm not too bothered. So he went for 2, and all of a sudden Sussex are 147 for 3, having been 143 without loss. This game just... It changes so quickly. Who we got coming in now?
Ollie Carter.
Ollie Carter. Yeah. Very useful.
Very, very good.
Where's
you can always tell when Ollie Carter's coming into the crease. Can you see his hair flapping out the back of his helmet?
Oh yeah,
that's your big identifier for him.
I didn't notice that till he was keeping wicket, and I thought, yeah, nice bit of. There's nothing wrong with a bit of hair sticking out the back of your helmet. There's a Finn Hudson Prentice. He has a
he does.
He has a little. It's not a top knot, is it? It's a little ponytail.
Yeah, it is a ponytail.
A mini ponytail. Here's Finch. Racing in and bowls. That's wide of the off stump through to the wicketkeeper. Goes low down. That's the end of the over. I'll have to go and do an update for listeners elsewhere. Give them some glad tidings in Herefordshire, Worcestershire. And Adrian Harms will come into my seat. Tell us what's going to happen next then, Ali.
So who have we got coming in here? I think we've still got Leach is still coming in down the hill. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's Joe Leach.
I think I need to get back on commentary, Ali, because when Brad is there, suddenly Worcester get a load of wickets.
Yeah.
And we said about wickets falling in clumps, didn't we? And all of a sudden, 3 wickets have gone down for 4 runs. It is going to be Joe Leach, and Worcestershire really with their tails up here. Comes in around the wicket, bowls, and also off his forward, plays to mid-off or into the covers, and there is no run. And the whole psyche of the game has suddenly changed. Half an hour ago, I go to have a sandwich, sit at the back of the box. Sussex 143 without loss. They're leading by 80-odd. Suddenly 3 wickets have gone down, and I'm looking at the situation now saying, well, effectively Sussex are, 85 for 3. Are you all right for time?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, as I was saying to Bradders earlier, I've only got to do take the dog out for a walk. So
oh, right, okay. What sort of dog?
A Dalmatian.
Okay, okay. In comes Leach and bowls, played down the offside of the track, no run. I only laugh because we used to have a West Highland Terrier.
Oh, yeah.
And people used to say, Westies don't need much exercise. Well, they do. And he would race around like a madman. I've got 2 golden retrievers, so I was out really early this morning taking them for a run because you just got to get out early when it's in this weather.
can't say I was the same this morning, Adrian. I rolled out of bed at 10:30. So,
Ali, in comes Leach around the wicket bowled, outside the off stump, no run, which prompts a question. So, for example, what would be the, you know, just supposing you were playing in this game, what would have been your pre-match routine? What time do you need to be here? What would you do?
I like to wake up quite early before a game. We're very fortunate here. We have breakfast that starts at 8:30, and I'll be in around just after 8 o'clock. Sort of come in, get my bits sorted. Like to sort of make my spot nice and clean. Sometimes we'll go in the pool if I'm a bit stiff. I'll have a bit of a stretch and then kind of walk myself down to breakfast at 8:30.
In comes Leach around the wicket and bowls, and also back on his stumps, plays down the ground, and there is no run. And what will breakfast comprise of? Presumably not a full English.
Well, there are bits of a full English.
Really?
The menu tends to change most days, but yeah, it's your standard. You've got your porridge, you've got your eggs, your beans, hash browns if we're lucky. And one morning we were actually surprised by pancakes, which was actually a very nice touch.
So you do that, and then is it all about then preparation for the day? So just wait for Joe Leach as he comes running around the wicket into bowl to Tom Allsop. Allsop's already said, oh, the ball's going to roll. It nearly hit the stumps as well. In fact, I think it might have hit the stumps. Joe Leach thought he had an LBW, and the ball dribbled towards the stumps. And I'm not so sure, Ali, the ball didn't sort of almost come to rest against the stumps.
It looked like it nearly touched the stumps. Yeah,
extraordinary. Worcestershire really with their tails up here, and the skipper needing to play a skipper's innings. Sussex have lost 3 for 4, having been 143 without loss. Funny enough, interestingly, we had Ricky Clark, the former Surrey and Warwickshire player, was in the box with us last year for a game, and he was talking about preparation for games as in comes Leach around the wicket bowls, and also he's up on his toes and plays that firmly to backward point, and there is no run. End of another very fine over from Joe Leach, a maiden over, and I think Worcestershire will have trouble getting the ball out of his hand at the moment. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 2 maidens that's going to be. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 38. Sussex 147 for 3 here on BBC Hereford and Worcester. BBC Radio Sussex, Adrian Harms, delighted to be joined by Ali Orr, the Sussex opener, who's unfortunately out injured at the moment. And Ricky Clark was saying about his preparation that he always liked to get to the ground really early. He would get out, he was doing his fielding warm-ups, and he had a set routine that, you know, he felt he had to do that every game.
I think it's extremely important to have that.
In comes Adam Finch running in up the hill, bowls to Ollie Carter, lets that go outside the off stump, and there is no run. Let's talk about the temperament. I mean, it's difficult. I don't want you to comment too much on the Sussex players because that would be unkind, but Sussex have lost, 3 for 4 here. All of a sudden this game has changed on its head. So I guess it's an obvious thing to say that, Sussex need to dig in here because they don't want to lose another couple here. So what would the conversation between Allsop, because we were talking about Joe Leach coming out of the attack. He can't bowl all afternoon, or maybe he can. Finch on his way to Ollie Carter. The 2 slips go down, into them bowled, and Carter is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
I think it's when you say dig in, I think with our mentality, the way we're playing 4-day cricket this year, I'm not sure the term dig in is the right one. I think
interesting.
I think it's very important we stay positive here. I think in most situations, if we put, or what you say, counter press, we put pressure back on them and we start playing our shots very quickly, you'll see them go quiet again, because it's hot out there, it's tiring, especially you bring bowlers back for their second and third spells. It's very easy for the momentum to shift again.
That's a very interesting take on things. That's perhaps my sort of older mentality to think, no, we don't want to lose any more wickets. But actually, in comes Finch, bowls to Carter, and he's given out, and Ollie Carter is on his way. And Worcestershire are on a roll here. He was looking to clip that away on the leg side, Ollie Carter, but he got pinned in front. And Ollie Carter is on his way without scoring. And all of a sudden, Sussex have lost 4 for 4 as Carter makes his way off. Wow, it's extraordinary, this game. We said this last night when Worcestershire lost. Well, in the end, Ali, they lost 7 for 44 out of absolutely nowhere, and suddenly exactly the same is happening to Sussex. They've lost 4 for 4, having been 143 without loss.
I think it just shows on this wicket. If you bowl consistently, you're very patient, you bowl in the right areas, there's still enough in there for the bowlers to bowl teams out and for obviously a result to happen.
You made a very good point earlier on in the commentary before these wickets started to fall, and I think it was Tom Clark was beaten by delivery from Joe Leach, and you said, "Oh, I think that swung Adrian." So do you think that the ball might be reversing here? Could that be a factor?
I think so. I think the ball definitely looks like it's swinging a little bit more, and I think that's definitely as a batter coming in, if you're told and you see the ball's reversing, you play it very differently, as if you were coming in and the ball wasn't doing anything. So I think definitely, from a Worcestershire point of view, they'll be very happy seeing obviously new batters coming out, and I think obviously we always say your first 20 balls are the most important, so if they can keep putting pressure on our batters early on in the innings, I think they're putting themselves into a good position here.
Well, Daniel Ibrahim, 18-year-old Daniel Ibrahim, is the new man. He's coming in to take strike. Tom Alsop is skippering in this game. He will be for the next 3 championship games. Well, sort of he always seems to be quite a... it gets unflustered. I'd have thought he's quite a good man for a situation like this.
I couldn't agree more with you.
Finch. He's really got his tail up. He's running in hard from the CN bowls to Ibrahim, who lets someone go outside of the off stump. Taken by Gareth Roderick, and there is no run. In terms of your club career, you grew up, you say, playing at Eastbourne.
Yes.
Did you play amongst a lot of the lads? I mean, when you were playing in the Sussex leagues?
Yeah, so Ollie, who unfortunately just got out, I played for Eastbourne with him for years. Archie Lenham, who isn't playing today, I've been playing with him, and his brother as well, Scott. But yeah, plenty of them. Dan, he plays for Preston Nomads.
Yeah. Plenty
of the lads. We were a very young side. We've grown up playing obviously 17s academy cricket together, but also playing against each other.
Yeah, that must be quite fun playing against each other.
Yeah, it's always good fun.
Finch has got a very long run up. He's almost back to the edge of the boundary here as he runs away from us. He's a tall man. He's racing in to bowl to Daniel Ibrahim, and bowls, and Ibrahim drives handsomely in the offside, picks up a single. A good bit of fielding by Matthew Waite, who chases back mid-off to field. So Ibrahim is on his way. He's on 1, Sussex on 148 for 4. We were talking about T20 cricket in here earlier on, Ali, and it's 20 years to the day since Sussex played their first ever T20 match, which was at the Aegeus Bowl, and we got sent in a photograph of Chris Adams leading the Sussex side out at the Aegeus Bowl. And we ran a little thing in here about cricketers who would have played in the first round of matches in T20 and are still playing now, as in comes Finch. Running in over the wicket bowls and clipped away by Alsop to mid-on. There is no run. And someone came up with the name of...
Somebody's just said James Anderson, but he didn't.
Right.
2004.
OK. Well, Ravi Bupara did.
Did he?
Yes, he did. Ravi Bupara played for Essex in the first round of matches. He was 18.
And he got a golden duck.
And he got a gold duck. So you can remind him about Ali if you see him. So he played in the first lot of T20 matches back in 2003 when young Mr. Orr would have been 2. So your dad might have watched it, I don't know. But
he may have watched it, I'm not sure.
And we're all old cynics. We went, oh, it won't last. What do you want 20 over games for, nonsense. But Ravi Bupara played Essex. I forget who it was against, but anyway, he was 18 and he was out first ball. He's played something like 450 T20 matches since then. So it's going to be Joe Leach who's carrying on. Worcestershire with their tails up, and some comes in down the hill, bowls to Daniel Ibrahim. Now that was interesting, Ali, because Dan Ibrahim took a couple of paces down the wicket there to Joe Leach. What's his thinking in playing that and in that tactic?
It's something I saw actually in pre-season Dan was working on. He was very, especially facing seam on pitches with, I wouldn't say lack of pace, because actually he was facing Ollie Robinson and he was doing it as well. It's walking into the channel and almost telling the bowler, look, I'm coming at you. And it really, as a bowler, speaking to especially seamers, when I've tried to do it, it's quite threatening. You see someone walking into the channel, makes it easier to leave, and also if you're outside your crease, it's harder to be out LBW as well.
Does it wind the bowler up?
Especially, yes. yeah, you'd have to say so.
In comes Leach, but there he does it again. Takes a couple of steps forward. Now that might prompt Gareth Roderick to come and stand up to the stumps here.
Yeah, and also you see Joe Leach now sending back a square leg, and you see it makes the bowler think a lot more if you're walking into the channel. You really think, and I mean Dan obviously, I don't want to say it again. I said it about Colsey, really good on the short ball, he got out, but obviously I don't want to say it.
Ali, I did that to you earlier on in the season. I said, what a good player Ali Orr is, and you got out and you just think, well, why did I? I've stopped saying it now. Here comes Ali Orr, he's hopeless and all whatever. Get yourself into all sorts. It happens all the time. Leach comes running in towards us over the wicket bowls, and again Ibrahim takes probably a couple of steps down the track. And did you say he was doing that pre-season to Ollie Robinson?
Yeah, he was in pre-season games. He was working on it, trying it, and I think it's Me personally, I'm not quite sure about doing it. I quite like to stand still. I find my head can kind of go if I walk at the bowler. But yeah, Dan's been doing it very well, and he's getting success at it. And I think you even see like he sends square leg, Leach sends square leg out, and you can just sense it's that instead of digging in now, he's looking to score, and you can, as a bowler, you see that he's walking at you. He wants to score runs against you.
Extraordinary passage of play here. In comes Leach, bowls to Ibrahim. He does take on the short delivery. He pulls it away for 4 runs. That's a good shot.
There you go.
Short from Jay Leach, and Dan Ibrahim pulled the ball away to mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. Nice shot. He goes to 5, 152 for 4. A couple of other things, Alex, we won't keep you all afternoon. Josh Tongue, who you'd have batted against this season. I mean, as an incentive for a young cricketer who's coming through the ranks, you're making your way in the game, as in comes Leach running in from the Cromwell Road end and bowls. Ibrahim is forward, plays that to backward point. Well, Jake Libby very nearly gathered the ball. In the end, it was a well-judged run. Ibrahim goes to 6, the total to 153 for 4. There is this feeling around you've got to play in the first division to get in the England team. What's it like for younger players like you? You see someone like Josh Tongue, who, to be fair, has come out of nowhere and suddenly he's in the Ashes squad.
Oh, I think saying he's come out of nowhere is a bit harsh. I think he's been...
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, he got a fifer for the Lions this winter in Sri Lanka, and Haines and Carson, who came back, had a lot of good things to say about him. And I think, it's his pace. I've faced a few spells from him, and he's been proper quick.
In comes Leach around the wicket, bowls. Alsop is forward, plays back to Leach, and there is no run. The over 153 for 4. Ibrahim on 6, Alsop is on 2. Take off 62 from that, Ali. You were at school. I was at school a long time ago. So what's that, Bradders? He's not going to help me out, is he?
What's the total?
Ali, 153.
153.
Take off 62, 91. Thank you. Ibrahim on 6, Alsop on 2. So I guess perhaps I didn't phrase the question very well. Perhaps it's someone who perhaps wouldn't have been considered to be in the Ashes squad beginning of the season. How good is it to see players who go on Lions or suddenly find your way into the Ashes squad? In comes, I've lost my thought, Adam Finch bowls to Ibrahim, who plays into the offside, no run.
Yeah, I think it's very promising, especially from a Division 2 club like Sussex. I think, it's what you want, motivation to get better, to keep improving. You want to play for England. As a young cricketer like myself, I want to wear the 3 lions. So it's really promising seeing someone come through that quickly. I do feel like fast bowlers can sometimes get fast-tracked a bit more than batters, but it's always nice to see someone coming through like that.
Well, good luck to him if he plays in the Ashes, which are coming up on Friday. As in comes Finch over the wicket, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Ibrahim, and there is no run. There are now 3 slips in place: backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep backward square, and a fine leg. So a couple of other questions, Ali, and then we'll let you go. So outside of cricket, what are your interests?
What are my interests? I love Formula 1.
Right.
Love racing. I'm an avid fan. I like to watch...
Of Formula 1?
Yes, I love watching the races. Haven't been to as many live in person as I'd like to, but I do tend to watch a lot of the races, which doesn't go down too well with the lads up on the balcony because they all absolutely hate it.
In comes Finch over the wicket, bowls, and that balloons over the head of Ibrahim. Now, is that called a no ball? Bradders, I think it has been called as a no ball. It ballooned over the head of Ibrahim into the gloves of Roderick. They just wait for the signal or to go on the scoreboard. I think that's going to change it. Initially went up as a dot. There we are. It is a no ball, so 2 extra runs. So do you watch these? I haven't seen it, but the very good Netflix series.
Drive to Survive, I have seen it. It's a good show, especially to get into Formula 1.
In comes Finch over the wicket, bowls. Ibrahim lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Roderick, no run. And a particular team or driver that you follow?
I like McLaren, being obviously proudly British. McLaren is obviously as British as it gets. I'm quite old school. I like Hamilton. I know he had his period where he won a lot of races, but I think now it's quite interesting to see obviously someone who's not winning as many races and trying to kind of get back into that competitive car.
So what's most of the sports natter on the balcony? Are they all football mad?
Yeah, a lot of football.
Are you not?
I am football, but not as hard as some of the other guys up there.
In comes Finch running away from us, comes into bowl to Ibrahim, who I think was thinking of hooking it. I think he changed his shot then, Ali. He was going to pull it on the leg side, and in the end he stood up and he played it down towards third man or through backward point for 4 runs.
Played it really nicely. He did look like he was going to take it on, pull it, but no, pulled out really nicely, and got 4 runs down to third man.
Ibrahim goes to 10, 159 for 4 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. We'll let you go at the end of the over, Ali. But it's been great to have you up here again, and come and see us. And if it helps the rehab with your with your knee, and we can keep an eye on it and see how you're getting on. Finch runs away from us, bowls to Daniel Ibrahim. He's in and bowls, and Ibrahim this time with the play and a miss. I'm not going to ask Ali for a comment on that, but he was looking to hammer that one away through extra cover, and I guess from a commentator's point of view, if that goes for 4 runs, I say, what a shot from Ibrahim. He gets a little nick, and I say, that's a dreadful shot. Nonetheless, he survives. He's on 10, so I won't get Ali to comment on that. But you were talking about taking the attack.
I think it's that intent we're talking about. I think obviously they've got their tails up, they're bowling well, and I think if the ball's in his area there, I don't see why he shouldn't have a go at that, and why he shouldn't, because obviously, like you say, if it goes for 4, it's what a shot that is, And
that's exactly what Steve Finn was saying yesterday about the way England will approach the Ashes. In comes Finch bowls, and that's a lovely shot by Daniel Ibrahim. That's a lovely shot for a right-hander to play that on drive straight down the ground.
Absolutely.
It looks beautiful, and I think it was Matthew Green, who do you know Matthew? He was one of the academy coaches here, or around the academy team, and he was talking about playing the on drive and saying everything has to be in exactly the right place to play that shot.
Yeah, that was one of Dan's best shots, actually, playing straight back through mid-on. So
yeah, beautiful shot. So we'll let you go, Ali. Thank you very much for coming and seeing us.
Thank you very much.
Come and see us for an hour another time and have a natter. Bradders will take your headset off you, and I'll see you off the premises.
Thank you very much.
And check your pockets before you go, and tell him that he's got to bring cakes next time.
Right, got to change the bowling here at the Cromwell Road end. Joe Leach has been given a breather. Fine spell from Joe Leach, and it's going to be Matthew Waite who comes back into the attack. Waite, who has 1 for 30 off 7 overs so far, and Sussex are 163 for 4. Take off 62 in line with that. A lead of 101 on a game that's the twists and turns of a 4-day cricket match. Next ball is wide of the off stump, and kind of waves a bat at it there, Allsop, with not any great intent, I didn't think, to whack that one away.
Yeah, it's good to have Ali, wasn't it? With some
absolutely nice, very pleasant young man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gives us a different insight. Yeah, we can natter away all day, can't we? But it just gives us a different insight into probably the mindset.
Agreed. Yeah.
As much as anything of an opening batsman.
I didn't see this coming, Bradders, I have to say.
It's a weird game, this. Wait in, bowls, push away, back foot.
And it's quite a lot of responsibility here on Tom Allsop. I mean, obviously we've said this throughout the game that pretty much every side bats to 11 now, but 4 down at one stage being 143 for without loss.
Well, it just, if you're a bookmaker, how do you set odds for this game?
Yeah.
Wait in, doesn't bowl. One of the best balls he's never bowled, that. He'd go into his delivery strike.
He did.
And he pulled out, so I'm not quite sure.
I was very interested in Ali's view as well with that Ibrahim shot, and I said to Ali, I think Sussex might need to dig in here, and he looked at me and said, well, no, and that's sort of me and my sort of the way I think about the game. It's good to get sort of almost like a younger view on it, really.
Yeah, I think there's a general feel as Waite is in and bowls, and it's beaten all ends up there through to wicketkeeper Roderick. I think there's I hate this phrase Bazball and all this, and I asked this question a couple of times to coaches last week, to Paul Farrace, would this filter down into county cricket? And I think that there's maybe a bit more of a mindset that, at this stage, yeah, why not? Put your foot down. As Waite turns once again and bowls off the back foot, Allsop plays into the cover area. And I think a lot of that goes back to the way the coaches are talking, and okay, go out there. So if you get out playing a poor shot, but you're trying to move the score along, then it doesn't matter. You're going to play next game. It does matter, of course it matters.
Of course.
But I mean, in the past, as I say, in England selectors, when we had selectors, which was ridiculous, you have a couple of bad innings and that's it. You've gone. Next ball pushed out on the offside, and there is no run. The whole Crawley situation, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
And that's a massive thing for us to go into. But I just think, and getting your settled squad, getting the people in that you want to be in, and I just think there's a different thought to cricket as opposed to 5 years ago. Weight in, bowls, forward comes Allsop. Good over this by Waite, made the batsman play, went past his outside edge on one occasion, and didn't concede a run, did he? No, he did concede one run. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 31. Sorry, I'm going crazy here. Those are Finch's figures, 2 for 31. It was a maiden over. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for... I can't see that on the board. It's too indistinct for my crazy old eyes. Adam Finch is going to continue. Finch, who didn't have a great first innings when bowling Worcestershire's Sussex's first innings. He's racing away from us now from the sea ending and bowls. That's short, and it's gone. Well, it's gone high in the air. Now it could have gone anywhere, but it's gone down. It's gone over the wicketkeeper and the slips for 4. But there's a deep square leg out, deep fine leg. We've just seen D'Oliveira take a fine catch going from mid-on through to mid-wicket, and well, he's taken the attack to Worcestershire, Abraham. I think we've lost the ball. Have we lost the ball? Usama Mir is down there. I think the ball has skipped over the boundary boards and gone the other side of the side screen. There's all sorts of people looking for it. Adam Finch is back at his mark, ready to go. And oh yeah, somebody's found the ball. Actually, there's 2 Worcestershire fielders down there, and between them, they have retrieved the ball. Okay. So Mir was down at third man, so it must have been Adam Hose. Adam Hose was the other ball searcher, and they managed to find it. Hurrah! Finch. Away he goes. Bowls to Ibrahim, who's forward, pushed away on the offside. Run.
I think if the ball's there to be hit from Ibrahim, he's going to have a go at it.
He's going to hit it. I mean, that one could have gone anywhere, but it went for 4. So
that was a terrific catch, by D'Oliveira.
Went a long way, didn't he?
In fact, I was sitting at the back of the box thinking he's going to get nowhere near that, and I don't know. I don't want to do down any of the other Worcester fielders. I wouldn't have thought too many of the others would have got to that.
No. He ran a long way, and then he dived in the dirt as well, because there's some
great catch.
resends there. Here's Finch in again. Just pushed away on the leg side. The Worcestershire fielders get quite excited as if that was a relatively straight delivery, and if he'd have missed it, they were doing a big shout, but he didn't, so there wasn't. And the total goes to 168 for 4. Another. I keep going there. If you wanted to wrap up county cricket, as Oliver said, put it in a box for me. You could put this in a box. Lovely afternoon, lovely ground, decent crowd in, proper cricket, hard-nosed county cricket. This is what you'd package.
Absolutely.
Finch in, bowls, Ibrahim forward, Finch on the follow through. Takes it in his right hand, threatens to throw at the stumps, but I think we all knew he wasn't going to. There's a round of applause somewhere.
Yes, I think that might be in the corporate area, way to our right-hand side.
Right.
It might be as a business club or a lunch or something in there.
Somebody's won the raffle.
Yeah. Or someone's won the Businessman of the Year or something. I don't know. Who knows?
Well, whoever it was...
Could be probably more likely the raffle, Brad, as you're quite right.
Whoever it was, well done. It does, as Finch comes in and the bowls and that short, he goes over the batsman's head through to the wicketkeeper. It does often amuse me when you're at an event and, oh, yes, you won a bottle of champagne, and everybody claps. And I think, well, you didn't really do anything, did you? You bought a ticket. You know, it's not as if you've run a marathon, is it? You know.
I'm pretty unlucky, and generally speaking, Brad, if I win a raffle prize, you go up and there's sort of 2 prizes left.
Yeah.
And one is a sort of a dusty old box of sort of Rose's chocolates or something, or I don't know, a bar of soap. And you go, oh, well,
Yeah.
now, which one are you going to have?
Yeah. Something that somebody didn't want and just put in the raffle. There's Finch in bowls, and this is short, pushed away on the offside. Won't be a run there, though, for Tom Alsop, who stays on 2, and the total stays on 168 for 4. Yeah, I have this theory that nobody in this country actually drinks sherry. It's something you win in a raffle, and then somebody says to you 6 months later, "I've got a raffle prize, have you, mate?" "Yeah, have a bottle of sherry." I'm sure somebody in the country drink, or you put it in your trifle, but I'm not sure it's something that. Obviously, somebody must buy it, else they wouldn't make it and sell it. But
I remember, I was think a bottle of sherry or whatever. I remember on one occasion just going to a party somewhere, and we took along some drinks and a bottle of wine that we didn't particularly want. And, you put it on the table, and you think, oh, yeah, that's our bit, a couple of beers, whatever. Yeah, next time we had a party, bottle of wine found its way back. It's Matthew Wade who's in bowls, and Ibrahim is caught. He's dropped it. He's dropped it. Dropped at first slip. Well, that's very honest I think it would have been found out anyway, but he immediately acknowledged he dropped the catch, and it's dropped in there by Adam Hose.
Yeah.
And that was a pretty straightforward chance. It was low down, but it was edged by Ibrahim, and that's a life.
Yeah, and he knows that as well, Adam Hose. A 5th wicket in this session for Worcestershire, blimey. Ibrahim on 19.
Yeah, and that was as they come. I mean, we're not going to chuck Adam Hose under the bus, but he'll be desperately disappointed to have dropped that. Weight in bowls, let go outside the off stump, and wicketkeeper Roderick throws the ball at the stumps, or he rolls the ball at the stumps, because Daniel Ibrahim, as we were chatting to Ali Orr about, is taking a good couple of steps up the track here to every delivery. And Roderick very quickly there rolled the ball at the stumps, so Ibrahim needs to watch that. Is he still a little bit too quick weight here to stand up to the stumps, do you think, Brothers?
I don't think so, because Roderick stands up to Joe Leach on occasions.
And it might well be that maybe they're encouraging him to get down the track. Maybe they think they've got a chance of getting him out. So weight, bowls, Ibrahim is forward, plays to mid-on, and they're run. So the score when that chance went down was 168 for 4. 2 slips in place. Horrible feeling when you put a chance down, isn't it? Every run that Ibrahim gets, you're probably thinking.
And if it was a really difficult one, you can feel, I had a great effort, didn't quite. But that one was.
Yeah, I presume it was out.
Straightforward.
Yeah. Weight in, Miles. Ibrahim again takes a couple of steps down the track and drives. He's going to get 4 runs as well. Nice looking shot by Daniel Ibrahim, who's clearly not going to get himself bogged down here. He's played some good shots. He's ridden his luck. He goes to 23, and it's that sort of adventurous cricket that Ali Orr was talking about. That was a proper cricket shot. Nothing wrong with that. Drilled down the ground for 4 runs. So he's 18 years of age, is Daniel Ibrahim. Made a big score down at Worcester a couple of years ago. Come back to that, as in comes Weight and bowls. Ibrahim forward, plays into the covers. There is no run. Well, he would have become the youngest player to ever score a county championship century. He was out for 94, if I remember rightly. And he was out chasing runs for a declaration.
That was the game when Sussex, that was a 50-over game, I think, when the oldest player in the Sussex team was 23 or something daft, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think that was one of the 50-over games.
But he is now, Dan Ibrahim is 18, he's not 19 until August. Comes Weight over the wicket. Ibrahim drives nicely to mid-on, fielded there by a tumbling Joe Leach. It is the end of the over, an over in which Daniel Ibrahim was dropped by Adam Ho's first slip. The scoreboard has very unhelpfully disappeared from view. We've got the Sussex crest with the martlets on.
So it's good. I think it's 172 for 4.
Thank you, Bradders. Elsewhere, just to bring you up to date with other scores in the second division, good game at Chesterfield, where it looked like it might all over be in 2 days, which would be a shame for a festival match. But Derbyshire in their second innings, 404 for 7, leading Yorkshire now by 162. Durham piling the runs on at the Riverside against Glamorgan. They are now 630 all out. Ooh. Centuries for David Bedingham and Ollie Robinson, leaders of the second division. In comes Finch, clipped away by Alsop down to fine leg, picks up a single, does Tom Alsop. He goes to 3. He's faced 24 balls, Tom Alsop, but his job is to hold this innings together now for Sussex.
Sherry news.
Go on.
Yeah, this is from Margot. It says, sorry to shatter your theory, but in our house, December is sherry drinking month.
Oh, right.
Helps with present wrapping and cooking the turkey.
Right.
It might help in the summer watching cricket as well some days. Big Worcestershire supporter. Enjoying the commentary. Disappointing not to be at home this year, but quite glad not to be sat in this heat.
Yeah, no, it would be very hot if you were sat here for the day. Finch runs away from us to bowl to Ibrahim. He's in on bowls. The applause is not for Ibrahim's forward defences, but for another raffle prize, I think. Bradders, what do you think that one is?
Well, no. Somebody's bought something in the auction, I reckon.
Could be.
Yeah.
Or it could be a sort of a box of sort of deodorants and things. That's the sort of thing that people give to a raffle. It's like they had for Christmas, so they... Am I being a bit cynical?
No. We're having a raffle on Sunday. It's my birthday party.
Happy birthday, Bradders.
Thank you very much. So instead of having presents, I said we could have a raffle.
Ooh.
We've got some cricket tickets to put in the raffle as well.
Oh, excellent. In comes Finch and bowl. Sure, Ibrahim takes it on, pulls it, and the fielder didn't see the ball there. It was pulled away onto the leg side. I don't think he would have stopped anyway. I think that's Azarali out there. It was short. It was pulled away by Ibrahim. And Azarali momentarily didn't pick that ball up at all. And by the time he did, the ball had flashed over the boundary. I think it would have gone for 4 anyway, to be honest.
Yeah.
But he didn't pick it up in the background. Nice shot by Ibrahim. He's very quickly on to 27 off 25 balls. 177 for 4. Fascinating game, this. I mean, it has just ebbed and flowed.
It has.
And you want to pick a winner at this stage.
Oh, I've got to go.
Finch in bowls, Ibrahim up on his toes, plays it down to third man and picks up a single. 178 for 4, Ibrahim to 28. Run through the scores in the other games as well, just to keep everybody right up to date with what's going on in the second division, which is what we're really interested in. So Derbyshire 407 for 7 at Chesterfield in their second innings. Louis Deploy making 170 there. So Derbyshire now leading by 165 with 3 wickets remaining. At Bristol, in comes Finch and bowls and let go by Alsop outside the off stump, and there is no run. Leicestershire 177 for 3 in reply to the Gloucestershire total of 368 all out. In the first division of the Championship, Somerset are needing 444 more runs to win, are 22 without loss at Chelmsford against Essex. Surrey, the leaders of the County Championship, 47 for 1 at Canterbury, and they need another 454 to beat Kent. Rory Burns, the man out for just 4. Hampshire, 279 for 6 in their second innings at Southport against Lancashire, leading by 47. In comes Finch down the leg side, taken by Roderick. There is no run. I noticed Ben Brown out for a duck in that game. He was stumped by Phil Salt, so there was a bit of a Sussex theme to that dismissal as Finch finishes his over. 178 for 4, 28 to Ibrahim, 3 to Tom Alsop. And I've just been joined in the commentary box, and lovely to see a very summery looking Lewis Hatchett, former Sussex seamer, who's going to come and have a natter away to us. Here, come and have a little natter now, Lewis. Yeah. And I'll introduce you to Dave Bradley when he comes back in, and we'll do. Yeah, he's doing his updates to the listeners. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
You should be able to hear us now.
There we
Right.
go.
Yeah, wonderful. We're alive and good to go. I don't know if you've been following the game, Lewis, but it's just been a game where an extraordinary game in many ways, where wickets have fallen in clusters. Sussex at one stage were 143 without loss.
Yeah, I've been darting back, working this morning, and just darting back between this game and the Lancashire game.
Comes Matthew Waite running in from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Daniel Ibram outside of the off stump, taken by Gareth Roderick, and there is no run. Dave Bradley meet Lewis Hatchett, former Sussex seamer, who's going to...
Lewis,
Nice to meet you, Dave.
I saw you play.
Oh, amazing.
I am that
I'm
one.
sorry. I can't give you money back now.
Where does New Road sit in your list of favourite grounds, Lewis? I suggest you say fairly near the top.
It's memorable. It was the last ground I played at.
Ah, interesting. In comes Waite over the wicket bowls. If he's hit on the pad, that's close.
Oh, that's out,
very
yeah.
close, and that is out. And Daniel Ibram is on his way. Well, he was given a life. And look at the hug that Matthew Waite is giving to Adam Hose, who dropped a catch, a straightforward catch at slip in the previous over. And Adam Hose gave him a hug as if he hadn't seen him for 100 years. He was so pleased that didn't cost Worcestershire dearly. He was on 19 when he was dropped. He's out for 28 Bradders, I think it is. 178 for 5. And this game just continues to give and give. 178 for 5, take 62 off of that. And the lead is, you're probably better at maths than me, Lewis. I think it's 113 is the lead.
No.
No?
Don't even start with maths, no.
But that looked very out, and you called it.
Well, that looked like it tailed in. That actually looked like a little bit reverse swing. So it is perfect. If it is going to reverse, it's going to reverse in these sorts of conditions. Just nice and dry. And yeah, if they're looking after the ball, that's the, as a bowler, that's how you try and get the ball, get a wicket with that ball tailing in. Try and go for LBW bowled. Do you say I didn't catch it, but you said he nicked off?
Yes, he did. He was dropped at slip in the previous over.
So from a bowler's point of view, like, he's obviously looking to go both sides, and then that's the surprise ball.
Very interesting you say that, because Ali Orr was up here for an hour or so just before you came in, and when it was 143 without loss, Ali said, "Oh, I think that just might be swinging a little. Maybe it's reversing." So he picked it as well.
Yeah, it is a genuine, completely different skill set to bowling with a traditional swing, because the ball's not going to hoop out, generally away swing, so right arm bowler to a right arm batter. It's not going to hoop out, but it's the one that darts back in, and you've got to use it well. You've got to use it every, I would say, 10 balls maybe.
178 for 5. Finn Hudson-Prentice is the next man in. We didn't see this coming. As Waite is in and bowls, Hudson-Prentice is forward, plays into the covers, and there is no room. So tell us more about your last game at New Road.
Well, that was literally the last game I played. I'm pretty sure it was. My last game was at Worcester before I was playing that county championship game and was in good nick. And then we came back to Sussex, started doing a warm-up game for Pakistan touring, and then my back went. That was it. So that was the last game I played. But also, New Road, we won the championship, the second div, in 2010.
And comes Waite over the wicket bowls. Hudson-Prentice is forward, plays to mid-on, there is no run.
And I know that, one, because I was there, but two, because we celebrated on the third day. So we celebrated on the third day, but we still had the fourth day to play. But Glamorgan needed us to draw that game, and the game looked like it was going for a draw, and we lost. We lost the game. Can't say it was due to celebrations or not, but we lost, and then Glamorgan were fuming because they stayed down.
Oh, good story. In comes Waite running in over the wicket bowls. Hudson-Prentice is forward. Waite feels off his own bowling, and there's no. So it was a night out in Worcester, was there?
I can't say yes or no.
Come on, Lewis.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, of course. The third day, you can't say Worcester's a great lively setting for enjoying yourself. That's for sure. Up there with Brighton. Brighton definitely, I think, down here in Brighton and Hove, it's the pinnacle. You see teams bring 15 players rather than 12 sometimes, and they've packed extra kit with them.
In comes Waite over the wicket bowls. Oh, and Hudson Prentice is going to get a boundary. I'm not sure that would have carried to a third slip, but nonetheless, it was a full shot by Finn Hudson Prentice. Good bit of bowling by Waite.
Yeah, that looks like it's the one that he's hanging out a little bit. If it is reversing, he's just hoping to get something like that. And Finn's kind of gone for the bait.
When Ali Orr was here, and there was a couple of shots where Dan Ibrahim came in, he was batting out of his crease, and a couple of shots he went to hammer the ball through the covers, and me and Bradders both went, should you be doing that? But Ali's view was actually sometimes you could put pressure back on the bowling side by attacking the bowling. I mean, I'm a little bit more all digging in.
You're talking to Ali Orr, he's one of the most exciting one-day players we got in the country at the moment.
Yeah, yeah.
I'd have no doubt that's what he would do. But it's right, if you would love to have a batter allow you to bowl at them.
Adam Finch is running up the hill from the C end, comes in and bowls outside the off stump. Tom Alsop lets it go. He's playing a very cagey innings here. Tom Alsop, he's the skipper. 3 off 27. Sorry, Bradders, you're going to...
What year was that last game?
2016.
Well, Bradders is going to look it up.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a whiz on the computer, is Bradders.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like he should be, but he is.
I'm thicker than all.
It's the hat that does it. Yeah, so I was trying to say, Tom Alsop here, skippering the side in the absence of Cheteshwar Pujara. Do you sort of stick or twist here, really? Do you go for your shots? Do you think, well, I need to stay here?
Yeah.
In comes Finch over the wicket bowls. Alsop lets that go through to keep her.
I mean, this is all assumption that it is reversing, but it looks like it could be. And I also don't know how much of, bear in mind, Sussex, I'd say now, anywhere between sort of 20 to 30% of the team maybe haven't faced these sort of conditions just in their time. It's been not overly hot for the summer for a long time. It takes time for the grounds to dry out and allow those conditions to come forward.
Finch runs away from us. Cloudless skies pretty much here at Hove, runs away from us in and bowls, and I think that might have come off the 5 pebble. It actually went quite quickly, so I suspect it probably did come off the bat in the end, and Tom Alsop picks up a single down to fine leg. It goes to 4, the total to 183 for 5.
I'm pretty sure it is. Just looking at their reactions there, I'm pretty sure this ball is reverse swinging.
Right. Which will make life difficult. The lead, which I shall give you in a few moments. So Bradders is looking at that game. Have you found it, Bradders?
It's interesting. There's only 2 Worcestershire players played in that game playing today, Brett D'Oliveira and Joe Lynch.
Yep.
Nobody Sussex playing today played in that game.
Finch in and bowls, all right up in the block hole to Finn Hudson Prentice. I think he did pretty well to keep that out, to be fair. There's a big puff of dust, and Finn looks at the bottom of his bat and says, I'll jag down on that one, right up in the block hole. Terrifically. What was the Sussex side out of...
Chris Nashhead, Joyce Luke Wells, Ross Taylor, Matt
Machin, yeah.
Machin, sorry. Harry Finch, Ben Brown, Ollie Robinson. Ollie Robinson was still playing, but not playing today. Lewis Hatchett, Steve McGoffin, and Stuart Whittingham.
Wow.
It's a good batting lineup.
It is a good batting lineup. Stuart Whittingham doesn't play anymore.
No, Stu sadly retired as well.
With his back.
Yeah.
In comes Finch running in over the wicket bowls and cut away. That's a nice shot by Finn Hudson Prentice. That was a more friendly delivery outside the off stump, and Hudson Prentice is not going to miss out. Plays it through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 8, total to 187 for 5.
I did trial at Worcester. Yeah. The summer I got signed, the start of that summer, I was nowhere near the Sussex setup in the start of 2010. I was sort of a second team bowler.
Finch on his way up the hill, bowls, and Hudson Prentice drives to backward point, no run.
And I'd spent a winter in Australia, and I really didn't want the previous summer to repeat itself, which was where it would be a hot day like this in the second team. We'd get 65 overs in and they'd suddenly go, Hatch, come on, have a bowl. And I'm sitting there going, I'm an opening bowler, I really want to get the new ball. So I didn't want that to repeat. So whilst I was away in the winter, I sent out 17 CVs to all the other counties. Worcester came back. There were four or five others that came back. But I actually went to Worcester as I landed back and went and had a little trial there. I was down there for 2 days. Damien D'Oliveira was the man who was in charge of overseeing that. And it was the wettest day that I couldn't believe that cricketers were playing on nets that wet. You're putting your thumb through them. Chantry's coming in and bowling, going, no, it's perfectly good. But it was, it was there for 2 days trialling, but it forced sort of something to happen here, and then it forced a conversation essentially, and that then was where I put myself forward and said, look, I'd really like to open the bowling in the second team, and if I can get that opportunity, hopefully it'll go well. But if it doesn't, I'll leave and you won't see me again essentially. But it went well. I took a ton of wickets in the second team and ended up signing by the end of that summer.
That's a great story. Matthew Waite's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road, and he's coming in down the hill to bowl to Tom Also. If he plays onto the onside, they've taken one. I don't think they'll take 2 to D'Oliveira. They shouldn't ought to. He got a brilliant catch, Lewis, just before we get over. He caught James Coles out, a ball that was pulled onto the leg side, and he chased back probably 30 yards, Bradders. Yeah. And caught it. It was a wonderful catch.
I caught the first 2 wickets. I didn't catch the next 2 after that.
Yeah. So Coles was caught at mid-wicket looking to hook. And then Ollie Carter was caught by D'Oliveira.
Oh, it looks LBW.
Sorry, Carter was LBW. I do apologise to Finch for a duck. But it was a terrific catch. And it was one of those catches, Dolly. I thought he was going to get nowhere near. And he chased back from mid-on and caught it at deep mid-wicket. It was a tremendous catch. 3 slips in place now, with a chance having gone through there in the previous over. Waiting and bowls let go by Finn Hudson-Prentice outside of the off stump, and there is no run. So you've got fond memories of Worcester then, really? The cathedral and all the rest of it?
Yeah. Luckily, never actually had a game where, obviously because Worcester floods really prominently, never been there when it's actually been raining. So every game we've played, we got on. And we did have one, I think it was that championship game where we did, the first time I'd ever seen sort of declaration bowling happening in a championship game, and the Worcester fans did not like it.
Waite in and bowls. Forward come Hudson-Prentice, plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, Alexei Kavesi and Darryl Mitchell. I don't know. Darryl would not thank you for saying he was a declaration bowler.
Is it? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, 9 down at the end.
Luke Wright was planting them into.
No, this is the.
Oh, this was another game then. Sorry, this was another game.
This is your last game.
Yeah, no, there was another game I played there, and we had declaration bowling, and Luke Wright scored, I think, like 140, and was just. I mean,
done a long way.
The windows were in real trouble.
Waite in bowls to Hudson-Prentice. That's a good shot by Hudson-Prentice, slightly wide of the off stump, and Finn Hudson-Prentice carves it away through backward point for a boundary. He goes to 12, and Sussex to 192 for 5. Talking of which, it was it ex-players' day down here the other day?
It was, yeah. It was a brilliant day actually. Right. They had, I think. We were talking about this as a group and saying how many, because Ollie Rayner was here. It was the first time Ollie had been back since having finished at Middlesex, where he ended his career. And we were talking about some players need a bit of a cooling off period from when they finish. Funnily enough, I actually went to it the year after I finished, and I don't know why. I just didn't feel like I'd left yet. I don't know what it was. It was because when you're leaving on sort of you're on a retirement for injury, it's a bit different.
Yeah. Wait. Runs towards us, bowls, and Hudson-Prentice is forward. He nudges this backward. A point. Jake Libby is in hot pursuit. Is that Jake Libby? Yes, it is. And it's just a single to Hudson-Prentice. He goes to 13. The total 182. 192 for 5. I do apologise. The lead is 130.
But it was brilliant because it was a real array of ages and generations. So it was all from John Snow was there, Tony Pygott. You had the Wells brothers, the Lenham father and son.
Born in Worcestershire, John Snow.
Was he? No, I seem to have heard.
Are you trying to claim him?
We claim everything.
Yeah.
His dad was the vicar of Peopleton in Worcestershire.
There you go.
That is, that's Trivial Pursuit type stuff. That.
In comes Waite. The wicket bowls, and also plays that nicely. He's going to pick up just a single, though. The third man was almost took deep backward points, so Tom also picks up a single. He goes to 7, and the total to 100. In fact, it's gone up already. Tom also goes to 6. I do apologise. The total to 194 for 5. At the end of the over, Waite's figures are 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 45. So it was really because when you said ex-players, I thought, oh, fairly current players, but that's not the case.
No, they offer it out to everyone who has ever been a player at Sussex, and obviously people's lives continue after cricket, and there's people that have gone from all around the country. But yeah, Jamie Hall really pushed it this year. I think there was a bit of an upset of the turnout last year, and then the club really kicked in and put on a real event essentially, that was much stronger. And yeah, there was like I said, an array. Billy Taylor was there. Billy Taylor, interestingly, just flying back. Or was he flown?
He's gone to the States.
He's going to the States. Yeah, right. I didn't know he was there since October.
Right. I think he has done a couple of championship games this season, hasn't he? I don't know if he's been going to and
finished in one of the I think the round previous to the 2020s.
So how many people were there? In fact, we've got a change of bowling. I'll just break off for a minute because it's Uzama Mir is coming back in. He was a bit expensive before lunch. But he's coming in from the C end to bowl to Tom Alsop, who works that wristily onto the onside. Foot at mid-on, there is no run. They've got Adam Finch as the bowler, but I can assure you this is not Adam Finch.
Unless he's slowed down.
Yes, unless he's slowed down considerably. And he's now bowling off spin. In a game, bowls, leg spinning, bowling, played to the offside by Alsop, there is no run. So how many people were there?
I would say anywhere between, I wasn't counting them through the door, but essentially 25, maybe 35.
Right, good.
It was a really good turnout actually.
Here in again, bowls and Alsop. Did that turn a little?
Yeah.
We saw one turn very sharply from James Coles yesterday, which accounted for Brett D'Oliveira, who was caught in the slips by Tom Alsop.
He's going to be targeting these footholes.
Here again. Bowls and Alsop turns this one onto the leg side with the spin to the deep mid wicket, picks up a single to Alsop. He goes to 7, 195 for 5. And is that something, I mean, that you all chip in for, or do the club?
The club put it on.
Excellent.
So fantastically, the club put it on.
Excellent.
And that I think I actually hope for now that it will grow. I also hope for a few more of the sort of last decade for sure to start turning up.
Yeah.
But like I said, there's a cooling off period that kind of happens.
Yes. Mir again, bowls and covering up his Hudson. Prentice plays onto the onside. There is no run, and actually, it's good. It doesn't. I mean, it's clearly a work environment. But I think all sort of work environments, you finish and people say, "Oh yeah, we will keep in touch," but it needs someone to organise these sorts of things because otherwise, and you get to Bradder's age and my age, that you start to see people. In comes Mir and bowls, driven nicely to mid off. There is no run. It's really sad. But you tend to bump into people at funerals. It's really sad, and you say, "I haven't seen you for 20 years, mate," and you think we must have a beer and. People have to have, if they want to, you have to make it happen.
Yeah, and I think as well, it's weird, isn't it? We're more connected as people than we've ever been. We've got our phones literally within probably in our hands already, and it's so easy, but yet for some reason we don't do it. So we have this hyper connection, but we're also disconnected, and I think it's not that difficult. Sometimes I put myself in a place where I almost make it a rule. If I have someone I haven't spoken to, as soon as someone pops into my mind, rather than just letting it go, just message them.
No, that's really good, Lewis. Really good. You're listening to Lewis Hatchett, former Sussex seamer, with myself, Adrian Harms, and Dave Bradley. Bradder's back with you in a few moments' time as in comes Waite. Bowles also lets that one go outside of your stump, and there is no run. I was going to ask you a question then, Lewis, and I've completely forgotten what it was. Oh, yeah, I was going to say to Bradder, so do Worcestershire have sort of old players' days? I thought the sort of club we probably do.
Yeah, I think it's great. And in our little village cricket club, we lost a couple of guys last year. One of them sadly took his own life.
Oh, dear.
And we're really keen to get these guys to come back and enjoy the environment of our little cricket club. I think it's vital. Absolutely vital.
Yeah, I totally agree.
In comes Waite. running in over the wicket bowls, and also drives nicely down the ground, well fielded by D'Oliveira, who he can't save the single, but I think as a captain, when you see someone setting that sort of example, I just feel that kind of can lift a whole side as well. Your captain's diving across and diving and getting in the throw.
Totally. I mean, as well, look at Azhar Ali, he's doing some fair distance there. It's very easy for a senior player like that to go, sorry, I'm going to take up a position where I don't have to move much, but he's putting in some yards there, moving around the field.
Worcestershire here have fought themselves back into the match. 196 for 5 here. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley, Lewis Hatchett. It's absorbing stuff. If you had to put 50 pence on this, Lewis, I wonder which way you would go at the moment. In comes Waite, running in towards us, bowls to Hudson Prentice. I thought he nearly played on. He's played it onto the leg side. He's picked up a single, but it was a shot that totally lacked conviction. However, he survives. He moves on to 14. The end of the over, 197 for 5. It means the Sussex lead is 135. That kind of feels Sussex need a few more in the bank than that, Lewis.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with, I think they're using this time to almost attack down the hill with the reverse. It's hard coming up the hill, obviously, on a hot day. And I think this is where they'll target a lot of this work now.
Waite in again, bowls. Also clips this one down to fine leg. Picks up the single fielded by Azhar Ali, who Lewis was talking about, running from fine leg to fine leg. Here he goes again.
Here he goes.
Yeah, he's probably having to do 60 or 70 yards.
That's a bowler. That's killer.
Is it?
Oh, that day like today, that's a killer. That's just where you've had a spell and you go, please.
Do you wave to the
Not
skipper
left,
and say,
right hand.
I'll just stay at third man or something?
You just really hope that they back you to put you at point or someone like that you can just come up to point, or just please don't do. Especially look how square he's got him for the field. It's the full length of the ground.
3 slips go down. In comes Waite over the wicket bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays into the covers. There is no run. Just talking about that players' day as well, Lewis, I just wonder if it can have quite a positive effect around the club. Maybe players who haven't been to the club for a while don't know too much about the setup at the minute, and the fact that Sussex got some younger players in. And
yeah, well, you saw the club brought in this cricket committee. I want to say 3-4 years ago.
Right, yeah.
So people like Chris Adams are on it.
Yeah.
I know Ian Gould's on it.
Yes.
Tony Cotty's on it. And bringing their ideas to the club.
In comes Waite bowls, forward come Hudson Prentice, played out to the offside. There is no run. Just the end of the over.
Because even when I was here, I came in at Grizz's era. I was around when the Sussex had its most successful decade from 2000 to 2010. So that era of cricketers, of those cricketers that were here, once they retired and they left, there's so much valuable knowledge and culture that comes from that. Now, every team should reinvent its culture. You can't take an old culture, bring it into today and hope for it to work. These guys that are out in the field, they've got to find their own way to do it. But what you can do is, the great thing as well about our club right now is that a lot of them are local. So I played for Sussex because it was my hometown, my home county. That's the thing that inspired me. So for these guys, they hopefully can have some of that.
Zamir is coming in, bowls a full toss. It's clubbed away, but also he'll be disappointed not to hit that for 4. He gets a single. Amir rather gets away with a good bit of fielding by Ben Gibbon at mid-on.
And rather than going into, say, like the museum and looking at a lot of the old scorecards, it's about listening to those guys who've played here, what it meant to them, and learning from them, and then taking that and then developing it your own way. So it's so valuable to have guys like that around.
I couldn't agree more. Amir is coming over the wicket to the right-handed Hudson Prentice, who works that to mid-wicket, fielded by Jake Libby. There is no run. There's just the one slip in place. A backward point cover mid-off, a sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, and almost a short, fine leg, I think we could say that is. Probably just about saving one. As Amir comes in, he gets into his delivery stride and then decides it's not quite right. And umpire Newell signals that as a dead ball. 199 for 5, I think that is saying. So the lead is 137. Hudson Prentice drives nicely into the offside. And there is no run, fielded at short extra cover. Good tense cricket. Batters and I have been saying this is what county cricket is all about. Here we are on the 3rd day, and Worcestershire bats with their noses in front. Mir is in bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays that away on the offside. He picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He goes to 16. Bradders is going to do an update to listeners in Hereford and Worcester, then he'll be back And we'll join Lewis on commentary. Applause around the ground for the 200. So 200 take off 62 is 138. I think Sussex would need a few more than that.
The next two sessions of this game are going to be vital.
Mirroring again, rolls wide. It's like the off stumbles. I'm looking to cut that one away. What happened there, Lewis?
That's sort of back of length, but it's jumped a bit, spun in at him, and it's cramped him up. Those ones like that, he's really done well to get his hands high, drop it down, and those can hit the glove, get the slip.
Here in again, bowls and played very cautiously by Allsop out into the offside. There is no run. It is the end of the over. So Sussex 200 for 5, Allsop on 10, Hudson Prentice on 15. The lead for Sussex is 138. And just to run through the scorecard with you, Sussex 143 without loss. Then it was Tom Haines for 91, Tom Clark for 50, James Coles for 2, Ollie Carter without scoring. At that stage, Sussex had lost 4 wickets for just 3 runs, and Daniel Ibrahim, the latest man out, for a quick fire 28, which was made off of just 28 balls. He was dropped at slip during that time, but he played very positively. And now Finn Hudson-Prentice, you'd know Finn reasonably well, would you, Lewis?
Yeah. Obviously, Finn started here started at Sussex before going to Derby, but I was in the squad when he came in. But not only that, he's at our club, East Grinstead, and he's played for us for a few years now. Funny enough, I've just got a text message from David Turner, who used to be chairman at East Grinstead, but he's an absolute legend. And his son Archie and Finn are really good friends. But David Turner housed Alex Carey as our overseas ages ago, so he's saying a big shout out to East Grinstead Cricket Club, but also Alex
fantastic
for the series. But I don't really want to give too much credit for Alex because I hope we win as England.
He batted well last week. I was fortunate enough to go to the Oval for one of the games last week. I didn't see Alex Carey bat, but I saw Travis Head bat. In comes Ben Gibbon, who's into the attack, and that's a lovely shot by Finn Hudson-Prentice, overpitched, and Hudson-Prentice just eased the ball beautifully away through extra cover for 4 runs. That was a quality shot. He goes to 19 and Sussex to 204 for 5.
This will be interesting to see what Gibbon does here, because as a left armour with reverse, obviously you've now got the chance of it coming back in, but you've got to hope it's going to do enough. It's going to come back in. That's why I'll be surprised wouldn't be surprised if he goes round the wicket and he'll just maybe go away, sort of hold its line, and then try and get, especially Finn as a right-hander, get it dart back in.
They keep getting the wrong bowler on the scoreboard. So it definitely isn't Matthew Waite, it's Ben Gibbon. He's running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowls. I go a little low, and Hudson-Prentice plays it back down the track, and there is no run. So when you host somebody, interesting to hear from David, he's lodging at your house, and what a great player to have.
Yeah, so their house was literally around the corner from the ground. Great place for those guys to be. And we had a lot of socials there as a group of young lads.
You're smiling, Lewis. Some good times.
It's just some good memories in that house.
Brilliant. In comes Gibbon bowls. Hudson-Prentice forward, plays into the offside, no run.
And David then eventually did get involved at the club. And that's actually a tough role for a lot of people, being a chairman at a cricket club, because clubs are not easy things to run. But he did it with a smile on his face and he won't mind me saying this, some brilliant outfits. His shirt collection, his trouser and short collection is outstanding. The colour assortments are awesome.
Well, that's great to have colour. I love that. In comes Ben Gibbon running in down the hill. The sun's disappeared momentarily. Bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who plays firmly out into the cover. It looks like he's timing the ball nicely here.
Let's not put the mockers on him.
No,
but
let's not.
It's promising.
And actually, interestingly, I wonder if there's going to be a change in the field, and I wonder if that's something that the second slip has just come out. I wonder if they might be going to reinforce that offside field. That was Jack Haines who came out. He was just chatting away to Jake Libby, but he's now gone back to his position at second slip. Here comes Gibbon, 2 slips, third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Gibbon back in, bowls. Ooh, and Hudson Prentice. Well, I thought he played to that one go. Was that a leave, or do you think he
he's played at
it?
I was just about to say, reverse swing bowling is one of those things where it might actually just suddenly stop and nothing happens, and then something that happens. So you only really know when you're out there. So it's a complete guessing game up here.
Yeah, Finn has a wander away to square leg and just collects his thoughts as Ben Gibbon wanders back to his. And how are East Grinstead doing in the league this season, Lewis?
We unfortunately lost our first game on Saturday. It was a bad day for us.
Okay, in comes Gibbon over the wicket bowls, played to the onside by Hudson Prentice. They take a single. Joe Leach has to come around from mid-on, and perhaps not going to be unkind, but perhaps the most agile of the Worcestershire fielders. D'Oliveira chases back, but Hudson Prentice gets a couple of runs. He goes to 21, the total to 206 for 5. You lost your first game.
Lost the first game. We'd been unbeaten before that, so it's quite tight at the top. So I think, off the top of my head, 3rd or 4th somewhere.
Right. Okay.
Cookfield, Horsham, us, Preston Nomads.
Right.
Sort of 4 sides that are thereabouts.
Lovely.
Forgive me if I've got that wrong. Anyone listening in the league?
Don't worry. I'll make way for Bradders in a minute. We've just got to do my update to the listeners, and then I'll leave you, Lewis, with Bradders. I'm just hearing the weather forecast. So it's going to be Zamamir who's going to come in around the wicket to bowl to Tom Alsop, who plays that down the ground. They think about a single. Good bit of fielding though by Ben Gibbon, and there is no run. Never easy commentating with the weather forecast in your ears. But there you go.
Scorchio.
Yeah, I'll let you listen.
My goodness me, that could have been worse. That's an overnight temperature.
In comes
That's
Neil
not
Bowles,
too
and
unbearable, is it?
Alsop covers up,
But it's
plays
the
into the
humidity
offside.
more than anything else,
And there is
Tomorrow,
no
little
run.
change really. Remaining dry, fine with some
Just the
sunny
slip
skies,
is
very
the
different.
only close
In
fielder.
the way of cloud, it's going to be another warm day, but not quite as high as it's been today, but still very nice.
Factory's mark tosses the ball
Lovely,
from hand to hand.
Sunshine, that is. Temperatures between 23
He's in.
and
Alsop
26,
plays very carefully
which is,
onto the onside.
73 to 79 degrees Fahrenheit.
And there is no run.
Cricket update.
So yes, County Championship action today. Surrey away at Kent in Division 1. At Division 2 though, meaning at Hove, watching this one, Sussex versus
Comes
Worcestershire. It's Adrian Haines.
Yes, hello, Sean. And this game is really in the balance. Sussex 206 for 5 in their second innings. It means they lead by 144. Finn Hudson Prentice is playing very nicely. He's on 27. Tom Alsop is on 10. It could have been much better for Sussex. At one stage, they were 143 without loss. But then they lost 4 wickets for just 3 runs. Tom Haines top scoring with 90. So it'd be tough to guess the winner of this game at the moment, Sean. It's a really good game of County Championship cricket. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, Surrey in their second innings are 76 for 1. They still need another 425 to win. New Zealander Tom Latham is still there. He's on 47.
Excellent. And as ever, Adrian, thank you very much. We'll have a natter with you again in the next
Near
hour.
comes in, bowls into the onside, and there is a single. That's the end of the over. Have we been cut off? I heard a little click. No, we're okay. Right, I'm going to leave you with Lewis and with Bradders with Sussex 207 for 5.
Cool. That was hard work, that. I don't know how you did that. It's like the multiple voices that I've got in my head.
He's deaf in the one ear and daft in the other. Yeah, it's funny. If you ever Nick Mullins, who's probably the best sports commentator in the country at the moment, does rugby, and he recorded what was in his earphones when he was doing a TV match, and the voices, there's 4 or 5 people going, "Oh, camera forward, this is happening, that's happening, oh, now we're going to this," and I don't know how they do that. Just don't know, because there's so much going on, and you've got to concentrate and say something sensible. I've got nothing going on in my headphones at the moment, and I'm probably not going to say anything sensible. 207 for 5. It's gone a little bit cloudy and hazy as Ben Gibbon comes down the slope in and bowls and also forward pushes away on the offside. We had the sea mist came in last night, which you've probably seen here.
The sea fret.
Yeah. It didn't really settle, but it started to come. I actually stopped and cleaned my glasses once because I thought that's what it was. But it came across the ground for about, I don't know, 10 minutes.
Yeah, it shows up every now and then. I can't remember what we used to say about when it came. I think essentially the ball would start swinging around, or you might get a few with the fret. But
yeah, they do say. I mean, we're quite a distance from the sea, really, here. But there's a lot of grounds as Gibbon bowls. That's a nice shot. Punched away through mid wicket. Probably not going to get 4. Matthew Waite is chasing it up the slope. The ball is probably going to stop inside the rope, but they'll come back for 3. 210 for 5. Yeah, particularly I think at Swansea, which is, have you ever played there? You probably haven't, because they don't play there.
No, not been at Swansea.
Well,
no.
There's the cricket ground, the road, and the beach.
Right.
And they do say when the tide comes in there, it starts to do strange things. But we're a long way from the beach here. Or Scarborough as well. They go on about things happening there, but that's one of my favourite grounds, Scarborough. I love going there. The crowds are ridiculous for an out ground. It's just, you get more than they get at Headingley. Given in bowls, smacked away. Dismissed!
That's going to go.
Dismissed by
That's a good shot.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, he's just leaning forward into it and bang! Away.
Yeah, Scarborough, that crowd gets lively.
Does he played that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a very rough game against Yorkshire there, and they don't half let you know how it's going.
They do. Yeah. I always remember the first time I went there, Dave Callaghan, the late Dave Callaghan, was commentating with me, who was one of the nicest blokes you're ever going to meet. And there was a really good crowd in as Gibbon turns Cromwell Road end, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who's on his toes, plays the ball out on the offside, and there is no run, 214 for 5. About 5:45, the ground started to empty, and there was probably 15 overs left in the day. I said to Kelly, what's going on? He said, they're all booked into the B&Bs and dinner's at 6 o'clock. So if you're not there, you don't get dinner. So the ground was half empty by the time we finished play. But yeah, I do enjoy it there. There are a lot of players, because they're right on the rope, aren't they? Yeah, the front row of the seats is virtually on the rope.
They're in your pocket.
Yeah. Is Gibbons next ball, and
oh wow,
an airy drive at this one that comes back, misses the inside edge, methinks.
Swing, yeah. Look at Finn, he's saying that swung.
Yeah, it's got a heavy atmosphere suddenly coming, unless the air conditioning's packed up in this box.
No, it's like a weird.
Yeah, it's funny light.
Weird light, yeah.
Yeah. Going back, I keep harping on about, Dave's on about the old Players' Day and people coming back. I'll interrupt myself to tell you that Ben Gibbon is bowling to Hudson Prentice, and this ball is short, and he goes back and plays it back down the pitch. No run. When you finished, did you miss it?
Yeah, so I finished through retirement through an injury.
Yeah.
And while the first year was really rough to take, I mean, I can openly admit, the day I got told that my back had fractured and I was going to go through, it was minimal, I was going to go through another year of rehab, but then I didn't know how serious it was until I went to go see the surgeon. And just the day after I did the injury, the physio said, look, you've done this, we've got to shut down now. I just broke down.
Yeah.
Literally broke down that day.
Yeah, can imagine that. Usama Mir is bowling from the CN. That's very short, and it's clubbed away through the offside, and Azhar Ali comes off the cover boundary to do the fielding. And I think, I've talked to rugby players and footballers who retire, but the thing with cricketers, you spend so much time with your teammates, don't you? And suddenly that's gone. Usama Mir just might change your field here. He's got one slip in there. He's ready to bounce in again and push the side.
Yeah, you're literally with everyone all day, every day. It's not like football or rugby where you play the game for 90 minutes and then you're gone.
Yeah. And again, you saw Amir bowls full length pushed away on the offside.
It's the stuff these people don't, the people in the ground don't see, that a lot of people don't see, is that these guys are turning up. Some will turn up at 9 o'clock in the morning here for this game. They won't leave till about 7.
Amir, and again, short this time, allowed to go through outside the off stump by Hudson Prentice, 215 for 5.
And then you'll do that for 4 days. You're all around each other. You just can't get away from each other. If you're away, you're in the hotel. So, yeah, there's kind of no escaping it.
And again, bowls full of length this time, pushed away to Ben Gibbon at mid-off, no run. Yeah, and luckily, I think the PCA do a lot more work, don't they, these days with players, as Mir comes in to finish the over. We've floated that one up, driven nicely out on the offside, but Pines the fielder. And they do a lot of work and prepare players for retirement.
Well, there is and there isn't, in the sense that they can only do so much, because you have to prepare that for yourself. And even a lot of my work that I do now with athletes, and even, funny enough, so I have a podcast, and quick plug for that, if anyone listens to podcasts, it's called Raising Your Game. And I have some really interesting characters in there, but recently I've had some mental skills psychologists. Just interviewed one of the leading researchers in perfectionism yesterday, and was talking around athletes that essentially want to perform right now. You have to throw everything at it. You when you're in it, you've got to throw everything at it, because you don't want to come out of it and say, I didn't throw everything at it.
Yeah.
So having that eye on the end can be a distraction.
Yeah. Here is Gibbon in bowls forward, comes Allsop, plays the ball back up the pitch. So basically, you're saying, really go for it and don't worry about what happens after.
So no, I'm not saying that categorically, but what I'm saying is you have to be able to compartmentalize what you're doing. So I have a rugby player that I've worked with who described playing rugby as work, and just by naming it work really helped him.
Oh, right, that's interesting. Here's the next ball from Gibbon down the leg side, flicked at it by Allsop through.
And he would say, I'm off to work, I'm going to work. And he could then view it as, and it's very tough in sport, because sometimes you really can't leave the game behind, but the goal is, you want to try and do that, is that when he left the training ground or would finish a match, he would be at home and he would do his passions. And funnily enough, this guy's passion was drawing and art, and that's what he was into. And then throughout the day, he would just slam himself into grown men.
Yeah. That's fascinating. Here is, excuse me, I hiccuped in the middle of that, pushed away on the offside. D'Oliveira comes in quickly to field.
So I sorry to interject there. I think it is for these guys out here, if they can do, and it's something that I really am an advocate for, is to find a passion outside of the game. Because not only that, you'll hear the guys talk about the treadmill of first-class cricket, and it can be, you can get quite cynical about it and quite pessimistic about the game, especially if you're not winning. So to find something outside can freshen up your life, essentially.
Here's Ben Gibbon in bowls, turned away on the onside, not really going into the shot, you could say, and just pushed in the end to Azhar Ali. And
just adding on to that, what that does is that allows you that when you come back to the game, you then love it. So you might hear about, I hear professional cricketers saying, we've got another game coming up. Whereas you could view it a different way. You could be like, we got another game coming up. Yeah. This is exciting. Like, how I've got another opportunity to do something, make an impact. But depending where you're at, depending if you're not getting away and having the breaks, it can be quite overwhelming.
Allsop waits, and this time Gibbon's ball is short, and he goes back and pushes it back up the pitch. And Worcestershire got a good little spell going here, tightening things up and not giving anyone a bit of pressure coming on. Yeah, and I read, what did I read or hear about Alistair Cook, who is a farmer? Well, his folks are farmers, so he'll go away, play a first-class game, and the next day he's up at 6 o'clock rounding the sheep up. That gets him away from it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a nice routine, obviously, to break up cricket and not thinking about batting, and he may have been doing that whilst doing those roles, but we don't know.
Yeah. Here's the next ball, which is short and pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. And I was listening to this the other day about what people do in between deliveries. Obviously, the bowler turns, you're concentrating, but can you switch your mind off? Can you walk to square leg and switch off?
As a batter?
Yeah.
I'm talking to the wrong man. Having said that, I did get some runs on the weekend, so
Did you?
I will give my 2 cents. No, well, essentially, Ali was talking about it. I did catch the start of Ali's commentary, or his sort of commentary interview, what you want to call it.
Yeah.
And he was talking about processes. So guys who are really successful at the top, they have a process, they found their process and they know what it is, and then the goal is to, once you've found one and you've honed one in, you'll hear people say, I've got to trust the process, and that trusting of it is essentially repeating it even if things aren't going well.
Yeah. Usama Mir is into bowl wide of the off stump through to the keeper.
And your process can be, I remember speaking to Phil Salt, again, not only was a former teammate, but did have him on the podcast and we spoke about this, where he would practice his process in really challenging situations.
There, in again, and down the pitch, and lofted straight back down the ground. Is, for 4. Couple of bounces over the road, and just breaks that little stranglehold that Worcestershire had on there. They had a little bit of pressure coming on, and it's down the pitch and boomed it away, Hudson Prentice. Very useful 29 so far for him.
He's an aggressive player, Finn, so he's not going to allow him to just bowl at him.
219 for 5, a lead of 157. Next ball just turned away on the onside, and there's no run. Did you have time to see Steve Smith here?
I did.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I did.
Because he's a real interesting character to study, isn't he? Is Mir in again and bowls and just turned away again on the leg side, again, no run.
Yeah, and so I'm midway through my masters at the moment in performance psychology, and two of my sort of professors that run the course, they've worked with the England cricket team.
Yeah. In again, Hudson Prentice goes back and across, trying to flick this one down towards fine leg, bounces off the wicket keeper's gloves, 1 ball left of the over, and I can never see the overs on that board. 37 remaining after this one, so 5 overs till cake. Mir in bowls, pushed away on the offside,
and that work they've done is they've looked at motivation, mental toughness, a range of different things, and a part of that motivation you can open it up into your passion, and you can have this obsessive passion, and you would look at Steve Smith and go, yeah, this guy is. People would say like this guy's obsessed, but you got to also lead that on with he's passionate, like obsessively passionate about this thing, and when you're obsessively passionate, you can create a lot of negative attributes that happen to you because you can be quite selfish. And he's not, I don't know his character, by the way, so I'm not in any way, shape or form saying that he's a selfish person. In fact, I heard some incredible stories from him with the group here, gave his time selflessly.
Ben Gibbon is bowling from the Cromwell Road end. That's gone down the leg side. Wicket keeper Roderick gets across, doesn't take it cleanly, but there's no chance of a run.
But when you're that passionate and you're so driven and motivated by it, it doesn't feel like work. So a lot of people will think, oh my God, he's up at 3 a.m. and he's batting in his hotel room and he's. But if that's the thing he wants to be doing, that may not be draining his energy at all. It could be actually doing the complete opposite. It could be completely energising him.
Yeah. Gibbon 215 for 5. Sussex remains on 215 for 5, played out to Azhar Ali in the mid-wicket area. We had Graham Hick over last year, and because he was the Aussie batting coach when Steve Smith got into the team, and he told us some really interesting stories about how about Steve Smith's mindset, and how he gets in, I suppose, in the zone. You know far more about that than me. And the little things, he got the wrong bootlaces on, and that put him off when he was practicing the wrong bootlaces, stuff like that. Here's Gibbon in bowls, also coming forward.
That's a really interesting one, and So that's quite superstitious, and weirdly, I had superstition. I had this superstition that I'd wear a certain pair of socks, and I did certain things. But having now become a mindset coach and then delved into a lot of like the research, I've realised there's a difference between a superstition and a routine.
As Gibbon strides in and bowls, also playing a really stout innings here for his team. The skipper are really digging in. And what is the difference?
Well, and when I essentially asked one of my professors, well, what is the difference? Because he did not mix his words when he said, I hate superstitions. And I asked him why, and he said, because you can't control them. And the problem is when you're an athlete, quite essentially, we as athletes and as people in general, we feel anxiety when we are trying to control things we can't control, but we want to control them.
215 for 5, Sussex to Allsop Waits, flicks this one away to Azhar Ali, who goes down, tumbles to field, no run.
And so a superstition, if I think about my favourite pair of socks or whatever it was that I was doing, if I had lost them, that you're now telling me that that's going to completely affect my game, that's taken away all the hours of training that I've done, all of the work that I've put in, all down to one pair of socks. No, that's not, that shouldn't be a thing, but we allow it to be a thing.
And you can't control that?
No.
Ben Gibbon in bowls, and this is short wide outside the off stump, and there is no run. And that's so much. I mean, what you're doing is so much coming to sport, isn't it? In recent, when I was a kid and I used to go and watch, or even when I started doing this 30 years ago, if people had told you these things, you'd kind of shook your head and, don't know.
I honestly wish that I had known some of this when I was growing up, because I remember a story I have was when I was doing my debut for T20, when I was playing my debut here. It was live on Sky. I was actually bowling bowling pretty well, hence why I got picked. But end of the story was I got carted for 22 in my first over. But during that over, I had so little control what was going on.
Yeah, Usama Mir is the Worcestershire bowler. Finn Hudson Prentice goes across, pushes away on the offside, no run.
I don't mean that control as in my skill set. I knew my skill set, I'd practiced my skill set, I was confident in it. I had no control mentally over what would happen if it went wrong. How am I doing this right? What process am I using?
Mir in again, and shorter delivery this time, which is clipped away off the back foot, and that's
4 runs.
Gone for 4, yeah. Dive at backward point, out on the fence by Adam Finch, can't cut it off. 223, I think that is for 5. Yeah.
223 for 5.
Yeah, my eyes are not great, mate. So another little stand building up here. So far, 37, I think. Mir in again, bowls short, pushed away on the offside, straight to Jake Libby. So, who do you work with? Young cricketers?
So all the way,
all age groups,
from professional cricketers, even teams, corporates, rugby players. Got a skeleton racer I work with.
Next ball is driven away on the offside. Libby does well. Gets his feet in the right place there, Jake Libby, and gets his hands in the right place as well. And what's the difference? I mean, if you're dealing with a rugby player, do you deal with him the same as you do a cricketer?
Pretty much, yeah. I even if it was a cricketer, I couldn't tell them how to do what they do.
Next ball, this is driven away to the offside. Finch has a very comfortable stop this time on the extra cover boundary. One more clicks onto the total.
It's not my place to tell them how to technically do what they do. That's why they've got other coaches for that. My remit is getting them into a place where they feel good about themselves and they feel confident in themselves to perform at their best. This doesn't guarantee success. Like, even if you have a great game, it doesn't guarantee, but you want to approach the game and feel good about yourself.
Here's Usama Mir in again, turn to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I'm going to go and have to update people on another radio station. Mr. Adrian Harms is going to slip seamlessly into this seat. Where are we till tea? Are you here till tea, Lou? If you're all right till tea.
I think I am.
Good man. I'm just trying to work out how many overs there are till tea. 3. Okay, well, I'll leave you with Armsy. Good luck. It could be a long 3 overs.
That sun's back out now.
Going quite well with Bradders, funny.
Yeah.
In comes Ben Gibbon running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Hudson Prentice plays to Backwood Point, and there is no run. Important stand this, Lewis, for Sussex. What is it worth? 34 plus 12.
It's a lead of 162, isn't it?
Yeah. So, they've just steadied the ship here a little bit, these two. So 24 plus. I think it's 46 this stand is worth now.
It's interesting because if the ball, again, I feel like banged on about it.
No, not at all.
The
Not at all.
reverse swing that was happening, I don't feel like Worcester took full advantage of it if it was happening.
Ben Gibbon on his way down the slope, comes in and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who's forward ball. Good length, just plays into the offside, no run.
And obviously, it's quite hard for a bowler to just pile more overs into their legs and hope that you go through them. You've got to be a bit strategic about it and go, do we push hard right now and try and get that breakthrough in the game, or do we just try and chip away, have a bit of an attritional day and just try and dot them up, not let them go at 4s, and try and sneak one along the way.
They've picked up 5 wickets. The Sussex went to lunch on 111 without loss. In comes Gibbon bowls right up in the block. Hudson Prentice drives. There's a puff of dust. Players out into extra cover, fielded there by Hose. There is no run. You just get the feeling sometimes in a game, Lewis, everyone's really concentrating here. This is such an important passage of play. A couple of wickets go down. You've got Worcester as favourites. If Sussex can get to tea, and maybe about half an hour afterwards, maybe the pendulum swings in the favour of Sussex.
Worcester don't by any means look like they've just sort of accepted their fate here at all. They're definitely in on this. They're just setting a very aggressive but kind of defensively aggressive field.
Yeah, no, I'm with you completely. In comes Gibbon over the wicket bowls. Hudson Prentice drives through the covers. Nice looking shot by Hudson Prentice. He's getting a couple of runs. Azhar Ali's got to chase around the cover boundary. They'll think about 3 with it. Tom Alsop's very quick between the sticks, but a good bit of fielding by Azhar Ali. Gets in the throw. 2 more to Finn Hudson Prentice, who's playing a nice little cameo here.
And even there as the left armour, he's got that sweeper out there on the boundary. He's got the guy, would maybe regard him in there as on the catch, extra cover, and that just means that he's trying to get him to push one into the covers, but even if he nails it, he's not necessarily getting 4 like that. He's only just got 2 runs.
And again, Hudson Prentice on 36 in on bowls, and he drives nicely. Hudson Prentice, more runs here. There's going to be at least another couple because Azhar Ali again has got to chase around the outfield. But 2 more to Hudson Prentice. He goes to 38. One thing I was going to say to you, Lewis, you were talking about club cricket and you play at East Grinstead, but this goes for club cricket and village cricketers like I was across the country, really, in Sussex or Worcester or wherever. One of the great things for me was the social side of the game. The applause is up for the 50 partnership, actually.
Oh, well done.
55 off 87 balls between Hudson Prentice and Alsop, just steadying the ship. Now the umpire's going to have a little natter about the ball, I think. Are they? Has he got the ball in his hand? Yes, he has. Umpire Debenham having a word to umpire Newell, which gives us a chance to natter. I used to love the social side of the game, catching up with people year after year. I used to love all of that. And I know that maybe times have changed, but do people stay behind at East Grinstead, for example, and have a beer or a lemonade or whatever they want to do and socialise?
I can't speak for every club, but we do at East Grinstead. We make sure we have fines, and I no doubt someone is listening to this from my club, and I've already been fined today, so hello Will, if you're already listening. We essentially fine people throughout the day for little things that go on, and then at the end of the game you're not really allowed to leave until fines have been done, but then during that time we'll have a beer, win, lose or draw, and then we also get a crate or jugs of beer for the opposition. We encourage them to come and sit and chat with us. And we're fortunate at East Grinstead, we've got a nice bar, we've got a good setup, it's a lovely ground, and if the sun is shining, it's almost no better feeling. Probably some of the guys will admit they actually just play the cricket for that part, just for that little bit at the end. And then what we do is we bundle up all that fines money, and then at the end of the year we have a big night out as a group, and it's sort of culminates the end of that season, and it's the best for me now, having gone sort of full circle. It's really why I play.
Brenda Lower is just coming out with a box of balls, so we are going to have a change of balls. You aren't missing any of the action. The Worcestershire players have a little sit down. Yeah, I mean, and that's the side of it that I really enjoyed. And Bradders and I were talking, when would you get a jug? So it would always be, if someone got a 50, it was a jug. If someone got a 5 for it, it was a jug. No one ever got 100, but if they did, that was good. And then we'd have, a bit like you, we'd have a team jug, and that, you know, I'm not in saying that people have to drink beer to have a great time, but it was a very big social aspect of the game. A chance, you know, if I didn't see you year on year, oh, there's Lewis, he's from East Grinstead, you'd have a chat and a beer, and you'd see you next year, and it was fabulous.
Well, we got a couple of players that aren't old enough to drink, and they'll have a soft drink.
That's right, you don't have to drink beer. It's just about staying, isn't it?
Yeah, and that actually, funny enough, is when if there's a guy that's in their early 20s or even their late teens, like, they learn about the game then.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Talking about cricket, talking to some of the older players. In comes Ben Gibbon, around the wicket, comes in and bowls. Hudson Prentice plays that to mid-wicket, fielded by D'Oliveira, no run. That is the end of the over, 228 for 5. Sussex leading by 166, 2 overs to go until tea. I was going to say something else about it, Lewis, about socialising after games.
For me, it really is it's where cricket plays a bigger role than just the game. You can help build people, and you can help give people community, friendship. Majority of my friendships are built out of this game.
Yeah.
And that's those moments. I will never really play. I don't think I'll play for another team outside of East Grinstead. My team's in Australia, and I've only ever played for those 3 teams. But I couldn't think of anything else of playing for another team, because I just couldn't turn up, not know anyone, and not socialise and do that part of it. It's what it's about.
Zamamir is in, bowls to Tom Alsop. Alsop plays that down the onside and picks up a single. Does Alsop? He's got a bit of a shifty on. He's very quick between the wickets. Tom Alsop, Gibbon comes into field, but Alsop picks up 1. He goes to 16, a total 229 for 5. And we had this conversation earlier in the season, and someone was down, I think, from the Midlands, and was saying one of the problems is now with league cricket, because it starts at 11 in the morning, and if you're travelling sort of 70, 80 miles, that can be a problem. If you're not finishing till 7.
You're glad you've not got my brother on this comms right now with that question, because it really is I don't get it sometimes.
Starting so early?
No, late.
Finishing late?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. What time do you start in the Sussex League?
We start, I think, we're 11:30.
Right, okay. Yeah. Well, we had a conversation here about starting matches, and we can't understand why you should start county cricket at 10:30, we think.
Yeah.
In comes Mia Bowles, and that's down the leg side and just padded away by Hudson Prentice.
We now play, so the league is split where you play half of it one-day cricket, half of it 110 overs in a day.
Okay.
So if the game goes the full distance, you're done by 7:30 maybe sometimes 8, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, in the bowls, and again down the leg side, and Hudson Prentice lets that get given a wide. Actually, that's an interesting decision from umpire Newell. I mean, they'll give a wide sometimes if they feel it's almost deliberately bowling down the leg side.
Do you think that's deliberate? The footholes are clearly just outside the leg side.
Yeah.
So
interesting one, isn't it? Clearly the umpire felt it was. But, if he's turning the ball into the right-hander, Hudson Prentice reverse sweep. That's a good shot by Finn Hudson Prentice. Reverse sweeps away for 4 runs, playing with the spin. That's a nice shot. He's playing a nice little innings here, Finn Hudson Prentice. He goes to 42 of 53 balls, and Sussex to 254 for 5.
They either have or haven't done their homework on Finn there, because that's a common shot of his. Now, whether they're asking him to play that and hoping he might get out with it, I don't know, but that's a good shot.
234 for 5. Lead now 172. And this is a very useful partnership between these two. Mir again just waits, just the one slip in place. He's in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice again reverse sweeps, and more runs. He's going to get at least 1 and possibly 2. He's going to get a bit of a move on as the throw comes in the end. A very good bit of fielding by Joe Leach out in front of the players' pavilion. That was right over the top of the stumps, and I was just about to say, a comfortable 2, but Hudson Prentice just had to. It was comfortable enough, but it was a wonderful throw.
That was that throw. That was perfect.
Right over the top of the stumps, and Roderick just took it, whipped off the bails. But Hudson Prentice was home. He goes to 44, 236 for 5. Lead of 174. Again, this game is. Well, I think it's on a knife edge, but you might think Sussex maybe just getting their noses slightly ahead here. Here again, One over after this one until tee. He's in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice again just lets one hit the pad. The ball's pitching outside of the leg stump. The ball bounces out into the offside. There is no run. Got a breeze getting up. You can hear it in our effects microphone, and you can see the Sussex flag flying on the flagpole there. The Worcester one not there because Brad has forgot it. No, it wasn't actually, but it was forgotten. In comes Merriget bowls. Now that...
Interesting.
It wasn't taken cleanly by Gareth Roderick, who looks a little disappointed. Now, I don't know if that turned or whether there was a little nick or quite what. In the end, it's gone away for... There wasn't a nick because they've been given as byes. But possibly that turned. Anyway, 2 more runs to the total, which is now 238 for 5. Hudson Prentice on 44. Alsop is on 16. And the lead for Sussex now is 174. 1 over to go until tee.
That's all pitched around middle and leg, spun away, missed the keeper, and he's left it. And there you go, buys.
So this partnership, these two coming together when Sussex were 178 for 5 when Daniel Ibrahim was out. So they've added 36 plus 22, which I reckon is 58. Sounds about right, doesn't it? Thank you.
Yeah, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, it's good enough, yeah. So probably these two ought to buy a jug then, at the end of the day. In comes Ben Gibbon over the wicket bowls and played down the onside of the track by...
So you said no one
Alsop.
ever got 100?
Well, very rarely. I didn't play the greatest. I wasn't the greatest cricketer, Lewis.
Oh, okay.
I've got to compare. Bradders we were talking yesterday, and I said to Bradders, did you ever get 100? He went, yeah. Was that just 100 you got?
Yeah, we got 4.
Not career runs.
No, I got a few.
Did you? No, I got a couple of half centuries, and that was about it. I won the Club Bowling Award once.
Oh, okay.
In comes, which was a complete fluke. In comes Gibbon over the wicket bowls, and Alsop lets that one go outside the left stump, taken, but it was good carry through to Gareth Roderick. Yeah, I think the qualification was that you had to take 10 wickets in the season, and I think we had an end-of-season game, and I think I took 5 for 12 or something, and a few wickets elsewhere in the season, and I won, which was a bit of a joke. But I was on the honours board, so it does happen. I think they changed the qualification after that. It's always a thorny issue, isn't it?
Well, did you see the other day Brad Curry playing club cricket?
No. Tell me more.
Took 9 for.
Wow. For?
I can't
Somewhere in
tell,
Hampshire?
Somewhere in Hampshire.
Right.
Not sure the team.
In comes Gibbon bowls, and Alsop is forward, played into the offside, no run.
Team starts with a B.
Right, okay.
That's all I've got.
Right.
For a couple of concerts.
What was your best return in either club cricket or... Well, I could look up first class. So what was your best return in club cricket, Lewis?
9 for 17.
Right.
Yeah, I got 3 ninthers, which was something I got 2 ninthers in one season.
And when was the 10th wicket taken? Sort of halfway through or at the end, or?
No, it was like none of them were on for a 10th.
Right, okay. That'd have been jugs all season if you'd have hit a 10th. In comes Gibbon bowls, and Alsop turns to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I just think here, Lewis, with your professional hat on, that I thought Worcestershire, now they've taken 5 wickets, might be quite keen to have a bit of a break for tea, reset, whereas Sussex are just making good progress in the tea break, perhaps just coming slow. I mean, it's going to happen, but I think Worcestershire will be, just keen to get in now and have a rethink.
I said it probably about 20 minutes, half hour ago. The next 2 sessions in this game, so tonight's session and even the start of tomorrow, are going to make or break this game.
Ben Gibbon, 2 balls to go until they'll have a nice cup of tea. In over the wicket bowls, let go outside the off stump.
It's good carry.
And there is no run. If you were playing in this and you were coming out to bowl, what would you have for your tea, Lewis? Would you have a nice bit of cake or?
God, I don't know what they've got. No, well, it's a tough one. You want a bit of sugar. You want that to liven you up, but also you don't want to have a bit of a sugar down, and you want to make sure you've got sort of a bit of sustained energy out there. So I don't know what the guys are getting out there now. It used to be like we make wraps and things like that, right, and chicken and salads and rice and a bit of veg.
So a bit of
Worcester's food was always good. Yeah.
So a bit of chocolate cake is probably not.
Don't mind being 12th man at places like Worcester, because you can just get a big plate.
Free cake from the ladies.
Last ball before tea. As in comes Gibbon bowls to Alsop, who plays down the offside of the track. Ben Gibbon fills off his old bowling. What a wonderful session of cricket we've seen. Sussex resuming on 111 for 1. closing on 238 for 5. So we've had 127 runs. We've had 5 wickets, and it's going very much in the melting pot. Sussex leading by 100.
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
To get that one.
So I have to talk to Bradders otherwise. He's back on the headphones.
We are.
Welcome back to Hove. Have you done your 4:30?
Why, what time is it?
4:30.
Right, I'll see you later then.
Finch is going to get us underway, running away up the hill from the C end, comes in and bowls to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who plays out into the offside, and there is no run. So just a reminder of where we stand in the match. Sussex are 238 for 5, leading by 176. Fascinating session of cricket, 127 runs, 5 wickets. At one stage, Sussex losing 4 for 4. And then fighting back through Hudson-Prentice and Tom Alsop. Tom Alsop has faced 70 balls for his 16, which kind of does not matter to Jot really, as in comes Finch and bowls and played very confidently by Hudson-Prentice to backward point. And there is no run. We're going to do an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in about 10 minutes, 2 minutes time, I think they said. So we'll do that. But it's fascinatingly poised, this game. Let's have a look at some statistics for Finn Hudson-Prentice this season. He's 44 not out. Glorious afternoon here at Hove. Not a cloud in the sky as Finch is in and bowls let go by Hudson-Prentice through to Gareth Roderick. And there is no run. And elsewhere around the country in Division 2, Yorkshire 10 without loss, needing another 202, or needing 202 to beat Derbyshire at Chesterfield. That game looked like it might all be over in 2 days, but looks like it's going to go the full 4 now. And Morgan 66 without loss, still trailing Durham by 173. They're in their second innings. That looks to be heading for a draw at Durham. In comes Finch bowls. Lovely shot by Hudson-Prentice. A lovely shot for just a single out to Gibbon, who fields on the cover boundary, gets in the throw. One more to Hudson-Prentice. He goes to 45. Total up by 1 to 239 for 5. And down at Bristol, again, looks like it's heading for a draw. They lost a day, or pretty much a day, to rain down there earlier this week. Seems incredible here at Hove, where the weather has been so beautiful. 236 for 4 are Leicestershire, still trailing Gloucester by 134.
Today, Division 1, Surrey away at Haines. We'll get an update on that with Adrian Hunt. He's at home. He's watching the Division 2 match between Sussex and Worcestershire. How's he looking, Adrian?
Well, the first thing to say, it is the most glorious day here, Sean. There's literally not a cloud in the sky, and Hove really looking at its finest. And good to report a Sussex fight back here, because they are 239 for 5 in their second innings. They lead now by 176, and that recovery led by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's batting very nicely. He's on 45. Skipper Tom Alsop is on 16. Earlier, Tom Haines made 90, and Tom Clark 50, but that was before 4 wickets went down for 4 runs. So Sussex rebuilding, but getting themselves back into a decent position, leading by 177 now with 5 wickets remaining. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, Surrey in their second innings are 95 for 2, still needing another 406 to beat Kent. The latest man out, Tom Latham, the New Zealander, who was out for 58.
Nice one, Adrian.
Thank you, Sean. That's our update done to the listeners in Surrey and Sussex, and you've done your update, Bradders, so we can relax for 5 minutes.
We can concentrate
on the cricket.
What's going on out there?
Yeah, which is the most important thing. Really good day today again, Bradders.
This is a good cricket match. This really is a good cricket match. Those 5 wickets went down. What were they? Just over 100 in front.
Yeah.
116 in front. But this stand has really, I think, maybe nudged it back towards Sussex. What would Worcestershire not want to chase on this pitch? I would say 250.
Yeah, I would tell you right, Bradders.
On the last day.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what is it at the moment? 173. So they'll be fairly desperate to get one of these out. Ed Pollock is on the field as 12th man for Worcestershire. I'll try and work out who isn't on the field. There's Leach is in and bowls. It's short outside the off stump. Adam Hose is there.
I don't know if Lewis is still listening. He was talking about Brad Curry.
Yeah.
Who plays for Sussex. Hasn't played a first class. Did he play a first? I'll check this season. And he was playing for Bashley.
Yeah.
And he took 9 for 28.
Oh, blimey.
So thank you, Johnny, for sending that through. Lewis was saying he'd got a load of wickets.
Leach in bowls, whipped away by Alsop up the slope. May just get to the rope before Usama Mir gets there, and indeed it does. It just flicks over the rope. It crawled. And the total goes to, the sun's on that board, 244, I think that is, for 5. Yeah, 244 for 5.
Yeah. It's got very hot in here again, Bradders, isn't it? I don't know whether the air conditioning stopped working. I'm going to see if I can switch it back on. I'll leave you for 2 seconds.
Stuffy outside, I think. Right arm round. Leach bowls. All sublets have all go through to the wicket keeper. Lovely afternoon. Just stuck my head out briefly at tea time. It's really hot out there, high 20s I would think. There is a bit of breeze across the ground, which you can hear on our effects mic. Cooling it down a little. But it's a warm day, especially if you're a medium pace bowler like Joe Leach.
Yeah, he's
when you're into your 13th over of the innings. He's in bowls, it's short, back and across, pushed away on the onside, no run.
Good innings for his side here, Tom Alsop, 21 in 76. I mean, he's normally a very fluent player. What if you're captain, whether you sort of think I need to play slightly differently?
Possibly, yeah. But he is. He's digging in.
He is.
Excellent job for his team. And there's a man at the other end, Finn Hudson-Prentice, likes to play a few shots anyway. So it kind of gives him the licence to do so, I suppose. Leach races in again and bowls, and Alsop's forward, pushing away on the offside. Dolliver at extra cover is the fielder. No run.
Interesting, Bradders. I mean, we've got 17 over this until a new ball would be available. 30 overs left in the day. Last night it was the new ball that did all the damage.
Oh, it was. Yeah.
For Sussex. Now the new ball didn't work at all for Worcestershire here during that stand of 143 between Haines and Clark. But there's just something else to throw into the melting pot.
In comes Leach, pushed away on the offside. And there is no run. But, yeah, it's hard work for the bowlers out there. Well, it's hard work for the batsmen as well because they've got the helmets on and it's all the padding on and everything else. It gets very sticky. End of the over, and the Sussex are 244 for 5.
A few tweets that I'd missed, and I do apologise. Brendan had been in touch. He was saying, I was enjoying all the banter about proper village cricket. He says, I played for Copthall in the 70s and 80s. There was always much hilarity trying to find ground in distant parts of Sussex. No sat-nav, remember?
No.
Big men refused to use a map. Very funny. Adam Finch running in hard over the wicket, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who struck on the pad. The ball bounced out onto the offside. Roderick has to run from behind the stumps to field, but not before they've gone through for a leg bye. I suspect that is going to be signalled. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I well remember organising cricket tours to far off places. Went to Scotland at one time and trying to tell everybody where the ground was, where the hotel was and all that.
Yeah.
And we used to arrange to sort of, I don't know, go through somewhere like Newton Abbot and meet on the first pub on the left-hand side so we could all meet up again and regroup.
In comes some of the things that happen, you wouldn't believe it now, would you? In comes Finch with wicket bowls and up on his toes as also plays onto the onside. There is no run. I guess he's got a different juggling act here, D'Oliveira Bradders, because he wants wickets, but he can't afford for Sussex to get away here.
No, he doesn't want to concede too many runs.
No, so he's just got the one slip in place.
Yeah.
He's got a third man and a sweeper on the cover boundary, and he's got a deep mid wicket, so he's got 3 men out. But as you say, he won't want Sussex to. They haven't got away yet. But I reckon you're right. 250 on the last day. It could be a really good game. It's been a good game anyway. Finch in bowls and also cuts firmly, exactly to that sweeper on that cover boundary. Has a rally field. One more to the total, which goes to 246 for 5.
The man in the one-man stand has nearly got his stand back.
He's
still there. He's been in that seat all day. He's still got 3 for company now.
I would guess he probably hasn't done his 10,000 steps, Bradders, today. Unless he walked to the ground. He might have walked. He might have got up early. Might have walked from
Shoreham.
Yeah, Horsham or something. I don't know. But maybe he has. Maybe he's going to run home. We don't know. In his Finch bowls to Hudson Prentice, who plays onto the onside. He's not going to take a single to D'Oliveira, and there is no run. I can remember Bradders. I mean, cricket. I remember junior football. The fellow who used to run the football team in my village. He was the local plumber. Right. And we'd go and play football. All go around his house on Sunday morning for the game. We'd all get in the back of his plumber's van with all his tools. You know, we thought it was fantastic. You know, all crammed in, about 4 in the front bench seat. The rest of us in the back of the van.
Yeah,
all roll up. You know, it's just what happened, wasn't it? I mean, that's the way you got to the game. That was just it. Finch in again, bowl short. Hudson Prentice looks to pull onto the leg side, doesn't time it at all. The ball just drops down in front of him, and there is no run. I think he's bowled well here, Adam Finch. To be fair, considering that he, on that first innings he was taken out of the attack for bowling on the pitch. He's in his 13th over, figures of 2 for 49.
Yeah, it looks like he's worked on that. He's although he's got a different umpire at this end in Mr. Newell, so nobody's had a word with him yet.
No, I think he's done very well. He's back to his mark. And runs away from us in bowls, and Hudson Prentice hammers that. He doesn't get all of that. D'Oliveira's in hot pursuit down towards us. It might go for 4. D'Oliveira, no, he's so quick across the ground, pulls it up inside the fence, gets in the throat. That is a brilliant piece of fielding. What an example that is from Brett D'Oliveira. It was pulled away by Hudson Prentice, looking to pull it over mid-wicket. In the end, he didn't time it at all. It flew over the head of D'Oliveira at mid-on, who chased it like a hare down to the boundary. I think to probably any other fielder on the field, probably in the game, that would have been 3 runs. but for D'Oliveira, it was just the 2 that Hudson Prentice had to settle for. He goes to 47, and Sussex at the end of the over are 248 for 5. I make that.
And the throw back into the wicketkeeper's gloves as well.
Yeah, just for good measure.
Yeah. Joe Leach is going to continue down the slope from the Cromwell Road end, bowling a right arm around and also forward, pushes away into the offside. They're going to have to be quick here. They are quick. It was a good call, good run. It was to the left of Jake Livy, who is, of course, right-handed. So by the time he got his body past the ball and picked the ball up, they were through. A total goes to 140. That could be a 6 for 5. 240, whatever it is, anyway, for 5. Yeah, I well remember. I was talking to an old acquaintance the other day about when I used to go with a local football team. When I was a lad, didn't play, but sometimes they had a coach to matches, a bus from the village, and filled the bus. But then every now and then they didn't, and we used to go in the back of a pickup. So this is February, you know, you're in the back of a pickup and it starts to rain.
Or snow.
Yeah, what great fun. Joe Leach is in. He bowls to the right-handed Hudson Prentice. Gets the ball away, and they're going to have to be quick again, and they are quick again. There's good running between these two. Hudson Prentice with the call, and Allsop answering straight away. Any hesitation, they could have been in a bit of trouble. We have some people out watching the cricket on the top of balcony of the flats.
Yes, we do.
The roof of the flats, away to our right, which is nice to see. And we had a message from Helen yesterday, who's in the flats at the far end, who said nobody's watching the cricket, and she was, so it's good to hear from her. That single takes the total to 2. That's the 250 up, is it? Yes.
Yes, 250
for 5. Next ball turned away through the leg side. That could race away. That could be 4. Yeah, no deep square leg. Not the place that Joe Leach wanted to bowl, really. To the left-hander, clipped away off the pads, and these two continue their merry way. Came together at 178. It's now 254. So they're not a million miles away from a century partnership.
No, you're right.
Which at this stage of the game is a good effort. Leach in again, and Allsop is forward, plays the ball away.
You just feel, Bradders, don't you, that the way this game is gone, that you lose 1 and suddenly you lose 3 or 4 or 5, which is exactly, you think yesterday afternoon at this stage, no one would have thought that Worcestershire were going to lose 7 for 42 or whatever it was.
And then today, Sussex lost 5 for 35.
Yes, yeah, you know, so the game is continuing to surprise.
It's a funny old game.
It is.
Leach leaps in and bowls, Allsop forward, plays the ball on the pitch. And there is no run.
Actually, I hadn't realised what a good season Hudson Prentice is having with the bat, actually. Slightly under the radar. He's in his 7th match. He scored 281 runs, top score of 73, an average of 40.
Yeah, that's all right.
That had sort of slightly escaped my notice, to be honest. Tom Allsop this season with 100. Hudson Prentice with a couple of half-centuries.
Leach bowls, Allsop forward. Leach parries the ball down into the ground, and there isn't a run. I would tell you Joe Leach's figures if I could read them. I think it's 2 for 52.
Yeah, the sun is right on that. So you see, it's 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2. No, they're finches. Yeah, sorry, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 53. I think it was 1 for 55.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 53. I think it is. I'll get confirmation of that anyway. The sun is right on that scoreboard. So apologies. It's that stage where you feel that Worcester would. Well, they always want a wicket, don't they? When you're in this situation, but they really need a wicket here. In comes Finch bowls, and Hudson Prentice works it on down to 3rd man, and that's going to be, could be coming back for his half-century. He is indeed. He's going back for his half-century, and that's a very good 50 from Finn Hudson Prentice. His 3rd half-century of the season, and it's come at a really important time. Just as Sussex were starting to struggle off 66 balls with 8 boundaries, he comes down and touches gloves with his skipper, Tom Allsop. He came in when Sussex were in a good deal of trouble Well, 178 for 5. They're now 256 for 5. So, what's that partnership? 78?
Yes.
Finch in and bowls and clips that away down the final leg. It's going to be 4 runs. I thought that Finch had bowled quite well today. That's a really loose delivery. He's got his fine leg fairly wide at fine leg, and Hudson Prentice just able to clip that one down to fine leg, and suddenly the runs they're not flowing, but they're coming at a reasonable pace as far as Sussex are concerned.
It's been a funny game, this, isn't it? In that after intervals, one team comes into the ascendancy.
Yeah.
Yesterday evening, Worcestershire through Hose and Libby were smashing it everywhere. Then they got out and then they collapsed. And then before lunch today was tensed.
Finch in again, bowls and driven by Hudson Prentice into the covers. There is no run.
It's funny because when Ali Orr was here, he was on about the ball was reversing. It doesn't seem to be doing that now.
No, and Lewis said the same, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting talk about getting different people in. Nice to see Ali and Lewis in having a natter to us today.
Fascinated by what he's talked about with the psychology of the game, I suppose you could call it. Yeah, it's really interesting.
And for someone who, had to pack in the game early. Finch bowled short. Hudson Prentice took that on, and the ball whistled past the outside edge to keeper Roderick. There is no run. Finch gave Hudson Prentice the stare.
I think.
Sorry,
no, that's all right. I think the wind's coming from a different direction. That flag is now flying towards the sea, if that makes sense.
Which suggests that we might be coming maybe from the northwest, or it is certainly the wind, and I'm sure it's welcome relief for the players actually.
Yeah,
and probably if you've been out in the sun all day, well, I wouldn't have wanted to be in the sun all day, to be honest. It's really warm. Finch in bowls, Hudson Prentice drives. That's a beautiful looking shot and a very good bit of fielding by Matthew Waite at mid-off. We got down quickly. That was a beautifully played. If I'd played that shot, Bradders, which I probably never would, you'd think that's 4 runs all the way, wouldn't you? Really elegant, driven down the ground. No run.
Yeah, you'd have been a bit disappointed you didn't get something for it.
Yes.
But there again, he'll edge one wide, slip in a minute and pick up 4 for that. So the great game evens itself out.
It does. Here comes Finch, bowls, Hudson Prentice forward. He's batting with a lot of confidence here, Hudson Prentice. He's getting right into line. End of the over, 54 to Hudson Prentice, 27 to Tom Alsop. And Sussex at the end of that over are 260 for 5. It means they lead by 198. There are 14 overs until a new ball would be available. I just wonder whether these two might be thinking, if you were talking, when we were talking to Ali a little bit earlier on, we were talking about being Sussex have been positive since tea. If they were to score at 4 and over from here on in until the new ball, I'm not going to say you're going to put the game out of reach, because you wouldn't, but they could put themselves in quite a strong position.
Leach in bowls to Alsop forward. Not for the first time today. Solidly pushes back down the pitch. The bowler himself does the fielding on the follow through. It looks to me, unless he's having his tea, as if the man in the one-man stand might be on the move. Oh no, he's not.
No, look who's packing something in his bag.
Yeah, he's getting his cheese and beetroot sandwich out.
Yeah.
Very excited about that. Leach in, bowls, Alsop lets the ball go by outside the off stump, goes through low on this occasion to Gareth Roderick. Roderick, who opened the batting for Worcestershire. First time he's done that. He may have opened the batting in the past for Gloucestershire, I suppose, but never for Worcestershire. The wail of a siren in the background. Sirens always wail.
Yep.
Leach to Alsop, and Alsop is forward, pushing away on the offside to Oliveira. Extra cover fields. No addition to the total. 260 for 5. A lead of 198.
Yeah, we'll have a quick whiz around the other games in a minute and see what's going on in Division 2. Looked as if some of the games were heading for a draw, in all honesty. Except for the game at Chesterfield, where Yorkshire are 34 without loss, just needing just another 178 to beat Derbyshire.
Here's Leach in again, bowls, and it goes through to the wicket-keeper, although Derbyshire have done well to get back into that.
Done really well, Bradders. Yeah, they were 17 for 4
Yeah.
and ended up making 453. Glamorgan 90 for 1 in their second innings, still trailing Durham by 150, so you'd have thought that game, well, perhaps draw the favourite there, and sitting down at Bristol, they're still in the first innings. Leicestershire 258 for 5, trailing Gloucester by 110. Virtually the first day was lost to rain.
Leach in again, balls up forward. Leach thinks about stopping it with his boot and then realises that his mid-off Matthew Waite can pick it up easily, so withdraws his boot from the action. Hudson Prentice got 54, twice as many as Alsop, who has 27.
James Vince in the runs, not just in T20 but also in the Championship today. He's 87 not out. Hampshire 348 for 7 in the First Division, leading Lancashire at Southport by 116. Probably not enough, you would think.
Leach in bowls wide of the stumps through to the wicket-keeper. End of the over. And at the end of the over, the total is 260 for 5. I always remember with Southport, we were there for a couple of 3 years ago, I don't know. And somebody texted me, Worcestershire supporter, said, I've got to go now. I'm catching, I can't remember the exact time, I'm catching the 3:05 train, and the trains go past the ground. Can you give us a wave? So as the train went by, all three of us who were commentating gave the train a wave. It's a nice little ground, Southport. They didn't use it for a while, Lancashire, because the wicket wasn't very good. But it's nice.
Look at good crowds there this week, I'm sure.
Yeah. And I think clubs are taking the 50 over games out, aren't they, as well this season, which is really good. I mean, some great crowds for 50 over games last season.
Yeah, absolutely.
Usama Mir's going to bowl.
Just doing some stretching of his calves, and now his back.
Been going for 4 and over, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. 13 overs exactly for 52. He'll speed up the over rate, though, because we've still got 26 overs to be bowled tonight, and it's coming up to 5 o'clock. So, Slip is the only close fielder, and there are 13 overs until a new ball would be available. Interesting field, which I'll describe in a moment, as Mir is in bowls, and Hudson Prentice is caught behind. He picks up a wicket, and Finn Hudson Prentice cannot believe that he's got out to that delivery. It was wide outside the off stump. He looked to cut the ball away down towards backward point. He's got the thinnest of edges, and he's caught behind by Gareth Roderick. So you have to give a lot of credit there to Brett D'Oliveira, because Mir has picked up the wicket, and a very important wicket it is too. That of Finn Hudson Prentice, who was going along so nicely, but he's on his way for 54, and this game, Bradders, takes another twist.
Another twist.
Yeah.
54 off 72 balls and 9 fours for Finn Hudson Prentice. I suspect he may have got a bottom edge on that. Never easy for the keeper standing up, but a very thin edge onto it, and he stood there for a while looking, as you do when you get out, somewhat distraught.
I think he was probably standing there thinking, why, perhaps I should have had a little look or whatever, but he's played very nicely. He's averaging 40, so his average will go up a little bit, but he'd have felt he had a big score in him there, Hudson Prentice. But just as we were saying, Sussex could back themselves into a big position here before the new ball is available. Now, the new man coming out, the scoreboard is saying is Jack Carson, which beggars the question, why not Nathan McAndrew? That looks like Nathan McAndrew to me. Let's just wait and see. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe it is Jack.
I think that's right. I think McAndrew's about
10 feet taller than that.
Yeah,
no, you're
taller.
Right. So he was off the field for quite a long time yesterday as well. Yeah, that's definitely Jack Carson, number 16.
It's interesting now, isn't it? You could say 198 for 6 if it was a one innings game. This now. And of course, the Sussex lower order, the tail really wagged in the first innings.
Yeah, it did.
So, can it wag again, or is Usama Mir beginning to do something with it?
The lead is 198. Henry Shipley showed he could bat as well in the first. They all made runs down the order.
Yeah.
But in comes Mia Bowles, and Carlson is solidly forward to the first ball, plays out to extra cover, and there is no run. So no Nathan McAndrew, and that's not great for Sussex in terms of bowling wise either. If the big Australian has picked up an injury, we'll have to wait and see, but he hasn't come out today so far. Mia in bowls, and Carlson solidly forward, plays out into the offside, and there's no run. Nice little bonus wicket that for Worcester, I reckon, Bradders.
They very much wanted that one post tee.
Yeah, they did.
Those two would stay together for another hour. The game is creeping away from you.
No, I couldn't agree more. Here in bowls, it's shorter, and Carlson pulls onto the leg side. D'Oliveira is in hot pursuit. Now, even he'll do well to stave this being 3 runs. He's back, he slides, he gets in the throw, and do you know what? He does save the third. And an arrow-like throw over the top of the stumps. So Jack Carlton is on his way. 262 for 6 are Sussex, and the lead now exactly 200. So whatever happens from here, you'd think we're going to get a result in this game. You'd think, Bradders, one way or t'other.
Yeah.
Yeah, in bowls, forward comes Carlson, plays to backward point. There is no run.
Yeah, I mean, unless the Sussex tail does wag and they get a lot of runs, and you don't get them.
That could happen.
Don't go for them.
Yeah.
Everything's a possibility. Me going to do an update is a possibility.
In goes Mia bowls. Carlson, the ball in the air. Roderick takes the catch, and he does take the catch, but the thing is, he didn't hit the bat. And I think Gareth Roderick in his heart knew it didn't really, but umpire Newell doesn't give the decision in favour of the bowling side. So end of the over, and a good over from Zama Mir, who has bowled 14 overs, no maidens, 1 for 54. A very good afternoon wherever you're listening to the BBC live cricket. Throughout the summer, every ball of every game of every county from now until the end of September. If the weather stays like this, we are in for a wonderful summer of cricket. The Ashes starting on Friday, full coverage across the BBC. And in terms of county, T20 and 50 over cricket, as I say, every ball of every game. I'm Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley from BBC Hereford and Worcester. We hope you're enjoying the coverage. If you want to get in touch, you can email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or Bradders@BBC. And it's going to be Adam Finch, I think, is coming down the hill. Yes, it is indeed Adam Finch, who's changed ends and is racing down the hill. He's a big figure, is Adam Finch, and that must be quite a daunting sight to see him racing down the hill. But Tom Alsop is pretty unruffleable, if there is such a word. And the ball sails down the leg side, taken by Roderick, and there is no run. If you just joined us wondering what on earth happened, well, the Worcestershire innings finished this morning after just 4 balls without the addition of any runs. 410 all out. And the unfortunate Jake Libby finished on 198. He was the last man out, giving Ari Carvelos his 4th wicket. In comes Finch and bowls. Also drives. He gets an inside edge down towards fine leg. They'll think about 2. Azhar Ali is in quickly, but with respect to his fielding, I think Tom Alsop realised where the ball had gone and decided to come back for a second run. Alsop goes to 29. The total 264 for 6. A lead of 204. Then Sussex with an opening partnership of 143 between Tom Haines, who made 91, Tom Clark, who made a half century. And then Sussex, out of nowhere, lost 4 for 4. Both openers out. James Cole's out for 2. Ollie Carter without scoring. In comes Finch bowls. Alsop drives back to Finch, who fields on the bounce. There is no run. And then a partnership between Finn Hudson-Prentice and the skipper Tom Alsop wrestled control back in Sussex's direction. A partnership of 78 between the pair before, in the over prior to this, Uzama Mir had Finn Hudson-Prentice caught behind for a very fine 54. Finch in and bowls. Alsop plays onto the onside. They just take a single. Joe Leach needs to run to his left at mid-on to field. As the Seagulls start to swoop around the ground. Must be tea time here at Hove. The Seagulls are certainly on the prowl for anything that might be left over. Maybe they know. There's loads of them. Here they come. probably half a dozen, way more than that, maybe a dozen seagulls swooping around the outfield. So Tom Alsop goes to 30. Sussex to 265 for 6. Jack Carlson, for the first time, is going to face Adam Finch from Well Road end of the ground. 2 slips go down. There's Finch is on his way over the wicket, and Carson is forward. Plays the ball without timing onto the onside, and there is no run. Azarali is down here on the third round boundary. He's chatting to the Worcestershire backroom staff. A little huddle of Worcestershire, 3 backroom staff there with Azarali. And Brett D'Oliveira now having a natter away to Adam Finch. I think they're suggesting a fielding change. They are, and it's going to be Jake Libby who's going to come across from backward point to almost looks like a leg slip that he's going into. Leg slip or leg gully almost. So it's an interesting change in the field. D'Oliveira says, I want you to go a little wider, a little squarer. Now he's almost at sort of a shortish backward square leg. Comes Finch, bowls, and Carson. The moment he turned around very quickly, then Jack Carson, he tried to play it on the offside, didn't time it. The ball bounced over the stumps, tidy over from Adam Finch, just concedes the 3 runs at the end of that over. Sussex are 265 for 6, they lead by 203. Finch's figures are 15 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 62. The reassuring sight of Bradders has returned.
If that reassures you, my friend, you are in considerable trouble.
Backroom star from Worcester getting their steps in, Bradders.
Yeah, and I think they were taking the mick out of Azarali, who was down on the boundary.
Were they?
Yes, giving him some tips on fielding. Need to walk in with the bowler there, tell him.
Yes.
I think
the
amount of international cricket he's played, he's probably worked that out.
Yes. He's no Brett D'Oliveira.
He's not.
No.
As Mir is in bowls, the forward defensively pushed back down the pitch by Alsop. Although he does field out on the rope, so he doesn't. Yeah, he's out there now. Square cover.
He might have his place to play in this match, Bradders.
He might.
It might be his game.
He might. Near in bowl, short, clipped away on the leg side, but no run. Hose is at mid wicket.
Oh, we've got some messages.
Have we?
Phil Tipped has been.
Hello, Phil.
Well, he was talking about Ben Gibbon.
Yeah.
And he was wondering whether he has a nickname.
I know what you're going to say.
You do, yeah.
Next ball turn on the leg side, and there is no run. Cricketers nowadays would not know what you were talking about.
No, they wouldn't. Was the Funky Gibbon
Gibbon, do the Funky Gibbon.
Was that a Kenny Everett thing?
I don't think it was it?
I can't remember.
Oh, John Curtis will message you and tell you in a minute.
Mir in bowls to Alsop. Sorry, I'm not sure whose over it is, but I played into the offside by Alsop, no run. Richard Beveridge has been... Beveridge, not beverage as in drink, but Beveridge with a D.
Yeah.
He's been in touch from sunny Lancaster.
Oh, nice place, Lancaster.
Yeah. You drive past or through Lancaster, in comes Mir, cut away firmly by Alsop to backward point, footed by D'Oliveira, who, if there was an award for the best fielder in county cricket, I think D'Oliveira would be right up there in the running.
There's a few very good fielders in county cricket, and it was the goodies that the Funky Gibbon.
The goodies, yeah. In comes Mir, bowls, and also plays that to backward point. Here comes D'Oliveira, throws at the stumps, hits the stumps. That's a brilliant bit of fielding. Joe, for a minute, they thought they'd got Jack Carson. He was around very quickly, D'Oliveira. Got the throw in. Carson was home, but just momentarily there was a glimmer of hope that Worcestershire might have got a runner. End of the over. And it is 266 for 6. Alsop is on 31. Carson is on 2. So Richard's email says, greetings in sunny Lancaster. Great to hear you commentating on the county game again. Pleased that the Ashes will begin on Sussex Day at the end of the week and the feast of St Richard of Chichester.
Oh, good old Richard of Chichester.
I wasn't aware of St
Good
Richard
local
of
boy.
Chichester.
Good
Perhaps with Ollie Robson in the attack, St Richard will see St George home. Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Here's Adam Finch bowling from the Cromwell Road end. Also, not for the first time today, forward plays the ball out on the offside.
And Richard concludes by saying he's thoroughly enjoyed the day's play. He's looking forward to the concluding day. I've been to Lancaster, but not to stop. I had to go and cover a football match there on one occasion at Morecambe.
That's right.
And you go through Lancaster, and the traffic was terrible. You know what it's like when you go to rugby, Bradders, you think, oh, crumbs, I'm going to miss the kick-off here.
Yeah.
I mean, there weren't thousands and thousands of people on their way to Morecambe. I think it was Morecambe against Farnborough Town, but there was probably 1,500 people there.
Here's Finch in, bowls off the back foot, cut away to cover point for a single. I actually went to Morecambe Football Club the day they put their floodlights in, and I reckon it was the first time they'd had floodlights. And I reckon, sorry about that. I don't know where that came from. No, go away. We don't want you on here. Get off. And they played. It's that long ago. They played an international 11, and Tom Finney played.
Cool crumbs.
I reckon that was 64, 65. I presume it was their first set of floodlights, but we were actually up there staying in Heysham Head.
Ooh.
And Morecambe had this game with their floodlights turned on, and myself and the late Jim Corbett went to watch the game. And I was desperately looking for the programme the other day, and I don't think I've kept it.
It's been a few years ago, Bradders.
It was. Finch in, bowls forward, pushing away on the offside, they're going through, and in the end it's a comfortable single because Joe Leach has to go some distance to his left from mid-off. The total moves. What does it say on that scoreboard?
The total says 268 for 6. Wilson on to 3. Toll's up on 32. He's faced over 100 balls. As Tom Alsop is doing a good job for his side, leading from the front, as they say.
He has. Yes. A good captain's knock. Finch in and bowls to him, and he turns the ball away on the onside. No run. I don't think he's given a chance, has he, in this?
No, he hasn't.
Real effort of concentration.
It is, and he's averaging something like 55 this season. He's been a really good signing. Came from Hampshire. Last season, Bradders, he scored. I think it was 400s. Yeah, 4 centuries in his debut season, so that was pretty handy. And this season, he has already scored 1.
Yeah.
And it's been a good acquisition.
He's looking Alsop waits. This is short. Pulls this one away down to backward square leg, where Adam Hose finds himself out on the boundary, not usually out there. Gets the ball back in, and they complete the run, which takes Sussex to 269.
Hang on, Bradders, let me tell you, I think it's 269. Let's just get the score of it. I know it sounds dreadfully amateur, but it's really very difficult to see. All right, 269, the lead 207.
Dreadfully difficult would be good. Impossible, it is. It is 269. I've got the match centre on now.
There's a bit of
nattering in the slips. Hello, this is getting a bit tasty.
Yeah, it is. He didn't like that, Jack Carson, did he? There was some nattering going on.
Batsman pulled away because there was some talk going on behind him.
And it's still carrying on. Yeah, Jack's
not happy.
No, he's not.
Clear that from your mind, lad, and get on with the game.
Yeah.
Finch races in and bowls, and gets a nice short one that goes past the...
Yes,
he drew his bat inside, it flies into the wicketkeeper's gloves.
Yes, that was predictable. I don't think Adam Finch was desperately happy on a hot day of getting halfway in and then being told that he's got to go back to his mark. So, 269 for 6 are Sussex, leading by 207 here on the BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Sussex. Zamamir is going to bowl the next over. He's wondering where the ball is. And Matthew Waite's got it at mid-on. The new ball is available in 9 overs' time. Now, that could be a very important factor
Well, it certainly made a difference last night.
It did. Here's coming over the wicket to the left-handed Alsop. He bowls and Alsop whips that one away wristily to deep backwards square. Throw comes in one more to Alsop, who goes to 35. And Sussex to 270 for 6. Now, D'Oliveira has come in. He's changing his fielding position. This is an interesting field. There's no one saving one backward of square on the leg side. He's bowling leg spin, so I guess perhaps you don't need one, but it's driven. Oh, it's a chance! I think it was a chance, judging by Roderick's reaction, given by Jack Carlson to first slip. Or it was very, very sharp, and I'm loath to say, well, yeah, just the way that... Who's in there at first slip? Is that Haines?
It's to be Jack Haines, yeah.
Well, it's just the way he looked as if that might have gone down. So I'm going to put chance question mark. Jack Carlson on 4.
Replay it, but you can't really tell on there.
No, it would have been a really good catch. I think it would have been very sharp. Miriam bowls to Alsop, who plays to Libby in the covers, and there is no run. And it's always very difficult to tell. He was on 3 at the time, Jack Carlson. And the total was 270 for 6, if it was a drop. Miriam bowls. Alsop drives. That's a very good stop by Libby in the covers. And again, there is no run. Haines for 91. Clark for 50. Opening partnership 143 for Sussex. They're losing 4 for 4. Miriam bowls. Alsop drives down the offside, fielded by Mir off his own bowling. There is no run. Another 21 overs to be bowled tonight after this one. I imagine the new ball will be taken just as soon as it's available. Alsop retakes his guard. Matthew Waite is warming up at mid-off. This is when all your pre-season running and your winter training comes in on days like today.
Certainly does.
Miriam bowl short, and that's a poor ball, and he's a little lucky to get away with that, in all honesty. He gets a single, just Tom Alsop pulling the ball out to deep backward square, but that could have well ended up in Shoreham. It was a short delivery, but he pulled it to deep backward square. So Mir has bowled 16 overs. He hasn't bowled a maiden, 1 for 58. Tom Alsop goes on to 35. And Sussex to 272 for 6. They lead by 210. If you've just joined us, you're listening to the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. It doesn't matter where you're listening or watching from. A very good afternoon from myself, Adrian Harms, and Dave Bradley. I'm not sure if a 12th man has just come on or gone off.
He's just come on. Dylan Pennington is Worcestershire 12th man.
He's a big fella, isn't he?
And we're having a look at the ball. They reckon the ball's gone out of shape.
Oh dear.
Again. Not for the first time today, this season, or in the last 3 or 4 seasons. Why does the... And I often think, if the ball's gone out of shape, isn't it better to bowl with it? I don't know. If it's out of shape, then surely it's going to bounce awkwardly, strangely. Well, we're going to get a new ball soon anyway. This is the 73rd over with this ball.
I don't think they've changed it, have they?
No, just waiting for the field to be set, and Matthew Waite is going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. And this ball is pushed up to extra cover position. Well, Gibbon comes across from extra cover, all the balls going almost directly to Joe Leach at mid-off. Cloudless sky again here at home.
It is indeed.
We've seen that a few times. Oh, the man in the one-man stand is got just 2 friends with him now. Is waiting, bowls, goes back and across, plays the ball out to the other side.
Keep a little bit low, Bradders, perhaps?
Yeah. The occasional one skids on. He's got 2 people left in the... Oh, no, he's got... Sorry, my mistake. Got 3 people left in the man in the one-man stand. Wind just getting up a little bit. There's part of the side screen is just to our left. And that was getting blown around a bit. Wait. Comes in and bowls, and this has gone away off an edge. I think
Yeah,
that
4
was-
runs.
It's gone for 4. I'm not quite sure that's where Tom Allsop was aiming it, but he picks up 4 more. Allsop, he goes to 39. The total goes to 276 for 6. Wind definitely getting on.
Yeah, it is.
Got a flag over on the right-hand side, the tops of the trees. They're having a good old buffeting as well.
Yeah. Yes, I don't think we're getting any of that breeze coming into our commentary box, Brad, as it's very hot up here today.
Sticky.
Yeah, it is. On to another change dollar. The overrate is still showing us -1. It might be edging towards -2, you know, because we've got a lot of overs to be bowled in. It's already 20 past. We've had a lot of ball changes, to be fair, or fiddling around. Maybe the fact it's hot today and the umpires may take that into account.
We haven't had an official drinks break, though, have we?
No, we haven't.
Wait in bowls and turned on the onside straight to D'Oliveira at mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, generally the play stops and we have an official drinks break, but we haven't seen anything today at all. And it's pretty warm out there.
We'd have the occasional drinks break in our village cricket, but we didn't generally have enough beakers or anything like that. So the orange squash would be brought out in the cups. You would have a cup of tea in or something like that on a tray.
Yeah. Next ball is pushed out on the onside, and there is no run. Of course, we were saying today, if you want tea at cricket these days, particularly Saturday League cricket, you've got to take it with you.
Yeah.
Players do take their own tea with them, and Air Club, we do provide 2 cakes, which are baked by the local ladies, which we give a donation at the end of the season to the Macmillan Funds. Is weight in bowls turned away through the leg side. D'Oliveira's on the chase, should get a couple here.
Ooh, don't collide.
And Azhar Ali comes up from fine leg to field. 2 more to the total. And what's this coming out?
It is coming out now, brothers.
No, it's all right. No, I meant the somebody was coming out. The 12th man was coming out or something.
I think it's somebody went. I think it might have been.
I think it's
Finch who went off.
There's a Sussex 12th man came on. He's gone off. Pennington's going off, and Finch is coming back on.
Yeah. 278 for 6. I think it is.
212 the lead. So we were conjecturing about 250 might take a bit of better getting on the last day, and
They're edging that way, aren't they?
yeah, more than that. And
New ball available in 7 overs. Joe Leach is being stored up for that, I'm sure. Here comes Azamamir coming into bowl to Carson, who's forward, plays to backward point. There is no run. No Nathan McAndrew so far for Sussex, which the plot thickens. He would have batted at number 8. He hasn't come out, so if he's not batting, you'd think he probably's not going to bowl. Or maybe he's just not feeling well, we'll see. In comes Mir bowls. A flick of the wrist, and Carson is forward, plays into the offside to a short extra cover, and there is no run. He can't afford to bowl anything down the leg side here, Zamamir, because he's got a mid-on and mid-wicket and a deep backward square. And it's exactly what he does as Carson looks to flick the ball down the leg side, doesn't time it, and the ball dribbles on the leg side, and there is no run.
it's just an occasional one he drags down.
He does.
Samamir.
Yeah, he does. He's in again. Bowls. Carson is forward. The ball dribbles past the edge and is taken by Roderick, who I like Roderick behind the stumps because he very unfussily whipped off the bails.
Yeah.
That was Gareth Roderick before he came to Worcester, Brothers.
He was at Gloucester.
Right. Yes, that's right.
South African by birth.
He's a very fine wicket keeper.
Or Gloucestershire, I should say.
Up the Shire. In comes Mere Bowls as played to backward point. He's just our old friend Bob Hunt, didn't he? Up the Shire.
Yeah, not very well these days, Bob, I'm afraid.
No,
but
no, he's not. It's very sad.
Yeah.
He was a great village cricketer as well, Bob. He used to have some,
Loved it.
he used to have some funny stories. Near in bowls, and he's cut away, and he's, well, probably with an nth of getting caught behind. Looking to cut that one away. The ball ends up in the gloves of Roderick. Carson survives. He didn't get a nick. End of the over. And Sussex are 278 for 6, with Tom Alsop, the skipper, on 41. He's faced 116 balls. Has more than that, actually. Well, actually, showing us 116 balls. I'm fairly certain on the scoreboard. The BBC website is showing 119 balls.
Oh, right.
I think I would probably trust the scoreboard.
Yeah. Well, they take it off the person who fills the bits in, don't they? On the BBC would take it off the. There's a scorer who does all the online stuff.
Yeah, but we do. But the scores do correlate. It's 41 to Tom Alsop, and we do know that the lead is just extending slowly. 216 is the lead.
Matthew Waite in bowls, Alsop forward plays 2 mid-on Finchfields.
Anything now before the new ball's taken as a bonus for Worcestershire, isn't it? I wondered whether Sussex might have gone on the attack. I think had Hudson Prentice still been there, maybe they would have done. Sussex could effectively be 7 down here.
Of course, we saw that last night when a wicket went down with the old ball.
Yeah.
Was it in the 79th over?
Yeah, it was.
Because we conjectured whether they would keep it.
We did.
Waite off about 12, 13 paces, comes in, bowls and wide of the stumps. Goes through to wicketkeeper Gareth Broderick. The field is relatively defensive from Worcestershire. Got a sweeper out on the offside, sweeper out on the leg side, slip backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and a mid wicket. A wind really getting up there.
No, it is.
Gale force. Waite bowls, Alsop forward, drives up to mid off where Joe Leach tumbles to field. It's a long way down for Joe Leach, and he stays there on his knees as if to say, yep, it's a long way back up as well. How you feel, Joe? Wait till you get to my age. Getting down is not so difficult, but the getting up, oh my word.
I've got some news from the club, Bradders. Breaking news.
Breaking news.
Have to wait for a moment, keep everybody on suspense.
Waite in bowls, and Alsop turns on the onside, but straight to D'Oliveira at mid-wicket.
The breaking news is anybody who's in the ground at 6:30 gets a free drink in the Sussex Cricketer. No, not really, it's not that as well. The breaking news is that day 4 tickets are on sale now, half price and open ground. So adults are tenner tomorrow, youths under 18 are £5, juniors under 14 take a day off school £2.50, and seniors over 65 £7.5.
Oh, well done. Could be a good day. Could be a really good day.
Yeah.
Waite in bowls, Alsop forward, pushes away on the offside. No run.
Yeah, so come along. So £10 for adults tomorrow, £5 for juniors under 18, £2.50 if you're under 14, seniors over 65, £7.50, seniors over 100, free.
You mentioned the Sussex Cricketer, which was the pub that was in the corner of the ground, which is no longer a pub, but I see it is going to be a bar.
It is, it's open, Bradders.
It's open?
Yeah, it is open. It's called the Sussex Cricketer. I haven't been in there, but it's...
Came by this morning and...
very popular when you go there. I have to say, it seems to be very busy.
Good. Next ball from Waite, pushed away on the offside, and just for a split second, Tom Alsop thinks he's going to get a single, but changes his mind as Joe Leach closes in on the ball, and at the end of the over, the Sussex total is 278 for 6.
Yes.
They lead by 212. There's the time going. Is it time for me to I've
got one more to do. Who's got his trousers down out there now? That looks like Tom Alsop, who's adjusting thigh pads and things. Having a natter away to Jack Carson. The new ball, which is the next sort of looming milestone here, is 5 overs away. When we got to this stage in the first innings, I remember Brett D'Oliveira taking the ball and just thinking, right, we just need to get through these overs now till we get to the new ball, and you'd imagine that Joe Leach will be the man who'll be doing that. So in comes Zamamir, bowls his leg spin, Carson cuts that one away to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He picks up a single, does Jack. He goes to 5, and the Sussex total to 279 for 6. It means the lead is 217. And thank you, John, for getting in touch as well earlier today, talking about car parks. We were talking about the cashless society earlier on, and saying car parks in Worcester don't take cash anymore, and people going elsewhere for their shopping. There's Allsop plays that one down to fine leg. In fact, he doesn't just play it, he picks up a boundary. Does Tom Allsop, nicely played. He goes to 45. The skipper is leading from the front. The first time he's captained Hampshire in Hampshire. Crumbs, he came from Hampshire. First time he's captained Sussex in 4-day cricket. And he's playing a hugely responsible innings, Tom Allsop. He's on 45 off 123 balls. Sussex to 282 for 6. In comes Mere, bowls to Allsop, who plays onto the onside. I apologise, 283 for 6. The lead is now 221. Brad has reckoned 250 would be a chase on here. It's a good track. I'm not saying it's a bad wicket, but, 4th day pitch is never easy. Me around the wicket bowls, and Allsop plays onto the onside. There's a bit of yes knowing. Allsop hesitated because he wasn't sure it had beaten the fielder at mid-wicket. But eventually it did, and Jack Carson holds up his hand and says sorry to his skipper because there was always one there. But in fairness to Jack, I think he just wanted to make sure that there was no chance of a run-out. Carson coming in at number 8. No Nathan McAndrew so far, which will be a worry. Near in again, bowls as a full toss, and Carson just plays that to mid-on, fielded by Waite. There is no run. Little fortunate to get away with that. Zamamir. One more ball to go in this, the 76th over. He's in again. Bowls, and this time he does turn it away, and that's a poor delivery by Mir, and that's going to be 4 runs, I suspect. Azarali is chasing around the boundary. Oh, well done, sir. Very well done. Kept in with a bit of football skills down by the rope and gets in the throw. Looks a bit puffed out. Chasing all the way down the hill was Azarali, but nonetheless, he saved a run. It was a poor delivery, really. It was a long hop, and Jack Carson had all the time in the world just to pull it into the acres of space on the leg side and pick up 3 runs. So at the end of the over, Sussex are 287 for 6. That means the lead is 225. Jack Carson is on 8. Tom Allsop is on 46. 4 more overs until the new ball is available. 17 overs left in the day. And I just wonder whether we might be going to get a change. No, we're still going to get Matthew Waite, who's going to come running in. He's had a busy day. 14 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 54. So perfectly respectable figures from Matthew Waite, who's again just reorganising his field. She just need to be a little careful of the over 8 here. They're showing us -1. Waite is in down the hill. Bowls. Carson forward. Plays into the offside. Too short extra cover. And there is no run. No word on Nathan McAndrew. We'll see if we can get a message to the Sussex press team to see if we've got any news on why McAndrew hasn't come out at number 8. And as to whether he's going to bowl, because that will be a concern if Sussex are a bowler down. We're not saying they are, but it's just a bit odd he hasn't come into bat in his stated position. In comes Waite again, played down the offside of the track by Carson, and there is no run. Just the one slip now. The 3rd man, sweeper on the cover point boundary, and 3 men setting one on the offside. So I can hear someone nattering away into our fixed microphone. 3 men setting one on the off. In comes Waite, bowls. Carson clips this nicely through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up at least 1 and probably 2. Indeed he does, because Ben Gibbon has to chase back from mid-wicket to field the ball, but not before Jack has gone through for a couple of runs. Jack Carson, he goes to 10. The Sussex total advances by 2 to 289 for 6. The lead to 225. Terrific game of cricket. It really is. Sussex, I don't know, I think it's pretty even still. Waite. In bowls. Carson clips again through mid-wicket. No ball chasing this one. That's 4 runs, and That was a poor delivery by Matthew Waite. Pitching around middle of the leg, and Jack Carlson, who made 60 in the first innings. He likes batting against Worcester. His highest score came at New Road a few years ago when he made 87. He's a fine player to come in lower down the order. He made 60 in the first innings, and that was a lovely shot, just clipped away with lovely timing for 4 runs. Carlson to 14. The Sussex total to 291 for 6. Waite in again, bowls, and Carlson this time with a model forward defensive shot foot right to the pitch of the ball. Plays to the offside, fielded by D'Oliveira. There is no run. It could well be Jack Carlson will have a major part to play with the ball tomorrow. Oh, there goes a seagull, making a bit of a din. But you can tell we're by the seaside. I'm looking out towards the North Downs, and there is literally not a cloud in the sky. There's a nice breeze to keep the spectators a little cooler. But the weather is absolutely glorious. In comes Waite, bowls, Carlson clips away, and that's going to be 4 more. Clipped away through mid-wicket, and Carlson goes to 18. And the Sussex total to 297 for 6. Need of 231. I can hear the studio trying to come through. I can't hear the programme. In comes Waite. Down the hill, bowls, and Carlson plays to backward point. There is no run. So, end of the over. I can't hear you in the studio if you're trying to get through to us. 3 overs remaining before the new ball is available. 16 overs remaining in the day. And Sussex giving themselves a healthy lead here. 297 for 6. The lead is 235. It is going to be Azam Amir who's going to carry on from this end of the ground, which is the CN. Brad is back. I'll just have to put in a quick phone call to the studio. In comes Mir and bowls, and also cuts firmly away. Picks up a single. Out to point fielder, who's Azarali. Out on the boundary. In comes Mir again. Bowls and play down into the offside. There is no run.
Mere bowling from the sea end.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
Difficult to tell from where we are what's going on.
Yes,
Teams in County Championship action today. Division 1, Surrey away. We're watching Sussex versus Worcestershire, and a sun-drenched Hove. Absolutely gorgeous in Division 2 there at Tapering Haines.
yeah, beautiful weather and a really good game of cricket. Sussex have just passed the 300 mark here, Sean. They're 300 for 6, I should say. That means the lead is 238, and Sussex being bailed out here by their skipper Tom Alsop, who is 47 not out. Jack Carlson with him on 20. Earlier on today, Tom Haines making 91 and Tom Clark 50. But Sussex then losing 4 wickets for 4 runs, and it looked as if they'd handed the initiative back to Worcestershire. However, they've regained that initiative, and we could be in for a really good day here tomorrow at Hove in the sunshine, where admittance is half price if you fancy coming down. A good game down at Canterbury as well, where Surrey, the leaders of the county championship, are 180 for 2 in their second innings, still needing another 321 to win. Jamie Smith is not out on 69, Dominic Sibley on 49.
Nice one, Adrian.
Thank you, Sean.
That music in the background is not at all annoying, is it?
It's almost impossible to talk over that, really.
It is.
Why do they have to play loud music? I don't know. Anyway, in comes Mir. Bowls, and that turned. Slow turn, but it turned.
It did turn.
Away from the right-handed Carlson. It's the end of the over, the end of the 78th over of the innings.
So we've got 15 left in the day, 2 more until the new ball is due. Brett D'Oliveira is going to bowl probably only 1 over from the Cromwell Road end. Pointing people in different directions. The scenario that we had last night, if he was to come on and take a wicket, the new ball due, does he keep himself going with the new ball?
Well, that was all we were saying. They just want to get through these overs now, don't they? I'd imagine Joe Leach. But he's getting towards that. Yeah, he's limbering up, isn't he, Joe? There, you can see him now. That's long off.
This is getting up to very useful lead here for Sussex.
It is.
D'Oliveira in, floats one up, driven away on the offside. Good stop there by Adam Hose, diving to his left, and D'Oliveira picks up and throws at the stumps.
Very good.
Good fielding there. Would have been 4.
Yeah.
Allsop cracking innings from the skipper. 47 he has at the moment. It's really done well. Waits now for D'Oliveira, and this time he does drive through the offside. He's only going to get 1 though. There's a sweeper fielder way out on the cover point boundary. 1 more to the Sussex total, which is almost certainly 303 for 6. I'll try and get my thingy what back up so we can see properly what's going on. D'Oliveira in again, and this is scooped away on the leg side. Bat by the looks of it. No signal coming from the umpire, so that's gone away for another run. 1 more to the Sussex total, 1 more to the Sussex lead, creeping up here. Here's D'Oliveira's next ball, Allsop forward. That's a little inside edge-ish, but it rolls down to fine leg, where Adam Finch comes into field. And that's 1 more added to the Sussex total. The 304 for 6. Next ball from D'Oliveira, quicker delivery, but flicked away on the onside. This time by Carson. He goes to 24, and the total goes to 306 for 6.
Feeling in the press room is that. Oh, I'll tell you in a minute.
D'Oliveira bumps in again, pushed away on the offside by Allsop, and that brings up a very good half century.
Very good half century from Tom
Allsop. Got him on 49. He's not sort of celebrating much, is he? Which put me off.
No.
Very good innings from the Sussex skipper. Excellent effort. Came in when they were in a bit of trouble and watched a few wickets go down around him, but he's hung around and he's provided that solid base for everybody else to play around him.
He has. He absolutely has. And the feeling from the lads in the press room is that maybe it's a tactical ploy with Carson coming in ahead of McAndrew. So.
Yeah, quite possible.
Last over of the 80, we thought, cool crumbs. Good job Tom Allsop played that, because he'd have been LBW otherwise. He played it very late to deep backwards square. So I suspect the new wall will be taken after this over, after which there'll be 13 remaining in the day.
Well, Joe Leach is leaping around like a demented Morris dancer. Mere in again from the C end bowls to Carson, who clips this through mid-wicket. Runs coming fairly quickly now for Sussex. It'll be another couple as Azhar Ali has to race round the boundary to field. 2 more to Jack Carson, who goes to 26. Sussex to 310 for 6. I think Mir has been flicked away down that leg side far too often.
Lead 248, brothers.
Yeah, it's decent.
Carson waits as in comes Mir, who this time plays defensively on the offside to backward point. There is no run. This little partnership, these two coming together on 270 for 6. So they've added 40. Yeah, useful runs. Here in, that's a quicker delivery, and Carson, not quite sure what that appeal was for actually.
Well, if he hit it, Roderick didn't take it, so he got very excited there, didn't he?
He got very excited. He was sort of pleading with the umpire to give Jack Carson out. Umpire unmoved. Here in again, Carson forward, the ball dribbles under his bat. Well, he got a bat to it, then it dribbled past the off stump, and there is no run. So 1 more ball to go in the over. There will be 13 left in the day, but the new ball, I would imagine, will be taken immediately. I don't see any reason why Then we delay, it comes to me at bowls, and Carson plays that to the man who I suspect will take the new ball, who is Joe Leach, who picks up the old ball, throws it to the umpire, and I think that tells you everything you need to know. The new ball will be brought out by Brenda. There she comes. You can't catch Brenda out. She knows that new ball is available, and she comes wandering out, and umpire Debenham wanders across. I don't quite know why it's taking so long for him to go all the way over there and get the ball, but we're going to be...
Well, he's wandering off now, the umpire.
Oh dear.
There's a lot
of wasting of time.
A lot of wasting of time.
I mean, why on earth hasn't he got the new ball in his pocket ready? So now he's wandered all the way over there. Now he's going to walk at leisurely pace all the way back again. I mean, he's... I just think some of these... It's always becoming endemic in cricket that it's all right to go slowly. Now he's thrown the ball to Joe Leach or to Brett Dolabera, but, surely, the new ball is around the corner. Maybe the last time he was over in that direction, he could have got the ball and then you're throwing it, and Joe Leach could have been running in by now.
Yeah.
But anyway... and now there's lots of pointing going on. Oh, he's showing the new ball to everybody. Well, we know that because Joe Leach threw the old ball to him about 2 minutes ago. Anyway.
Oh, cricket sometimes.
Cricket.
It doesn't help itself.
No. Anyway, it's going to be Joe Leach.
He is.
And he's going to come in. Is it me? Or is it you? I think you should do it because it's Joe Leach.
Okay. From the Cromwell Road end.
Indeed.
With the total on 310 for 6.
Lead of 248.
Right arm around in bowls, Allsop forward, turns the ball away on the onside, and Azarali very energetically and athletically tries to pick the ball up, yet it's rolling straight to Matthew Waite, who is stood behind him, who I think found some amusement in that. Yes, Worcestershire can't afford to let that Sussex tail wag like it did yesterday, or they'll be chasing 450. And Gibbons doing some warming up. One assumes he'll bowl from the C end. Leach in bowls wide of the off stump. Through to the keeper. Much clapping of hands, trying to lift spirits here, Worcestershire. When they had Sussex, were they 178 for 5?
Yeah.
Only about 112 in front. But they were thinking if you knock these last 5 over for 50 runs, a great chance here. But Tom Allsop has blunted that for them. Allsop waits, Leach bowls, Allsop forward. Pushes back up the pitch on the offside. A lesson in concentration on a warm day, on a hot day.
Yeah. What will be interesting here tomorrow is that this is the 7th county championship match that Sussex have played. They've won 1 and drawn 6. And much could happen. But Sussex know they need to win matches if they, you're not going to get promoted in winning 1 in 6. I mean, they've had a good season in the championship. They're second, but you probably need some wins. So it could be really interesting tomorrow for all sorts of reasons.
Leach in bowls, a bit shorter this time, and Allsop goes back and across and plays it out on the onside. Azhar Ali is the fielder.
And what I mean by that, Brad, is, it's a little way off, and I'm sure this isn't on Allsop's mind, but if they could extend this lead to sort of
350.
Do you then begin to think, well, actually, this looks a decent track, and we've got to allow time to bowl Worcestershire out. There's all sorts of different things come into the equation here.
Well, yeah, if you work it out, we've got how many overs we've got left tonight?
12 after this one.
So 108 overs left in the game because we can only have 96 tomorrow. Leach in bowls, pushed away up to mid-on, no run. In that, what I'm saying is that if the weather did intervene today and the light suddenly went, you can't add the overs on the last day. You can only have 96 on the last day.
You may be a little late getting home tomorrow to the fine county of Worcestershire.
I may well be. Mrs. Bradley will be sat there with their wedding anniversary special dinner, I'm sure.
Yours might be beans on toast.
It might. Well, not that good. That's a luxury, that is, in her house. That's a good ball from Leach. It's gone away off the outside edge of the bat, and Allsop picks up 4. It's a fortuitous 4, just to the left of Jack Haines, who was at second slip, Haines diving to his left. And that's one of the few times that the ball has come off the edge of Tom Alsop's bat. The score at the end of the over is 314 for 6. Alsop has 55, Carson has 26, lead by 252.
They do indeed, Bradders. Dave Bradley, Adrian Holmes, BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Sussex, live from home, every ball of every game, of every match of every county, from now until the end of September, when
all the gin joints and all the bars in all the world.
You can listen to county cricket right across the summer, wherever you're listening from, and it's a great pleasure to do it. And this is a fine game of cricket where Sussex are just getting their noses in front here, not by much. But 252 is a useful lead.
It is a good game of cricket.
But wickets have gone down in clusters in this game, and you wouldn't be a bit surprised to see suddenly, bang, 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 and suddenly Sussex are 270 all out. I hope they don't, from Sussex's point of view. In comes Gibbon and bowls. Carlson is forward and takes a single to the fielder on the cover boundary. He goes to 27, Sussex to 315 for 6. I mean, with this new ball, Bradders, D'Oliveira will want to attack as much as he can. This is, he'll feel this is the opportunity now for Worcestershire. And so they won't want to give away too many singles.
No.
And just see the scoreboard ticking along.
Yeah, he's just got the 2 slips in as the close fielders at the moment, so it's a bit of a difficult conundrum for him. He's pulled Azhar Ali in from off the cover point boundary to come into extra cover.
Yeah. Gibbon runs away for a sprightly approach to the wicket bowls and also covers up. I think that kept a little low and played that quite late, did Tom Alsop. That was the howl you heard from the slip fielders.
Yeah, he indicated that didn't come on as he would have wished.
No, I agree.
Most of the crowd stayed till the end tonight.
No, they have. Well, it's been a really good day's cricket, and tomorrow, for 10 quid, if you're an adult, if you've got a day off work tomorrow, I mean, that's good value, because I think we could get pretty much a full day tomorrow.
Yeah.
In comes Gibbon, bowls, also let's go outside the off stump, taken by Roderick, and there is no run. And the game very much in the air. It'd be if Sussex were to bat through these remaining 11 overs after this Bradders and score at 3 and over, they would have a lead of 300 tonight.
And yes, and in the morning, if they were still 6 wickets down, you'd be thinking declaration.
Yep, absolutely. Might have a little thrash for an hour, but they'll be mindful of leaving enough time to bowl Worcestershire out. In comes Gibbon again and played on the onside by Alsop. There is no run. On the other hand, it's always this difficult equation. But I think early season we saw games that did peter out where sides were a little reticent to give a side a carrot because you think, well, you don't want to give away 16 points early in the season. But as you get towards the middle of the season, and after this game we're halfway through, it's getting to the time where skippers maybe need to be a bit adventurous.
Yeah.
Be prepared to lose a game to win a game, which is a big ask because these sides are 2nd and 3rd in the table. Gibbon in bowls and clipped away by Alsop nicely, and it's going to be 4 runs. I thought there was a fielder out there at deep mid wicket, but there isn't. It was a good placement by Tom Alsop. Lovely looking shot. He goes to 59 and Sussex to 319 for 6. Lead of 257.
I think if the Worcestershire coaching staff are talking after the game, which they will be, I think they'll rather say that Worcestershire bowled on both sides of the wicket. I thought Usam Amir certainly did that.
Yeah.
He had a packed offside field and he got hit through the leg side a lot of times, and that was not a great ball. It was a good shot, but not a great ball from Ben Gibbon.
He's in again, bowls and also up on his toes and plays that into the offside where it's fielded by the alert Azhar Ali. It is the end of Ben Gibbon's over, an over that cost 5 runs. Sussex 319 for 6, a lead of 257 with the skipper on 59, Tom Alsop. He's been in for over 3 hours for that 59. He's at 5 falls and Jack Carson on 27, coming in ahead of Nathan McAndrew. I was speculating that maybe there's something wrong with Nathan McAndrew, but the boys in the press room reckon that's a tactical move.
Yeah, I think it probably is, and he's batted well.
He has. Yeah, he's very capable.
Here's Joe Leach, Cromwell Road End. In bowls, forward comes Carson, solidly behind it. Leach on the follow through. Does his own fielding and his own ball polishing as well. No, he doesn't. He throws it to D'Oliveira, who's at mid-on. Mid-on, rather, to do the polishing. The three people who were sat on top of the flats watching the cricket have gone in to watch EastEnders. Or Home and Away. Oh, it's not on anymore, is it? Home and Away? I don't know. I have no idea what I'm rambling on about. Here's Leach's next ball and driven off an inside edge onto the pad by Carson. A breeze really ruffling the players' shirts now. Yeah, it's not so bad. Adam Finch, who's a bit out of the breeze down here, but there was just as the arms went up in the slips there.
A bit late for Blue Peter, do you think, Brothers?
I've no idea.
Yeah, probably.
Is it still on?
Yeah, I think so.
Daytime.
We used to collect stamps and that sort of thing for the Christmas appeal back in the day.
Right. Leach in bowls wide of the off stump.
Your daughters would have done that, Brothers.
They probably did, yeah.
Bottle tops or whatever it was. And
the great...
they would buy, they used to collect for some great things. It'd be a lifeboat or...
Oh, yeah.
All sorts of things.
Yeah. Very worthy causes. The great Stan Boardman once said, I don't watch daytime telly because I can't cook and there's nothing in the attic.
Very good.
Joe Leach is the bowler. And he's racing in down the slope and he bowls and Carson is forward and pushes the ball up to mid-on where D'Oliveira fields with his usual enthusiasm.
Yeah, he does. I was just thinking exactly that, Brad. The ball follows him around, not by accident, because I think he feels where
He does.
You want your best fielder in the position where the ball is likely to go.
Yeah.
Joe Leach looks a bit weary, doesn't he? He wanders back.
Yeah, whereas he's 17th over of the day.
Hot day.
Yeah.
But yeah, I tell you what, though, he's the sort of bowler, he gets one, he'll get two or three in a row, and that'll be geeing him up.
He's in bowls, Carson forward defensively, plays out on the offside. You can probably hear that wind there. I wonder if affects Mike.
Yeah, it is. Look at the. I don't like to keep pointing out the Sussex flag, Bradders, but it is billowing away on the clock tower. There is someone watching from the flats. Actually, there was a fellow standing on his balcony under that yellow veranda.
Oh right.
But he's gone in now. We've got to have his
tea's ready.
His tea or 6 o'clock news or something. Do you think?
Yeah.
Find out the latest doom and gloom.
Yeah. Yeah. Who's been spooned up in the air. Oh, and Leach stands there with his hand in his on his head. He spooned it up in the air, completely mistimed it, but just didn't reach D'Oliveira at mid-on. But a full shot, definitely.
Yes, it was.
There's the time going because I keep.
Coming up towards 6 o'clock. I'm going to turn down our effects microphone, Bradders, because we might get deluged with complaints that we can hear the wind too much. We'd have to give some sound effects because it is what's happening, but we don't want it to drown.
Don't want us echoing around.
10 overs to go in the day on a glorious evening down on the south coast. The state of the match is that Sussex are 319 for 6. They're leading by 257, and Ben Gibbon, the left arm over the wicket, is running up the hill, comes in and bowls to Walsop, who lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by Roderick. And there is no run. He hasn't conceded a bye, has Gareth Roderick, in this innings. And in the first innings, there was certainly 4.
Yeah, it went way down the leg side, didn't it?
2 byes, though. Well, it says 2 byes in the first innings.
I think it was so wide that fine leg came round and fielded
it. Okay, there we are. So he's kept wickets very well. Kept wicket, not wickets. Gibbon in. Over the wicket, bowls, Alsop with that high right elbow, punches the ball back down the track. Gibbon fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. There's a cricket programme on, I think tonight at 7 o'clock, because Paul Farbrace, the Sussex coach, I think it's the Ashes preview they're doing on the BBC tonight, which he's going to be on. So that might be worth listening out for on the way home in the car. or walking or whatever. In comes Gibbon bowls and also plays nicely into the gap on the offside. A tumbling stop there by... Is that in front of us here? That looked like Adam Finch. It was a sort of a tired dive, wasn't it? But he stopped anything more than a single. It's that time of day, people, you've got to be on your toes because if a chance comes...
Oh, yeah.
You can't switch off. There's another 9 overs after this. It's another 40 minutes of cricket. Gibbon is back to his mark. He is running away from us to bowl to the right-handed Jack Carlton, who's on 27 in and bowls down the leg side. That wasn't a good delivery and a good tumbling take by Roderick. Watson rather feels he misses out there. 320 for 6. The lead 258 if you're only just joining us. Poor old Jake Libby was out 4th ball of the day. He didn't add to his overnight 198 and therefore didn't make his second double 100 in a row at Hove. And indeed Worcestershire didn't add to their overnight total of 410. We speculated how the wicket might play as in comes Gibbon and bowls and Carson plays defensively into the offside and there is no run. And Tom Clark and Tom Haines made batting look rather easy. In the Sussex reply, they got to 143 without alarm before Tom Haines was out 9 short of his century. Score 143. Tom Clark went on the same score on 50. 4 runs later, James Cole sold out to mid-wicket for 2, so that was 147 for 3. Given in again down the leg side, taken by Roderick, and again there is no run. Great over. There's only 1 run coming off the over, but he didn't really threaten, did Ben Gibbon in that over. He's bowled 15 overs, 4 maidens and no wicket for 52. Sussex 320 for 6. Allsop on 60. Carson is on 27. The partnership between these two now is worth 42 by my reckoning. Is that right? 320. No, that's not. Let's have a look here. Sorry, I'll come back to that. 270 for 6. Oh, so I reckon that's the 50 partnership between these two. 320 for 6, and the last wicket went down on 260 for 6. I'm sorry. So we missed the 50 partnership. It probably showed on the scoreboard. I'm sorry. Valuable runs. Joe Leach coming in around the wicket, bowls to Allsop, who's up on his toes, very nearly plays on does Tom Allsop. The ball dribbles out onto the offside. Roderick fields, and there is no run. So, coming back to the story of the day, Cole's out, and then Ollie Carter was LBW to Adam Finch without scoring. So, Sussex at that stage had lost 4 for 4. Then a partnership of 78 between Tom Allsop and Finn Hudson-Prentice, who played nicely for his 54. Got Sussex back with their noses in front, and that has continued with this partnership between Jack Carson and Tom Allsop. Here comes Leach, bowls to Allsop, who runs this down. I'm not sure he intended it to go quite there. Or maybe doing Tom a disservice. He picks up a single down to 3rd man. 1 more to the total, 321 for 6. Allsop goes to 60. I don't know why I couldn't work out that 50 partner before. It's plainly seen in my book, 260 for 5 when Finn Hudson-Prentice was out. So this partnership now worth 61 really useful runs as far as Sussex are concerned. We'll have a little whiz around the other games in a moment's time to bring you right up to date. Leach from the Cromwell Road end runs towards us and bowls, and Carson is stoutly forward, plays to mid off, and there is no run. So let's start in Division 2, because that's what we're really concerned about. Yorkshire, in this pursuit of 200 and a bit to beat Derbyshire, are 113 for 3. Still needing 99 to win. At one stage in their second innings, Derbyshire was 17 for 4, trailing by a country mile. Leach is in bowls. Carson plays off the back foot into the covers, and there is no run. So from 17 for 4 up at Chesterfield, they went to 453 all out. And Yorkshire in reply are 114 for 3. Shan Masood not out on 51. So a bit of life in that game. That's been a really good game of cricket up at Chesterfield. Glamorgan are in trouble at Durham. Durham, the leaders of Division 2 of the County Championship, could be going to win again. And in comes Leach bowls, and that's going to be 4 runs. And if there'd been a third slip, Jack Carson would be walking back to the pavilion because it's driven by Carson. A thick outside edge, it whistles past the second slip fielder. It was the cry of anguish from Joe Leach. It was a full shot, but in the book it will go down as 4 runs, and what it won't show is that had there been another slip in place, Jack Carson will probably be on his way. Jack Haines looks disappointed at second slip. I don't know whether he should have thrown himself at that, but it was raced away, and now we've got a lost ball just to add. Oh no, they found the ball down below us. Carson to 31, and the Sussex total to 325 for 6, the lead to 263. So yes, Glamorgan in their second innings, 149 for 4. North East out for a duck. Carlson's still there on 32. And they're still in arrears by 91, are Glamorgan, as in comes Leach and bowls, and Carson drives into the offside fielded by Azhar Ali. And there is no run. It is the end of Joe Leach's over, the end of his 18th over. He has bowled 18 overs, 4 maidens, taken 1 for 62. Sussex 325 for 6 with Carson on 31, Alsop on 61. The lead is 263. Just rattling through these other scores in Division 2. Leicestershire 320 for 6 in reply to Gloucestershire's 368. Who's in the runs there? Lewis Hill has made 102. Very briefly, First Division finished at Chelmsford for the day. Somerset 172 for 4, still needing another 294 to beat Essex.
Ben Gibbon is the bowler. C-end in bowls, whipped away to mid-on. No run shall be taken there. Surrey 206 for 2 at Canterbury, needing 295 to win. That would be a run chase if they achieve that. Jamie Smith not out on 96. He came in at number 4. Sibley, who's batting opening, has made 51. So he's providing the perfect foil to Jamie Smith, who seems to be bashing the ball all around Canterbury. Gibbon in bowls, well wide of the off stump. Batsman also not interested.
Hampshire bowled out in their second innings for 371 at Southport. James Vince making 87. Lancashire 16 for 2 in their second innings, needing another 124 to win. Phil Salt and Josh Bohannon, George Balderson, the men out. So a bit of work for Lancashire to do there.
Here's Gibbon. Allsop waits. And once again, let the ball go by outside the off stump.
We always feel like we're waiting for something to happen here, aren't we? Sussex are just picking up the 1s and the 2s. The lead is 263. 96 overs tomorrow, no more, no less, because that's all you can have on the final day. But also, we'll be well aware here. You don't want to suddenly find yourself losing 3 quick wickets, and then Worcester have got all day to get these runs tomorrow.
Yep. In the balance, Gibbon in bowls wide of the off stump, through to the wicket keeper. But you would say, or I would say anyway, I think Sussex have the edge at the moment, thanks to some fine batting by their skipper Tom Allsop this afternoon. He's not been smashing it all around the ground, but by Jove, he's dug himself in here. And at 178 for 5, the lead was 116. Could have gone away from Sussex there. Gibbon in bowls, and this time the batsman does have to play. Allsop drives it back down the pitch. Gibbon on the follow through does his own bowling. But that stand with Finn Hudson-Prentice, who made 54. Now Carson here, adding variable runs. He's got 31. The total is 325.
Yes.
Off that, that's 263.
Correct, Branners. You go to the top of the class.
Thank you. Given in bowls, whipped away through the leg side. Is that going to be cut off? It is. Jake Libby making really good progress.
Very good throw.
Yeah, good throw as well. Hurried the batsman as they came back for a second run. That completes the over. If Adam Finch will get another burst with the new ball tonight.
Yeah, he might well do. Maybe up the hill. When you look at the second division of the county championship, Bradders, I mean Durham have won 4 games. The only side who have won more than 1 game all season are Worcestershire. So if Durham were to win this round of matches, they are trailblazing. Only 2 will go up, but you'd see that pretty much everybody else, no one's out of it. Even Yorkshire are bottom; they haven't won yet, but it's really tight. In comes Leach. Down the hill bowls. Carson forward, solidly placed to mid-off. There is no run. So you've got Sussex on 76, Worcestershire 66, Glamorgan 66, Leicestershire 63. So you've got 4 counties there, separated by just 13 points. Gloucestershire, Derbyshire and Yorkshire haven't yet won a game. Sorry, Bradders.
Bonus points may well come into it.
I agree. And so there's all sorts of... we're still only halfway through the season, so there's a long way to go. Could be an exciting finish. In comes Leach and bowls. Carson drives to mid-on. There is no run. These 2 playing very cautiously at the minute. The good news as far as Worcestershire are concerned is, sometimes with the new ball it can start to disappear, but they've kept things really tight. Adam Hove, you can see his shirt ruffling in the breeze here at Hove, where it's just been a lovely day. The forecast suggested there may be, maybe a shower, but there's been absolutely no hint of that whatsoever.
Nope.
It's been a beautiful day. In comes Leach over the wicket bowls. Carson lets that go outside of the off stump. And there is no run. We've got another 6 overs remaining in the day after this one. It almost looks as if these 2 have set their stall out here, as if to say, we need to be there in the morning.
Yeah, I think they probably have, and that's sensible stuff. They're in a good position, don't need to take risks. As I say, it might come down to the timing of a declaration tomorrow.
Yes, an email I missed earlier, actually. In comes Leach bowls to Carson. Back to Leach, there is no run. This is some time ago where David Pledger got in touch and he was saying he couldn't help noticing that the mini clap started immediately after Leach had a chat with the umpire about the ball. Was the ball actually changed, or was the distraction enough to break Haynes' concentration? Either way, it was a wily move. It seems that this wicket isn't too tricky once you're in. It's a very interesting match. The ball has been changed a couple of times. I can't say with any certainty whether it was changed on that occasion, David.
I don't think it was, but...
In comes Leach and bowls, and Carson is going to get 4 runs, just erring onto the leg side. There is Joe Leach, is annoyed with himself, and Jack Carson waited for that and clipped the ball away through mid-wicket for another boundary. He goes to 31, and Sussex score advances by 4 to 331 for 6, a lead of 269. And this partnership, these 2 came together when the score was 260. So it's a partnership, by my reckoning, of 71, Bradders.
Yeah, very useful.
Leach in again, bowls. Carson looking to play that one, force it away on the offside, doesn't time it at all. The ball ends up at backward point. End of a tidy enough over from Joe Leach, with the exception of the 4 that Carson clipped through mid-wicket. So we've 6 overs to go as the clock ticks past 10 past 6. Someone's got their washing out on the line over there, Bradders. That'll be dried. Won't have to get the tumble dryer out tonight, I don't think. Keep the old energy bills down.
Might be a bit stiff, that, yeah.
And someone on the next balcony looks like they've got their bicycles on there.
Hang out the washing on the Siegfried line. Is there any dirty washing, mother dear? As goes the song. I'm not inquiring if anybody does have any.
You should do the lottery tonight, Bradders, because you said you wondered whether Adam Finch might come on to bowl.
Well, yeah.
And indeed he is going to.
Yeah, I'm not sure that... Well, I don't know, what do the lottery numbers go up to these days? Could I have number 61?
Yes, I haven't done it for a long time, I have to say.
No, I do repeat numbers every now and then and wait for the check to come through the door.
Yeah.
Finch it is, right arm over, comes in and bowls to Allsop, who gets a short delivery that he ducks underneath. And no ball called. Adam Finch turns and looks at umpire Debenham at square leg. And it was he who called the no ball and advised his fellow umpire. They've not got on too well in this match, Adam Finch and umpire Debenham. And he looked somewhat aghast. I must admit I have some sympathy for him there. Well, what's going on now? Umpire Debenham is going to talk to Brett D'Oliveira. I think he probably doesn't like the fact that Adam Finch said something to him. He's not going to be taken off for saying something to the umpire, is he? As Finch races away again, and it's the pad. That could well be, but it isn't.
Oh, that's not going to improve his mood either.
That was. I think that was a good shout.
I agree it was. I think what might have saved Tom Allsop there was that he got quite a long way forward. But I'll tell you what, if we had the DRS, whatever it's called, I think they would have definitely reviewed that.
Yeah.
I think you have the old clock ticking down.
Might have just pitched outside leg stump, which is probably why the umpire didn't raise the digit. Just as I need it, the
screen has gone, is it?
Yeah, the bit of kit I need has disappeared. Anyway, Finch in again to Allsop. Allsop forward plays the ball to D'Oliveira at mid-on.
I reckon, Bradders, if you won the lottery, I reckon you wouldn't change. I reckon you'd still be having a walk up onto the downs with your dog.
Without a shred of a doubt.
Yeah. I think we wouldn't know. I mean, you could be, we wouldn't know, Bradders. You'd still be here with Worcester.
The good Mrs. Bradley and I have discussed this on many occasions.
Have you?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we seem to think we'd give most of it away. Depends how much it was. Is Finch in and bowls. I mean, if it was £12.50, we wouldn't worry too much about it, would we? Pushed out on the onside, and there is no run.
Yeah, well, if you give it away, Bradders,
yeah, I won't.
Don't forget your friends.
I won't forget you, mate. I'll send a couple of grand to the Guildford Dogs Home in your name. It'll make you feel good.
Yes.
We've actually fallen out about what we would do if we won the lottery. Not fallen out, but
had a discussion.
A different opinion. Yeah. Here's Finch. He comes in and he bowls to Allsop. Allsop drives down the ground. That's 4 runs. Finch dives full length. He might just have got a fingertip on that, but he was hit with such venom that it was away down the ground. Azarali runs a long way across the ground to give Adam Finch a pat on the back, as if to say, keep going, keep going.
Yeah, another 5 overs to go, and he can put his feet up for the rest of the evening.
Not sure I'm going to talk to in the Worcestershire camp this evening.
Yeah, tricky one.
Who's done well? Waite's got a couple of wickets. Finch got a couple of wickets. Can't talk to Joe Leach. I'll do him every other day. Here's the next ball from Finch. Bowls. Turned away on the onside. No run.
Yeah. You'd like to, during the course of a season, it's nice to go around and speak to everybody, isn't it? Because actually, if you haven't spoken to someone and you sort of see them at the hotel or something, you sort of think, I haven't interviewed this season, probably because they haven't done anything worth interviewing, so...
Yeah.
But you can't interview somebody who's been out for a duck, can you?
Yeah. So, somebody do something so I can come and talk to you. Come on, Adam Finch, get another wicket, and he's my man. He's in bowls and Allsop off the back foot plays away on the offside. End of the over, end of it. Worcestershire are going to be chasing a big total here tomorrow, as Sussex are 337, lead by 270. Oh, no, my brain just died. 275.
Correct, Bradders. Well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff.
Brain was off then. It was
5 overs to go in the day. I saw that Kent and Surrey the other day. I saw Ben Watt's tweet. I think they finished at something like 7:38 in the evening. So it was very. I mean, we were bemoaning the fact in the Test matches that they wander off at 6 o'clock when you've paid a lot of money for a ticket. That's not great. But at least in Championship cricket, we do play the 96. It just means that it's quite often we get a late finish. But on a lovely evening like this,
7:15, I think, is my latest this season.
in comes Leach, down the hill. Cromwell Road then bowls to Carson. There's a loud appeal from Joe Leach. The way that the keeper was going, which is always a sign, is that was going down the leg side. The throw comes in, and they are indeed given as leg byes by umpire Debenham at the far end of the ground. So he didn't get a nick on it. 2 more to the total, though, 339 for 6. It's just the way that it's always a sign, isn't it? When the keeper's already on his way down the leg side, you think, that's
his balance is on his left foot as it is on this occasion.
That over 8 is still showing at -1, and now there's another debate going on about a change in the field. I think the fine leg is going a little squarer, and the third man is coming across to fine leg, so he's bowling here without a fine leg. As Adam Finch, having just bowled an over, has now got to run about 60 yards across the field to fine leg, which he won't thank his skipper for, I'm sure. So there's a gap down into third man if Jack Carson decides to play on a big gap between second slip and point. The leg side field has been reinforced. And the mid-wicket doesn't look desperately happy, actually, about that fielding change.
I'm not quite sure. I think he's looking at Gareth Roderick as if to say, the wicket-keeper has a big say in this.
In comes Leach and bowls. But what does happen is that the next ball is played directly to that man who is Ben Gibbon at mid-wicket. So he was put there and the ball was played to him. So someone in the Worcestershire camp has done a good job. Azarali, he's doing a good job here, sort of getting around his teammates, isn't he? Just wandering up and saying, well bowled, keep going. Sussex 339 for 6, the lead of 277. And they can have another natter at the far end, are Leach and Oliveira. Leach wheels around and is on his way down the hill. Bowls cut away at 4 runs. A little bit too much width on that occasion from Joe Leach, and Jack Carson just waited and played the ball nicely through the covers for a boundary. He goes to 39 and the total to 343 for 6.
What was the...
And this partnership now worth 83.
Carson made 60 in the first inning.
He did, yeah, he did.
And they went from 142 for 6 in that first innings to 338 all out, were they?
They were 348 all out.
348. So if that happens again, Worcestershire will be chasing a mighty total.
Leach in again in bright sunshine over the wicket bowls. Carson pulls that away onto the leg side. That might have gone for 6. Let's wait for the signal from the umpires. It's gone away. The umpires are now going to have a consultation. Now, someone must have seen that it went for 4 or 6.
Well, I think they're asking the fielder down there, who's Adam Finch.
The umpire still hasn't signalled what that was. Unless there we are, 6. So clipped away off his legs by Jack Carson. Not too often Joe Leach goes for 6. It's a relatively short boundary on that leg side. It was clipped away over backward square for 6 runs. Carson to 45. Having said that Sussex were playing for the close, all of a sudden there's 12 runs come off this over. Leach in again, bowl. That was short, and Jack Carson ducked under. It's given us a no ball, and that won't improve Joe Leach's mood. Either he's annoyed, isn't he?
Well, I'm not sure that. What is that a no ball for? He's indicating overhead height.
Well, that is a weird decision. I mean, I presume, that is appalling. I mean, because Jack Carson bent his knees in. I assumed it was a front foot no ball.
Yeah, Carson's relatively tall. I think that would have passed probably shoulder height.
No, that shouldn't have been on height. Anyway, he did look annoyed, did Joe Leach? And with some justification, comes in and bowls. Carson is forward, plays that into the offside. There is no run.
There's been a couple in this game that I've been puzzled about.
Yeah.
That have been signalled no balls.
Actually, I think actually, Brad, as I was speaking about this in a previous game about disciplinary records and that sort of thing. It's quite difficult to find out what's happened in terms of disciplinary in cricket. It always seems to be a big secret. You know, I mean, there's one of the things in football or rugby is, you know, you get the card and you all know, but often it all seems to go under the radar, which I think is wrong.
Yeah.
In comes Leach, bowls. Carson is forward, plays to mid-wicket. That is the end of Joe Leach's over.
Well, they get reported to the authorities, and then it's a totting up system, and there's certain crimes, if you want to call them that.
Yeah.
There's you know, just chatting back to the umpires. There's falling out with the opposition.
351 for 6. Sorry, Brad. 351 for 6. Yes, Sussex leading now by 289, and this partnership is worth 89 between these two, and there are 4 overs to go in the day.
Gareth Roderick has just signalled to the dressing room for a helmet.
Finch bowls to Alsop, lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Roderick, and there is no run.
Which suggests, and indeed Usama Mir is doing some stretching exercises, so suggests he's going to come in to the attack.
Yeah. Slightly strange decision, Brad, as me. Perhaps they just want to get through the overs.
Well, they're on -1 on the board,
They
so
are.
a couple from him might make a difference. Only he can't bowl a couple, can he? Because this...
No, he can't. Well, unless he bowls from the top end.
Yes, of course.
In comes Finch, bowls to Alsop, who drives down the ground. Mir is now warming up, so I think we can safely assume he's going to bowl at some stage in the next 10 minutes or so. 351 for 6 are Sussex, leading by 289. Tom Haines top scoring with 91. But Tom Alsop is playing a skipper's innings. He'll have been in for the best part of 4 hours for his 67, if he remains there for the rest of the day, and he's waiting now. The left-handed Alsop as in comes Finch over the wicket, bowls, and also works it onto the legs, and I think he got a little bit of bat on that. Let's wait for the umpire's signal, who signals it's a leg bye, so my eyes deceive me. And Tom Alsop will remain on 67. Sussex lead extends by 1 to 290.
The lights have come on the seats on the temporary
Again,
stand.
yes.
In glorious sunshine.
Yeah. So Bradders was saying yesterday, maybe some sort of timer there for the... If you think if this was a T20, 6:30, people would be coming into the ground. I mean, it'd still be light. Finch in a bowls down the leg side. Carson fancied belting that one down to fine leg, but he missed out. He was beaten by pace. And the ball goes through to Roderick, who takes very confidently and competently down the leg side. And Finch wanders back to his mark. He's a big, tall, strong man, but he looks like he's a bit weary. Looks like he fancies getting off the field and having a shower and a pint of beer and some fish and chips and going to bed.
He'd probably have the first two. I'm not sure if they're allowed fish and chips, are they?
No, probably sort of pasta or something.
Aye.
Running away from us up the hill is Finch and bowls and down the leg side again and taken by Roderick. Carson's annoyed with himself for missing out. I thought the umpire was going to have a little look at where he was landing his front foot on that occasion, but he didn't. And that wouldn't have improved Adam Finch's mood, having been no-balled by the square leg umpire.
Well, as I say, he's fallen foul of umpire Debenham.
Yes.
During this game, so he's probably not too happy at Bunny.
Yeah. Finch. Oh, and that's a nasty delivery. It was well bowled by Adam Finch. It was short and it really reared up. And Jack Carson, to be fair to him, played it very well, right in front of his face. Managed to work the ball down to third man. Had there been sort of a backward point, he could have been in trouble there, Jack Carson. But he survives. He takes a single. He goes to 46, does Jack Carson. Sussex 2, 353 for 6. It means this partnership is now worth 93, and Carson 2 within 4 of a second half century of the match.
And the new ball has not done the trick for Worcestershire. So it is going to be 2 overs from the Cromwell Road end for Usama Mir. And we are finishing again after 6:30, and I suspect that he bowls a couple of overs. That means the over rate for Worcestershire is level, so it puzzles me greatly if the over rate is level and we're still...
Yeah, I agree.
And that's being deposited in the top row of the stand, a long hop.
Well, that's the way to go to your half century, Bradders.
It certainly is. That was a poor delivery from Usama Mir, and Carson's in no mood to miss out. Cracked it almost over the stand, I think. I must admit I lost the flight of the ball. So, yeah, Carson following up his first innings 60 has moved on to 52. The umpire inspecting the ball.
That wasn't good, was it?
Mir in again.
Excellent.
Better delivery.
Sorry.
Pushed away on the offside.
Good shot by Carson, but to be fair, it probably got what it deserved.
It certainly did. He's been in a while now. He's not going to miss out on that. Mir in again, and this is a bit shorter and pushed away on the offside. D'Oliveira from extra cover. Oh no, just backward of square on the offside. Libby at extra cover.
Partnership of 99, Bradders.
Yeah, big runs. Next ball from Usama Mir. He does pitch this one, gives it a bit of flight, this one. Forward comes Carson, pushes away on the offside. The two picking up their bags and just standing by the gate to watch the dregs of the day. Pushed away on the offside. Libby on this occasion fields. Sussex are 300 and... Oh, I can't read that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Bradders, it is 359 for 6.
I thought it was 359. Next ball, that's a good ball from Usama Mir. Really gave that some rip and dip. But he's conceded 6 in the over. Adam Finch has got 1 more over to bowl today. And Worcestershire have got 2 more overs to bowl today.
I have, and it's been a day of ups and downs, hasn't it, for Worcestershire? 143 without loss. They would have probably thought, crumbs, we're in trouble here. Then they pick up 4 for 4, get themselves right back into the match. And even when it was 6 down, when Jack Carson came out to bat, but these two have got their heads down. It shows it's still a decent pitch. But here comes Adam Finch racing in up the hill to bowl to Tom Alsop, but Alsop plays into the offside, and there is no run. Alsop on 67, Carson on 52, justifying his elevated position in the batting order. He's a competitor, Jack Carson. That's one of the things. I mean, he's a very pleasant man anyway, but he's got a real sort of determination about him, which I quite like.
Bit of grit.
Yeah, exactly the word, Bradders. Sort of guy doesn't like to lose, and I think that's good. Channelled in the right way. As in comes Finch, bowls, and Alsop defends out into the offside. There is no run. So the lead for Sussex is now 297. So I'm thinking of all sorts of permutations for tomorrow morning. The way this game is gone, you might have wished to take 4 wickets in the first over and the target is set. But it might well be the case that Sussex are thinking here, right, we need some overs to bowl them out, which they do.
They got to do that. Or do they bat and make sure they can't lose?
Which would perhaps be a bit negative.
Would.
And comes Finch. Over the wicket, bowls, and also covers up, plays down the offside. There is no run. I mean, I'm sort of thinking that if they set Worcestershire, we got 96 overs, say they batted for 16 overs and got a lead of 350, so you leave Worcestershire 80 overs to score 350. That's quite an asking rate, actually. That's 4 and over. And Worcestershire may think to themselves, well, we'll have a go and then we can always shut up shop, or if you go for it, you might lose wickets. So it is an interesting one. I would have thought Sussex would. They're not going to dangle too big a carrot, but enough of a carrot, I would think.
Yeah.
Well, halfway through the season, Finch is in bowls, Alsop drives up to mid-off, fielded right in front of us by Zamamir. There is no run.
Well, it did look at one time this afternoon that they wouldn't have to have that conundrum,
No, I agree.
or that problem.
Yeah. Slip third man, deep point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg all the way down to the distance, and a deep mid-wicket who's in the shade of the Spenkarma Pavilion, and Adam Finch is on his way. Bowls to Alsop, who's back defensively, plays onto the onside. There is no run. 5 dot balls in the over. I think Tom Alsop's decided he just wants to be there at the close of play, and they can have a little natter, sleep on it tonight, decide what the tactics are for tomorrow. Just to remind you, you can get in for half price tomorrow. £10 for adults, £5 for under 18s, £2.50 if you're under 14. I think it was £7.50 if you're a senior citizen. So bring your sandwiches and a hat and some sun cream and come and have a good day at the cricket. In comes Finch and Bowles, Alsop full. Good over that by Adam Finch, pitching the ball up, making Alsop play at everything, and he did do so. Maiden over, that's his work done for the day, and he has bowled 19 overs, 2 maidens, taken 2 for 71, and Sussex are 359 for 6, with Jack Carson on 52, Tom Alsop on 67, and the most important thing is the lead, which is 297.
And getting lots of pats and high fives from his teammates. Adam Finch, I think, appreciated his efforts today.
Yeah, I think he's running really hard.
Yeah, he's bowling up the hill on a very hot day.
Yeah, well done him. Never easy.
You saw Mamiya. Is it me or you?
It is you, old chap.
Okay. Pushed away on the offside. Last over of the day.
Yeah.
The last 5 balls of the day, in fact. One of those giant gulls. You just can't even.
Yeah, they look very healthy, don't they, those dolls? I
They're
have to
big
say.
lads
They are.
and lasses.
Yeah, they are.
Mere in bowls, pushed away on the offside. Jake Libby strolls into field. Well, I'm not sure that Carson is going to play at this last over because he whacked the first ball of the last over.
He did.
He saw Maria bowled for 6, so if he drops one short again, he'll. Ooh. That one hurried on a bit.
He did.
Played it a bit flat-footed, played it from the crease. Carson. 3 to go in the day.
Our friend is still there in the stand, Brad, as he's been there all day. Good on
He's
him.
back on his own again.
He is, yeah.
He's the one man in the one-man stand.
He is. He don't mind sitting there all day on his own. He's had a nice day, I expect.
Good job up there. Yeah, bowls it really gives that one a loop. Draws the batsman forward.
And sometimes you want that, don't you? Just sit on your own all day. I don't want to be bothered.
Nice and quiet.
Yeah, sit on my own. I'm going to watch the cricket.
Yeah.
Don't want to be bothered.
Might have his earphones in.
Yeah.
Mere in again, and quicker delivery this time.
I spoke to someone at the weekend, Brad, who went to a yoga retreat for a week and they had to hand in their phone.
Yeah.
A week without a phone, said was the best thing. When they put it back on, there were all these messages and they're all a load of nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, you get in a patch sometimes where you haven't got a signal. Lovely. Mere bowls pushed out on the offside. No run. And that's it for the day, folks.
It is indeed.
Sussex finishing on 359 for 6. I hesitate.
No, you're right. A lead of 297.
Yeah, a very useful lead, I think. If I was a gambling man, I think my money might be on maybe Sussex, depending on the declaration tomorrow, or what happens tomorrow. Worcestershire might, as you say, take 4 quick wickets. I would put my money on Sussex, maybe the draw.
Yeah.
Even from here. For 4 overs, it's 360, isn't it? So, yeah. Anyway, that's it for the day.
It is. Bradders, thank you so much. It's been great fun as ever. Thoroughly enjoy working with you. Thank you to Lewis Hatchett, who came in a little earlier on.
It was really interesting.
It was. Thank you to Ali Orr, who popped in as well. Lovely to see Ali. Bradders and I will be back tomorrow. I'm sure interviews will be online somewhere later on at the